Disney Plus. When you're not censoring your own art or putting a $30 paywall or having glitches up the ass, you do pretty okay. The one gift that you gave us was unlimited, unfettered, minus one episode, of the greatest show ever.
The Simpsons.
Wait, I thought this episode was dedicated just to the Mandalorian. I'm fucking out of here.
We're not talking about Mickey's Playhouse? What's going on?
Yeah.
I should have prefaced maybe animated show ever.
Okay.
That's okay.
Welcome to So to Speak. I'm your host, Evan Mead.
I'm your co-host, Lyle Groninger.
And tonight, like Lyle says, we are doing a deep dive into The Simpsons, or at the very least, the glory days of The Simpsons.
The golden yellow age.
Yeah.
We're not alone.
Yeah, we're not. This time, this is actually our 10th episode, so to honor that, we are covering what we like best about the first 10 episodes of the seasons, and we'd like to welcome Cody McDonald back from our 90s and SpongeBob episodes.
Hello.
And a first-time guest on our show. He and I go back 20 years, man. Joshua Weinberg. He is a very talented musician, blogger, writer, music enthusiast, 90s entertainment connoisseur, and he and I thought he'd be perfect for this episode because back when Josh and I had baby teeth, we were talking about The Simpsons in elementary school and at summer camp. I'm thrilled to have him here. Welcome.
Thanks, Ev. Hey, everybody. Glad to be here.
That was one hell of an introduction. Nice to see you, Josh.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for having me. I've been looking forward to this.
Okay, I didn't ask for your life story.
We're gonna leave the incessant quoting to Josh and Cody since they're the best at memorizing dialogue verbatim.
I am a living, breathing soundboard when it comes to
Way
the
to put all the
Simpsons.
pressure on me there.
I think my girlfriend Veronica and I, we always joke about the fact that I can't go through at least 1 week without at first it was 1 week without quoting The Simpsons, and then it kind of converted to 1 day without quoting The Simpsons.
Was Disney Plus a factor for that, or what caused that?
Well, no. I mean, I guess we can kind of get into slowly. I'll go into it briefly about my history with The Simpsons. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'll take it away.
Let's each talk about our history with The Simpsons.
So, back in grade 4, grade 4 to be on the dot, my uncle had the first season on DVD, and I think at the time, The Simpsons was like the first show to have that season box set.
I was gonna say because
right?
DVDs would have been really, really new at the time.
And they were revolutionary.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have this first season on DVD, but it's like horribly outdated where you can't even press play all. You have to go through every individual episode.
Oh no, first world problems.
It's so outdated and funny. I love it. But my uncle, like, I knew what The Simpsons was growing up, like, just through osmosis. I was obviously too young to, like to watch it. Not only that, just to get, like, the jokes. But it wasn't until, like, the first season kind of warmed me up a bit where my uncle had that DVD box set, and I ended up, like, claiming it as my own later on. He's like, all right, you know what? You've been watching this way too much than I have. You just keep it at this point. Like, and then at that time, I became so obsessed with the first season that by the time, like, I started to realize that in the video stores, you can rent out seasons of shows. They already had, like, seasons 2 and I think 3 was just coming out. So, like, I rented those over and over again. And then I think around season 10, I sort of stopped.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what it was, but I was sort of just wanting to appreciate the Golden Age a little bit more. So I watched that on repeat over and over again. And now that Disney Plus has now come out, I've been trying to do an endurance test on watching all 30 seasons. And I only made it up to season 10. So I've been in a huge loop.
So this is perfect for you.
You're missing out, Cody.
I need to get through it. I know I will. I will do it. I promise.
Yeah. All right,
Josh, do you
Ace
want to...
yourself, young Cody. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong Disney-owned franchise. Never mind.
Good one.
All right, Josh, would you like to regale us on your tale of the Simpsons?
I would. I believe the first time I may have actually seen an episode, if memory serves, was probably 1997 or 98, so it would have been around seasons 8 or 9 at some point, maybe close to 10.
All right.
But I didn't actually fully know what the show was until probably around 4th grade as well. I definitely remember starting with the DVDs around that time. I have the first 10, and I know at a certain point, probably in terms of watching it on TV, around, I think when I was late into high school, so this would have been about 9 or 10 years ago. That was probably around the time I stopped actively watching, but my girlfriend Marnie also really enjoys the franchise, so we tend to quote stuff a lot to each other. And since The Simpsons came to Disney Plus, she's also been, going through the seasons as well. I don't know what she's on right now, but I feel like that's sort of been a good way for the two of us to bond as well. So despite me not liking a lot of the modern stuff, at least I can respect it still being around, even if I think it should have ended like years ago. But to paraphrase Tony Goldmark, aka Some Jerk with a Camera, from his episode, he did a video on the Simpsons ride. Which, side note, great theme park YouTuber, check his stuff out. But what discussion about the Simpsons would be complete without fans saying it was better 20 years ago?
Absolutely. I think,
Oh,
we're all
yeah.
I think that's a
agreement on that.
very. I think we're all unanimous there.
Yeah.
I have a perfect analogy before we go into Lyle and Evan's history on it, but I compare The Simpsons to a really great friend who comes over for a weekend, and you have the best time of your life with them. And then by the time Sunday evening starts to come about and you have work the next day, your friend says, "Hey, is it okay if I stay one more night, please? Like, I can't make it home. Like, is it alright?" And you're like, "Okay, yeah, sure, no problem." And they stay a night, and then you come home next day, and they're still there. And they're like, "Oh, no, I'm just going to stick around. It's okay. Everything's good." And they don't end up leaving your place. That's The Simpsons. They overstay their welcome so much. And they're now, as in, like, I think a week from now, are going to go on their 32nd
32nd.
season.
You might as well.
Jesus.
You might as well call them roommates at this point.
You know what?
They're not going anywhere.
There's literally an episode, an episode that came much later in the show's history where,
Old Gil does that.
yeah, old Gil
Oh, yeah, I
squats
remember.
at The Simpsons, and Marge just doesn't have the
Yeah,
guts
he
to
stays
tell him
one
that.
Christmas until it's like a
What
full
a
year
great
later.
metaphor.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, you're right.
Well, another.
As a quick aside, The Simpsons is like a pop culture institution. I mean, we've been talking strictly about the TV show, but like even in the early mid '90s, the T-shirts, the mugs, the books, the video games, like this thing was everywhere, and to some extent, it still kind of is. And there are aspects of that I enjoy and still go back to sometimes, but I think the golden era, which we're going to get into, is probably around 91 to 96, let's say.
Yeah, you gotta be kind of careful with those Simpsons games. Though.
Yeah.
Most of them are pretty much trash.
The only two games that are worth it are Hit and Run and Road Rage.
I love the Simpsons.
I've got a bit of a caveat to that. I've got something to add.
Which one?
I would say the arcade game, which was actually the
Oh,
first
that's a really
Simpsons
good
game
game.
I ever
Yeah.
played.
True.
I was really excited when they re-released that briefly in, I think it was 2012 or 2013 for Xbox Live and PlayStation Network. I have that on PS3. It's still fun going back to that because as a kid in the local movie theater, they used to have that there, and I could never get past, I think, the second level.
Yeah.
And
back
the
when
Simpsons
Mark's-
game
yeah.
is not bad either.
Yeah, I was gonna say a caveat for mine would be the Simpsons game. I think it's a pretty solid game.
Is it based
overall.
on the movie?
No, it's kind of
No.
just it's kind of like just a late 2000s like Simpsons game.
It's its own self-contained story.
Yeah, it's
Gotcha.
basically like,
Okay.
oh, we found a game manual. Now everything's like a game.
Yeah.
Game
Very
meta
of
humor.
its time in
Yeah.
terms of the parodies it does.
It's post Simpsons movie, so the humor is kind of hit or miss.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I thought it was a fun
So, Lyle, what's your story with how you came to discover
yeah.
The Simpsons?
game. You know how when you have a TV and you want to watch a show and you can just stream it anytime you want.
Wait, you can do that? I didn't
No. I'm saying like you know how you can do that now. Okay, well when I was younger, I didn't have the pleasure of that. So anytime I really wanted to watch The Simpsons, which is practically all the time, like I think when I moved to Ontario in like 1990, well, no wait, actually it would have been like 99 or 2000. So like around that time, that's when I started getting into The Simpsons. And anytime it was on, I really wanted to watch it. My parents weren't the type who wanted to say, "Oh, this show's bad for kids." They let me watch it. Family Guy and South Park were a completely different story.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
But Simpsons, on the other hand, I used to watch all the time when I was a kid. I always wanted it. It was either that or Third Rock from the Sun. Those were the two shows I grew up with in terms of like adult shows. But like I don't know, like if I was sitting like just waiting, I was like, Mom, I want the Simpsons to come on. I want the Simpsons to come on. Put on the Simpsons. Like it's not playing right now, Lyle. Well, it should be. Yeah, I mean, like, I watched it when I was, like, 6. Like, I grew up with that stuff. And I didn't have any of the DVDs or the, any of the collections, really. So, like, it was kind of, the only time I could watch it was when it was on. I remember when I was, like, living, if I had homework to do and I was, like, upstairs, my parents would be watching TV downstairs. And as soon as I heard the, the Simpsons, I was like, I gotta get this done as fast as I can so I can run down. Like, I was hooked. But I think to some, like, when I stopped watching The Simpsons was probably around after, I would say after the movie came out. Because I felt the movie was such a solid, like, finale that all the episodes afterwards were just really not as good by comparison.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder if there's another show that you guys have discussed where the movie sounds like a good way for the series to end.
Yes, this guy's a regular fan. We said the same exact thing about the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, and by this SpongeBob SquarePants movie, I mean the first one out of 3 now that they've done.
We still haven't seen the third one yet.
Yeah, going to the movie theaters, while it's allowed in Canada, it's a little dicey.
Not worth it.
Not many people are doing it, even though it's technically allowed. But yeah.
But Evan, now you're the last one, so tell us.
Okay.
I'm interested to hear how you got into The Simpsons.
The first episode of The Simpsons I ever saw in my life was actually the Mother Simpson episode, because a babysitter that was watching me back in 1999, I begged her to put on the Magic School Bus, but she says, I will after I watch The Simpsons, and you can have your TV show. I didn't understand the concept at all, but I will never forget the closing credits of that episode where Homer's mom goes away in the hippie van, and he's just, the whole credits is just him staring at the sky, and he sits there until it's lit completely by stars, and it's actually a beautiful moment.
That was very deep.
And once I rewatched that episode years later as a fan and understood the gravity, it's a beautiful episode. But I didn't understand. So I was 7 at this point. I didn't understand the show. But then when I was 9, a couple of summers later, I was up at a cottage near Huntsville with my dad and brother. And on a rainy day where we had nothing to do, we watched cable. And I remember watching a couple episodes from the 8th or 9th season. And they were really funny. I was laughing nonstop. I remember I was watching the episode where he climbs the Mount Murderhorn.
Oh yeah, Mountain of Madness.
And Lost Our Lisa, where they break into the museum and to see the frickin' Egyptian artifact. I died laughing at the end of that episode because it ends with the alarm going off and Homer going run, and then But at that point, my mom didn't want me watching because she thought it was inappropriate. Fast forward about 4 years later, I'm 13 now, and my dad has moved to a country house out just west of Orangeville, out in rural Ontario. It's a day where I have nothing to do. I'm watching TV on his cable box, and the show, I'm just watching all the episodes, and it's all reruns at this point. So I got to the whole summer of 2005. I got to be well versed in the show, and within about 6 months, I was calling myself a fan. I can't say that my parents stopped. My parents tried once again, say, Evan, the show's not appropriate. But all things considered, they would much rather, just like you, Cody, or you, Lyle, they would much rather have me watch The Simpsons than Family Guy.
Oh god, I got in so much shit as a kid for watching Family Guy.
Like, South Park was off limits. Family Guy, I was allowed to watch maybe one of the Blue Moon, but they eased their restriction on The Simpsons. And my dad would come in when I was watching episodes, and when he heard a joke, he would just laugh his ass off. Sometimes harder than me. It was really fun. So that's how we kind of came to be, and also Josh's interest in The Simpsons because he and I were close throughout elementary school. He brought Simpsons comics to school all the time.
Oh,
They were
Simpsons comics. Those were the
wow.
bomb.
They
I've
were
never seen
hilarious.
I
those
actually
before.
remember that story. There's a story I have
yeah.
briefly.
And then there was and then he brought encyclopedias on the seasons, like just recapping the jokes, recapping lines of dialogue. It was just mania. And even though The Simpsons, at this point, this is the mid 2000s. The Simpsons glory days are ostensibly over, but we were just having so much fun with what the show was.
Awesome.
And so now tonight, the format of this episode is we want to recap the first 10 seasons and our favorite episodes from them and other noteworthy stuff and an overall rating of each season. I'm going to leave that to Lyle since he actually bothered to give them numerical ratings.
Yeah, ever since 2019, I've just been like binging The Simpsons, and I've been like rating each episode out of 10, and then averaging them all, and like getting a sum. It really
Nerd.
Bring out the Louie.
So wait, when we were going to rate the overall season itself, is that also out of 10?
I think maybe we should give our thoughts.
Give our
aside from
thoughts,
just
yeah.
ratings, because I think that's more valid.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's kind of hard to rate art, you know.
Exactly.
All right. Well, let's now start with
The awkward, years.
clunky, but still not a bad start.
Kind of endearing in its
yeah.
way. I kind of like revisiting season 1 every now and then, even though I don't like half the episodes.
Season 1, where they couldn't even get skin colors right at the time.
Hey, look. This is classic Chupa we're talking about. I mean, yeah, they still took a few seasons to find their footing, but this is the same studio that would do a lot of Nickelodeon cartoons.
That is true,
around
yeah.
that
Yeah.
time. So that's no small feat.
Evan was talking about, or maybe it was Lyle.
Yeah.
You were talking about during the last podcast, actually.
Another-
It was the same studio, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Class B True Squad.
Yeah.
Another
Harry said.
anomaly is not only could they not get skin colors right, but merchandising companies couldn't get the T-shirt right either. Because
Blue, Bart.
Bart's T-shirt is
Oh, yeah, I still have those books with the blue
They're
shirts.
actually there's no real conspiracy as to why his shirt is blue. It's just a simple color palette error. And something else I'd like to clarify is we're going to keep the deep dives into the characters and the town of Springfield and the world The Simpsons has created to an absolute minimum. For that, I'd like to recommend another podcast. Deep Fat Fried is hosted by the Amazing Atheist, a.k.a. TJ Kirk, his friends, his brother Scotty Kirk, and their friend Paul Zygo. They host this podcast called Deep Fat Fried. They have 2 episodes where they covered like The Simpsons decline, deep dives into the characters, the dynamics, the way the show is written. We're going to be sticking mainly to the episodes and our thoughts on noteworthy episodes. If you want to go listen to them talk about the characters, go check out Deep Fat Fried and subscribe to their Patreon if you wish. And once you get your fill of Deep Fat Fried goodness, come and wash it down with a slurp of so to speak.
Yeah, love that plug.
Well done.
So,
Bravo.
Well, actually, let's start off because I know 2 of us have a similar one, but it's only fitting to start off with
The one that started it
the
all.
one that kicked us all off, actually.
Alright, so Josh, I believe we have the same season 1 opener. So our
We
episode
do.
is Simpsons Roasting on Open Fire. Released in 1989. Not even...
And boy, does it show.
Yeah.
now question. Is the show... That is the only... Not including the Tracy Ullman shorts, that is the only full TV show episode to air in the 80s.
Well, yeah, 'cause
everything else
it was
aired...
the tail end of the 80s.
Yes.
Everything... So does that mean The Simpsons is an 80s show or a 90s show?
By definition, technically, yes.
Technically, yes, it's 80s
Technically,
show?
yes,
What
but until it sort of came into its own, which is, I guess, that's kind of up for debate. But I think most of us will agree that it was like season 4, I would say, came into its own.
Yeah.
That
I'd say 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Halfway
Bit of
through
3,
three,
yeah, for sure, bit of 3.
Like a
but-
pick your poison situation.
Yeah, but since that kind of like it became so huge in pulp culture back then that like it really created like that landmark. I would say it is a 90s show.
I would call it a 90s show.
And I mean it is right at the very
But
end.
not that
like,
90s show. We don't speak of that.
Yeah, that's true.
We are Sadgasm.
Whoa,
This song is
suck.
called Politically Incorrect.
But Simpsons Roasting on Open Fire, like, it came out right at the tail end of the 80s, and then the
December-
majority of everything else, like, the golden age is considered 90s, and that's how people perceive
Yeah.
The Simpsons sometimes.
That's kind of why it's in between.
Yeah.
So what should we talk about each episode? What we like about it?
well,
plot
just-
summary.
Just very brief plot summary. Like, just give the viewers, all two of them who have never seen The Simpsons, what they're in for when they go for this episode. Just the log line of the episode.
Well, if I had to pare it down, it's basically the Simpsons family are getting ready for Christmas. Homer's expecting his Christmas bonus. Marge has a nest egg. They're ready for a really happy Christmas, and then Bart gets a tattoo, and they have to waste all their money on the tattoo, and Homer didn't get the bonus. The jar is empty! It's true! Oh my God! Christmas is ruined! Goodbye, everybody! I just love that. I love the way he says, oh my God. So then Homer has to get he moonlights, on top of working a really long shift at the nuclear power plant, he also moonlights as a mall Santa, which he doesn't do all that well. He doesn't even remember all the names of the reindeer.
Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Nixon, Comet, Cupid, Donna Dixon.
Sit down, Simpson. Yeah, and then I guess there's no point in not spoiling it. Basically, after a really shitty paycheck from the job, he's like, "Oh, how am I gonna afford a good Christmas?" And then Barney Gumble's like, "Hey, go to the racetrack, Elma." And they bet on the one dog, which they think will be the Hail Mary pass, the Santa's little helper dog.
It's a sign. It's an omen. It's a coincidence, Dad.
And they lose. He's like dead last, and like they're just destitute. They don't have any money. And then like the owner of the dog is just like, you suck.
The owner of the dog was abusive too.
Oh yeah, and don't ever come back. And then the dog, I always love this shot. He just runs right into Homer's arms, and Bart's like, "Oh, Dad, can we keep him?"
But he's pathetic. But he's a loser. But he's a Simpson.
And it has a very heartwarming, nice holiday spirit ending. And
unless you pause it right before it goes to that like snowy end thing, and it just looks like Marge is indescribably horny, and Homer has no idea what to do with this newfound information.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had 3 kids. I don't know how to do it.
I put this episode up there with like some of the best like Christmas episodes of all time.
Oh yeah, I watch this every year.
Like not just of The Simpsons, of all time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of all time. Like it's up there with like Charlie Brown and Rudolph. Like I'll watch those every year. Like I put that in the same category as the classics.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are technically better Christmas episodes, but this is the only one I love watching from beginning like every year.
It's a simple episode. It works in its simplicity.
Yeah. What about you, Josh? What are your thoughts?
Well, as an introduction to the show, I think it does a good job of explaining all of the, giving a brief introduction to all the characters and some of their traits, although obviously in season 1 they weren't very well formed, but I think just it's hard to describe it other than the beginning, basically, because even though production-wise this was not the first episode, ironically the last episode of this season, Some Enchanted Evening, was, I think it still is one of the better ones of season 1, even if there are ones that others have picked or that didn't make the cut that may be considered better. I think they picked a good place to sort of frame it around.
Now, I want to ask you guys, actually, about that. The first episode of season 2, Bart Gets an F, do you guys feel like that was supposed to be the ending of the first season? Like that should have been the finale? Because I noticed immediately after, it was that episode where Homer gets hair. What was it called again?
Simpsons on Delilah.
Simpsons on Delilah. The animation changed drastically at that point on.
Yeah.
And I always felt like Bart Gets an F would have been a nice finale to the first season, but it ended up just getting kind of pushed aside into a year later.
I don't really have the inside track as to what was going on at Gracie Films and at Fox, but it wouldn't surprise me. Maybe like the Fox was not completely warming up to the show, so they just pushed what was supposed to be the finale to the start of the second season. That might very well have happened.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
It's almost like we can look at that episode if you just shift it by You know, just an episode.
Because
count that as-
the episode that does close out the first season, Some Enchanted Evening, with the babies with Penny, the late Penny Marshall as the babysitter bandit, that
Yes.
feels very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
The
That's an
crazy
episode
thing
like
is,
that
that was supposed to be the pilot, and at least half the animation had to be redone, and the reception was pretty poor to the point where like they weren't even sure they were going to go forward with the entire season at that point.
The animation in that episode is really janky, so I
Well,
can see that.
There's
Yeah.
one part that creeps me out with Marge. I remember when she was
When she's doing her makeup.
she's doing her makeup and she's talking to Lisa, but like, oh, we're going out tonight. She turns around and her just neck and face looks weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
The episode that scared the shit out of me was let's wrap up on
Yeah, we should.
Yeah,
we should
sorry,
carry
sorry.
on.
We should
carry
To
on.
turn
Yeah,
out to the point about feeling like Bart gets an F felt like the sort of season finale of season 1, I would actually argue from a tonal point that I think one of the episodes Cody might have picked for this season is actually a sort of more like final way to close it out.
Which episode did you pick as your favorite from this season, Cody?
Oh well, I just want to do a wrap up of Simpsons roasting on open fire before
Sure,
we go
yeah.
on. But
Yeah.
is there any last thoughts you guys have? Or
It's a very touching way to start the show, and it perfectly encapsulates everything that this family is to each other.
for sure.
I think that.
And it's got Tawonga, the Santa Claus of the South Pacific.
Oh, yeah.
a barely clothed Lisa Simpson.
Yeah.
No, but she's juggling fire.
Yeah. That girl is on fire.
Wow.
Alright, so what is yours, Cody?
Yeah, mine is the 12th episode of the first season. It is called Krusty Gets Busted, directed by Brad Bird.
Who would later go on to direct The Iron Giant and The Incredibles and Ratatouille.
You know,
Yeah,
That Brad Bird.
And that one Mission Impossible movie.
Oh, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol.
Yes, the
Yes,
fourth
the fourth
one.
one.
I got a fun fact.
Oh, so that's where Ubisoft got the idea for that Tom Clancy game.
I got one.
That's Ghost Recon, never mind.
I got one fun fact about Brad Bird, and I'll let you continue.
Yeah.
So me and Evan saw him live in a TIFF conference. He was doing a director's chair,
Oh, yeah?
and he was talking about his involvement with The Simpsons because he was a creative consultant for like
Yeah.
a good number of years, maybe until season 5 or
That's
something.
true.
At least
Yeah.
for a good portion of the 90s.
Basically, the highest point of The Simpsons, he was
Yeah.
involved, and he also improved the animation his own. But anyways, like he was like working on so many projects. He just finished, and he was just not really happy. And his mom was like, "You're working yourself too hard. Can't you just do something fun, something nice?" And he's like, "All right, I'll do The Simpsons." And another fun fact about Brad Bird is, you guys remember the song "Do the Bartman"?
Yes.
Okay, the
Yeah.
music video was actually directed by him.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
And the creative team behind it was like, there's no way we can accomplish all these ideas that you have for this music video. Because if you look at the animation, like, even though the models are kind of sloppy compared to the actual show, the animation is actually kind of ambitious for a Simpsons episode. And he pushed his team, and they actually managed to pull off something pretty cool with the music video to do the Bartman.
Wow.
So
I
yeah,
didn't know he directed that.
Brad,
Wow.
yeah, Brad Bird's pretty linked to The Simpsons, which I think is pretty cool because he's a good guy.
He needs to come back.
Brad Bird, you're not doing anything right now. Stop making it Tomorrowland 2. It's never gonna happen. Go back to The Simpsons. Have fun again.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing.
Everyone did.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Krusty Gets Busted. It's pretty much the premise of this is we get. I mean, I know he popped up in a few episodes prior to this episode, but we're introduced fully to who Krusty the Clown is. He's the entertainment kind of like kid show.
He's a television personality.
Television personality, and Bart looks up to him entirely.
His whole room's decked
His
out.
whole room. He's his number one fan, and one night Patty and Selma are coming over to show a nice slideshow on their trip, and Homer's really looking forward to that, as he always is. So he goes out to the Quickie Mart and he's buying ice cream and a few other things, and then as he was leaving, he accidentally steps on the foot of who we think at first is Krusty the Clown, just wearing a bandit outfit. And he has a gun, and he holds up the Quickie Mart.
Homer has the best reaction ever.
Yeah, just jumps into a pile of ice cream.
Yeah, it's a pile of chips.
Oh, a pile of chips, yeah.
Yeah. Heavily salted snack treats, as the the prosecutor was saying later on. Krusty holds up the Quickie Mart, and then later on, Homer describes him, and he's like, "Oh my God, that's my kid's hero, Krusty the Clown." So it cuts to Krusty having like a nice evening by himself. He's not expecting anything. He sits down and relaxes. This whole place gets bombarded by cops, and they arrest him. And the news breaks out, and it breaks everyone's heart, especially Bart.
Of course.
And Krusty goes to trial, and they asked him, how do you plead? He just goes, "I plead guilty, Your Honor." And he's like, and the lawyer's like, "Tell him, no, you're supposed to be." He's like, "Oh, no, never mind. I plead not guilty. Never mind."
Oh, wow.
He had no idea what to do.
Wow.
But basically the premise of the episode that's kind of the setup. It's a long setup, but basically the premise is that Bart believes that he is innocent, and him and Lisa team up to try to like figure out what was going on that night.
Yeah.
And what I love about this episode is it might be the most perfect structured episode in season 1.
Yeah.
Like I really love the subtle little setups that they have in this episode that later on pay off wonderfully. Like some of these setups, and this is what I like about just like certain movies and shows in general, is that when the setups are so subtle that you don't even realize that they are a payoff later on, and it's kind of like rewarding you that you were paying attention that much. Like for instance, like Krusty's illiterate. He can't read or write. He had a pacemaker that was established, and then that pays off later on when they realize, wait a minute, he was heating up a burrito in the Quickie Mart, so that can't be him. And he's illiterate. How is he reading those magazines in the security cameras? And they're like, "Oh, look at Krusty. He's so sad. His feet are so small." And that later on ends up being the twist at the end, where you find out that the
Sideshow.
well, no. What's like his profession?
His sidekick.
His sidekick in the show, Sideshow Bob, who gets humiliated and shot out of cannons, and he's hates his job clearly. Ends up being the one who framed Krusty, and it's actually a pretty wonderful surprise. But the episode kind of spoils itself. It's a bit of a critique I have on it, where after Sideshow Bob says, "I can't help to think about poor Krusty," and he goes in the other room, starts crying, but then he starts laughing like a maniac. I think the audience is sort of. I think the audience is sort of like, "Oh well, clearly he's the one who framed Krusty," because I think if they would have cut that part out, and we, the audience, discover it through Bart's point of view when he says, "I know on this show I have mighty big shoes to fill." And then it dawned on big shoes to fill. Yeah. That should have been the moment we discover it with Bart. Oh my God, he's the one that did it. But honestly, that's a little bit of a critique, but it doesn't even matter because it's a wonderful episode.
When Evan and I saw Brad Bird live, they showed that specific part of the episode on a really, really big TIFF screen.
What part? What
the part where Bob laughs.
Oh, he laughs.
Yeah. He does his evil maniacal thing, and it's so big and stretched out, and the animation is not that good anymore.
That's funny.
And it's high
definition.
definition.
You can kind of tell on the screen that big.
And Brad Bird was like, "Man, we made that episode. We did not want to put it on a screen this big."
Wow. Yeah, because of the animation quality.
Yeah.
But speaking of something being that big and the presence being that big, how about Kelsey Grammer?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Kelsey Grammer.
I think
that's how we came to know of Sideshow Bob. Well, his presence is a large part of why that character has I don't know the right words other than has become as relevant at later Sideshow Bob themed episodes. You'd be able to really get a lot into, he's not just the typical sort of villain character. He has depth to him. And obviously later on at some points he isn't always the villain, but this was a great sort of basis for that.
Yeah, because he ends up becoming a reoccurring villain.
Yeah.
And every single season he pops into
not
one
every
episode.
There are a couple of seasons where he dips out, but after Cape Fear in season 5, he comes back every season, and then there are a couple seasons where he doesn't show up, and so on and so forth.
Well, he just has so much fun in the role. My God.
Yeah.
Well, one quick little thing I'll say about it, and then we'll move on, is that I love how Krusty Gets Busted kind of dives into that idea. Can we still appreciate who a famous person was for what they were famous for, or what their good deeds were, or do we look at him as now a criminal?
Yeah,
Sideshow Bob brings up an interesting point where it's we have to move. I know it's been such a shock, for all of us with Krusty doing this to us, but we have to move on. Maybe we don't have to remember him as like this criminal, but as this lovable personality, and it kind of raises interesting questions just about like today in terms of like moving on about like certain people that have done horrible things, like how do we deal with it, kind of thing. Like,
well, personally, after Kevin Spacey got Me Too'd, I was in complete shock because I'm a huge fan of like not the guy himself or anything he ever did,
just his like performances.
His egregious like crimes and violations of human decency. Exactly. I can't forgive him for that, but the stuff he created like on the screen is outstanding.
Yeah.
And I remember like friends of mine were saying every time a new actor got Me Too'd like 3 years ago when the movement took off, they were saying I'm never watching stuff with this guy in again. Ben Affleck, I saw one guy saying I'm never watching anything with Ben Affleck again. I'm never watching anything produced by Harvey Weinstein again. And I'm like, I think you're missing the point. The point is not to cancel out everything they did. The point is to hold them accountable for their actions in the real world. But yes, that's an excellent point, Cody. We have to have a conversation about appreciating their art, like somehow.
Yeah,
because
it's not easy to separate the art from the artist.
Yeah,
sure. Certain people have that. Like, it's difficult.
But
anyways, like that. I like that. I like how that. I mean, because a lot of episodes in the first season were just sort of like kind of simple, straightforward, and everything is resolved by the end. But at least this episode kind of stood out to me where there's a little bit more depth going on with like Bart and like how he was feeling about Krusty and social things and just the structure. I love it. It's great.
And one last thing before I get into my pick, very quickly.
Okay.
There's a reason why Krusty the Clown looks so identical to Homer Simpson. That was at one time not a coincidence because they originally were going to have a B plot of the show where Krusty the Clown is actually Homer Simpson's dual identity. And Bart worships Krusty but hates his father. That plot...
That would have been clever.
It would have been clever, but it proved too complicated for the show's already haywire this way and that continuity, so they just dropped it.
But, and then they just reused it into a plot for season 4 or 5?
Yeah. We'll get to that one later. But
okay.
What's yours?
My favorite episode from season 1 would have to be Bart the General. Now, to give some
context...
That was
very close to being one of mine at one point.
Me too.
The plot of this episode, in the way that Krusty gets busted, introduces Sideshow Bob so masterfully. This episode introduces one of the most iconic bully characters in the history of all entertainment. His iconic laugh is a meme. I'm referring to Nelson Muntz. Ha ha! Yeah, perfect. So, but in his first appearance, he didn't sound as like all innocent and charming. He was like,
I'm gonna hit you again tomorrow, Simpson.
Yeah. So
Nancy Cartwright did the voice for both of them.
Oh yeah. Nancy isn't it weird that all the characters Nancy voices on that show are boys?
Yeah.
I mean,
she does the voice of Maggie.
Yeah, whenever Maggie like cries or something like that.
Yeah, she makes those noises.
But going back to Bart the General, this episode introduces Nelson, but what would later become a hilariously charming character is an evil, like, I'm actually afraid of this bully character. Nelson is just a force to be reckoned with, and Bart gets on his bad side to the point where Nelson's like, I'm gonna beat you up daily. So this episode, rather than go for the classic teach a kid how to stand up to a bully more, which a lot of 90s media was 80s and 90s media was big on this at the time, they have Bart declare war on the kid, and this all starts because he goes to Grandpa, who is a seasoned war veteran, and Grandpa goes to one-armed Herman, who is batshit crazy, and they declare war on Nelson to the point where like Bart recruits all the kids and trains them how to aim water balloons correctly. He sends them on honest to God. He sends them on marching drills. Now, as I'm talking about this plot, and by the way, the conflict resolution is hilariously charming because they just resolve it like they would any other playground scuffle, even though like it took like city streets. It turned city streets into like water balloon strewn war zones. It's really funny.
There's a part of me that feels bad for Nelson just a little bit. Like, imagine
You're kind of supposed to.
You're minding your own business with your friends getting squishies, and you are just being bombarded by every kid in the block by.
He had it coming.
So many water balloons, you're just getting drenched, and even your like friends abandon you and surrender.
Oh, yeah, those two lackeys who never show up again.
Okay, so
I think they were in one other episode, but they never have names. We're probably not supposed to know who they
They're
are.
just
Really.
background,
yeah, those two lackeys you never really see again in the show's history, and for the rest, Nelson's companions are later on Jimbo Jones, Dolph, and Kearney from that point forward.
Yeah.
But for the setup of an episode, it's done well.
I like those guys.
I will say this. I want to give some context. As I was describing the plot, scenes in the episode are almost shot for shot, animation cell by animation cell replicas of scenes from the movie Patton. Now, The Simpsons loves, and I mean loves, to parody classic cinema.
They also do Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, there's parodies to Full Metal Jacket. There's the whole episode in general is a parody of Patton because of the whole Patton's leitmotif musical theme is in the episode, and there's even a scene where they parody one of the most egregious actions Patton does in the movie, where he fucking slaps a soldier and he has to publicly apologize for it. I feel
send them off to die and
now,
God
am I the
but for some reason you can't slap them.
General George S. Patton was a little nuts, but this guy Herman is completely out of
Yes.
his mind.
So
We can't lose.
So am I the only one out of this quartet tonight who has seen Patton? I think so.
I have not seen Patton.
Oh, so Josh and I have seen Patton.
I haven't seen it yet. It's very long.
Yeah.
You magnificent bastard! I read your book.
Yeah.
I watched your film.
Yeah. So, anyways, the way they parody classic cinema and just do homages of Patton is brilliantly done, and the whole episode is in itself a heartfelt and funny experience. Yeah. A lot of my picks are heartfelt and funny experiences that have impeccable social commentary.
And even if you're not aware that it's basically a parody of Patton, it's still a wonderfully exaggerated episode.
Yeah.
But there is one thing in this episode that's always bothered myself, and then I later on met a buddy of mine named Pat, and we also love The Simpsons, and we shared the exact same problem that we have with this episode. It's a tiny little bit of a story flaw that we noticed.
Yeah.
During Bart's daydream in his classroom, when he's fantasizing that he's dead and everyone's at the funeral, Lisa says, "I'm so sorry, Bart. I feel like this is all my fault because of me bringing cupcakes to school. If I would have just given you this cupcake, this whole ordeal wouldn't have happened." And it's like, no.
I know. I rewatched the episode recently, and I actually caught that too. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all. It's not your fault at all. Why are you taking blame?
Yeah.
It's like this whole thing happened because you brought the cupcakes to school, and the friend of Nelson was getting his hands on it, and then one thing leads to another.
Well,
but
she felt guilty.
It had nothing to do with him or with her not giving Bart a cupcake. But
yeah.
Honestly, that was the only thing I noticed. But
all right.
But one brilliant thing that happened in the episode that this is why Simpsons was sort of ahead of its time and was kind of being very touchy and seeing what they can get away with Fox and all that is Bart's teaching Bart what to do, how to handle himself, right? He's like, "Here's what you do, Bart. You hit him right in the family jewels, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And then later on in the episode, Bart goes to see Grandpa, and Grandpa's writing he's typing out this angry letter to children's or to TV advertisers. He's like, the following is a list of words I never want to hear again, and he names a bunch of them, and then he goes, "No, family jewels is another word," and I'm like, "Oh, you are so brilliant. You are so ahead of its time." Oh my god.
One of the funniest part in that episode is when they're having the big water balloon fight and Grandpa's up in the treehouse throwing balloons. Homer's like, "Hey, you kid, get out from there!"
Yeah.
And Grandpa throws him and hits him right in the head. And he's just like, "Oh, who is that? Where are your parents?"
The following three cool wars: the American Revolution, World War II, and the Star Wars.
Oh yeah.
If you'd like to learn more about war, you can visit your local library. Many of them with cool, gory pictures.
Yeah.
And there are lots of books at your local library.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. The pullback of to make it seem like it was one of those a very special episode things.
Yeah.
It really was.
Is that a wrap on season 1?
I think it is. Overall,
Alright.
it's rough, but it's got some classics.
Yeah, I mean, it's overall solid, but yeah, it was just a taste of what was to come.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a nice seed of what's gonna come. It just needs to flourish.
All right.
And that's how a lot of shows are, quite honestly, so I can't fault it too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just fun to nitpick the animation and all this stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there's a charm
And the
to
voices and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Season 2,
Season 2.
coming for you.
Alright, who's starting this?
Was that intentional rhyme or not?
I don't know, I think it just came naturally.
Close enough.
Alright, so who's going first?
Let's have Josh go first.
Yeah, let's go, Josh.
Alright, so my pick for season 2 is one that I think the message of actually is still pretty relevant today in terms of, cultural reactions to media and art
Absolutely.
and things like that, and that is Itchy and Scratchy and Marge.
Yes.
So essentially, it's established a little bit in season 1 that Bart and Lisa watched this really violent cartoon called Itchy and Scratchy, which is the Simpsons universe sort of homage to Tom and Jerry, which for the time they were kind of violent towards one another, but Itchy and Scratchy is basically like if you took Tom and Jerry and you added a lot more gore to it, and basically it would be like if sort of like the Robot Chicken or the, I guess, Rick and Morty of the day, something that is extremely violent and crude, yet all the kids love it for some inexplicable reason. So basically, Maggie watches Itchy and Scratchy one day, and of course, being a young baby, she's easily impressionable.
Monkey
And
see,
she
monkey
basically-
do.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was saying monkey see, monkey do.
Ah, yes, pray for Mojo. That's later. So then basically, she sees Scratchy get hit on the head by a mallet, so she decides to do the same thing to Homer, and it goes about as well as you'd expect.
That was a really
And
good
so-
homage to Psycho.
That was
So
the
Psycho,
funniest-
yes, with the
funniest
string
thing.
stings in there too.
The paint instead of the blood rolling down the drain.
Yeah, that's again. It was like how Bart the General was for military movies, Itchy and Scratchy and Marge was for horror movies, like, and especially that's like a perfect homage to Psycho. And then she runs away, but then Marge finds this out, and of course she basically writes a letter to Itchy and Scratchy's creator, Alex Myers.
Roger Myers.
Roger Myers. I'm mixing up the voice actor and the character. That's probably going to happen again. But basically, that's the beginning of her banding together with a lot of other Springfield women to ban violence in children's cartoons, which essentially the Itchy and Scratchy creators are essentially forced, and they have no choice to make over Itchy and Scratchy into a pretty, kid-friendly, they love, they share, they love, they share,
Oh, no.
love, share. It's basically very watered down, and the kids stop watching it.
Yeah.
And they all go outside.
And play!
And
Go
then the
figure.
sun burns their eyes. No. But then they get used to life without Itchy and Scratchy. But so then Marge starts protesting against other sort of forms of violence and other things in art. And then it comes to a head when the statue of David is coming to the Springfield Art Museum, and everybody wants Marge to protest, but she refuses to because she sees the statue of David as what it is, a work of art that she doesn't see any problem with.
Yeah.
And obviously Itchy and Scratchy goes back to being violent after that, but that's an effect that I see definitely affecting Marge's character development in later seasons, as well as even, I would argue, Lisa's, even though she's not really in this plot as much. The whole point of, something that you think you can stand for and that you're supporting, moral equality in the world, but yet there's always a flip side to every issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just watching this episode recently, and I came to that conclusion that there's no right or wrong with anybody's point of view.
Yeah.
It's all just how you perceive art in a certain fashion.
And I think the bigger thing is, especially in terms of people are very easy to protest the use of violence in media and how, but at the same time, violence is more accepted in most forms of modern media compared to anything sexual or anything to do with any sort of implied or explicit innuendo about anything.
Yeah.
It
And
is very true.
I don't know why that's you would think sex education would be something that, we could be using the media to better prepare young people for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
There was, just for the sake of context, there was a political controversy where the right-wing conservative government of Ontario rewrote the sex education curriculum for kids and school-age children in Ontario to an outdated version that was like deemed outdated since the 90s, and people were making jokes about how the show Sex Education is going to do more good for kids than the actual government's mandated curriculum. It was so crazy.
I almost forgot to mention, in the episode, they do poke fun at Marge in Itchy and Scratchy. It's like this sort of naggy squirrel kind of character.
Yeah.
Don't do that! Don't do that! Hey, don't do that!
And they chop her head off.
Take that, you dumb squirrel.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's not like the breaking point, but I thought it was a good sort of central point of what Marge's character, because it's a early Marge, like season 2 is very much a Marge season.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
At
Yeah,
some points.
I noticed that.
One
too.
of the first.
Yeah.
And by that logic, would you say that season 2 is a very Bart-centered season?
I think Marge and most of the characters get some like pretty equal development. Maybe not Lisa and Maggie so much, but definitely Marge, Bart, and Homer. With I'd say Marge and Bart being the two that are like at the center. Although also I would argue a secondary character gets a big focus in this season as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Burns.
Yes, because he's the focus of several episodes.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're talking about any of these ones, but this is based on, like, he was only in a few in season 1, but with stuff like 2 Cars in Every Garage and 3 Hours in Every
Yep.
Fish,
Yeah.
Rush with Greatness, Blood Feud. Like, he immediately becomes, like, one of the more prominent secondary characters from this season on.
Yeah.
He's practically an antagonist at
Yeah.
this point.
Like, we talked about how Sideshow Bob shows up once a season or once every other season. Mr. Burns has many episodes where he is like the main threat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
Lyle.
Any final
Oh,
thoughts?
sorry. Yeah.
I'd say Itchy and Scratchy and Marge is more topical now, I would say, than it was in 1990 when it first aired, which is a common theme you'll see with some of our picks. And I think definitely if you want to understand sort of the reason, it's like an issue I have with why movies with violence seem to get rated a little more lenient than movies with any sort of sexual depictions.
Yeah.
I think this is a good, definitely an episode you should check out, as well as sort of like seeing the origins of Itchy and Scratchy in terms of like how they affect the youth of Springfield in some sort of way. I would recommend you start here.
Yeah.
All right.
And if you want to deep dive into the history of Itchy and Scratchy, which is also another just wonderful parody about like it just making fun of Disney and Warner Brothers and all that, watch in season 4 the Itchy and Scratchy movie.
That's a good one.
When they go into like, you know, the history behind Itchy and Scratchy.
And for another episode where that explores how controversial it was as to who created the show, because the issue of plagiarism does come into play. Check out season 7's The Day the Violence Died, which guest stars Kirk Douglas as a hobo who... Yeah, he rest in peace. Kirk Douglas in that episode plays a hobo who actually did create Itchy and Scratchy, but got screwed over by the big corporation.
Yeah.
So...
All right, Lyle.
Onward and upward.
Next up, my pick is
season 2.
Probably one of the biggest tearjerkers I've ever seen this show. 1 fish, 2 fish, blowfish, bluefish.
Oh god.
I rewatched this in preparation for this. I'm actually, the end does hit harder than I was expecting.
Yeah.
So the episode is basically, I guess the Simpsons always eat the same thing every week, and Lisa is tired of it. This was before she became a vegetarian, so she was willing to eat things like pork chops, but like, she's like, why don't we do something different? Why don't we go have sushi? And Homer's like, oh, fine. It'll make you shut up. And so they go to a sushi restaurant. Would you say sushi was kind of a novelty at the time? Like, it's not as mainstream as
in
it is now.
1990, I would say, yeah, but blowfish was the point you're trying to make, is that was an extremely controversial dish because only the finest cooks in
I was gonna get into that. Basically, Homer gets pretty hooked on it. Honestly, he eats almost everything on the menu.
Yeah.
And he wants the blowfish, which has to be what's the
Prepared
word? It has to
properly.
be prepared very particularly, or else it's toxic. But the only like master chef, is too busy canoodling with Mrs. Krabappel.
Oh goddamn!
So they gotta get the rookie to do it, and he fucks up. And Homer eats a really bad blowfish sushi, and he's taken to the hospital. He's like, Homer, you have 24 hours to live. And so Homer's like, oh no.
Well, 22 hours. I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Oh god!
And he reads the pamphlet. It's like, so you're going to die. Aw. So Homer makes a bucket list of everything he wants to do the next day.
Yeah.
He sleeps in and he has to cross
No,
off
Marge,
half
Marge
the list.
makes him sleep in. And
I don't think he makes him
just-
sleep in. I think he slept in and Marge just assumed he looked peaceful there and didn't want to wake him up.
Yeah,
He's like, there'll be
exactly.
plenty of time for me to look peaceful.
There's plenty of time for me to sleep. No, I gotta live now. So, some of my favorite moments with Homer are in this episode. I love the videotape he makes for Maggie. He's like, "Hi, Maggie. If you're watching this, that means I'm a ghost. Woo! Hope I didn't scare you." And then,
Yeah, he gets interrupted.
Bart! Fred Milhouse is on the phone! But my god, my favorite moment with Homer and Lisa of all time is in this episode. Like, Lisa's practicing, and typically Homer hates listening to Lisa play. And she's like, "Hey, Dad, you want me to shut this off?" It's like, "No, let's hear it." "Really? Why?" "I just said, listen, I want to hear your gift, okay?"
Let's all sing it together.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to be in this grandpa. When the saints go march for there.
There.
Oh, over there!
It's such a beautiful moment between Homer and Lisa.
And the decent amount of time that is devoted to Homer and Abe's relationship.
Oh yeah,
that is
he spends
genuinely
so much.
wholesome.
He spends so much time with his dad that they usually win because, well, his relationship with Grandpa is like really tenuous to say the least.
Yeah.
Especially if you look into his childhood, it was pretty sad.
Yeah.
But the time he spends with Abe is great. Really nice stuff. Stuff I think we should all do with our dads sometimes. Yeah, just out of the blue.
And any of our loved ones that are still around.
Yeah, of course. But and then like Homer's like trying to race home. He gets arrested by the cops for speeding of all things. And then Barney has to bail him out, and he lives right across the street from the prison. "Oh, am I gonna get $50?"
Well, that's a good impression of him. Shit.
He's the only character I can do decently, oddly enough.
I love his answering machine. Nobody's here. Nobody's here. Nobody's here.
Oh, future singing ability.
Yeah.
But anyways, so he bails him out. I think he gets a beer at Moe's, I think, and then Barney's too drunk to drive, or like I think it's been a while since I've seen the episode, and then they get a flat tire, and Homer just has to fucking deck it home.
And it's a parody of The Graduate.
Yeah, there's a parody of
Yes.
The Graduate. He barges, he like looks in the windows, he's like, "Marge! Marge!"
Even just the acoustic before that when he's running kind of sounds like
Simon Garfunkel,
yeah.
yeah.
Many other episodes would later go on to parody The Graduate.
Yeah,
true.
it's a mainstay of The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Good movie. And so Homer and Marge spend the night together. He says his final words to both all of his kids, and I love what he says to Bart because everything else is meaningful, but to Bart he's just like, "Hey Bart,
I like your sheets.
I like your new sheets."
That's one of the funniest lines in the whole show.
Yeah, and then he goes and listens to the Bible read by Larry King, and he's just like reading the Bible.
And he's fast forwarding certain points to
because
find
he's bored. And then like we see him, it looks like he passes on, and Marge like wakes up, and looks for him, finds him in the couch or on the chair actually, and then he's like, his drool, it's warm. And this is the climax. Like, he's alive! He's alive! "Oh, what is it, Marge? You're alive! I'm alive! From this moment on, I'm gonna spend every day like it's my last." Cut to black.
And then the closing credits is just reused footage from the first season in Moaning Lisa episode.
Yeah, he's just sitting on his ass eating pork rinds and watching sports.
That's literally reused footage from that same episode.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Go back to that episode and compare it. It's the same one.
If you cut it at two different points, if you cut it at the part where after he flips out after listening to the Bible and it pans out to the early morning sun, and you put the credits there, that's super dark.
The end.
Yeah.
Or you cut it after from this moment on, I'm gonna live my life to the fullest, and then you put credits there. That's an even more wholesome ending. So
Yeah, but they wanted to end on a funny note and just have Homer
Because he doesn't do anything.
just doing the same shit he does any other
But
day.
that's me being an optimist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I just genuinely love this episode. Like, there's so many golden moments that are just overall...
Bart and Lisa doing the Shaft theme at karaoke at the restaurant.
Shaft! John Shaft.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of... Yeah, I mean, it's not an overtly funny episode, but it has its moments. Yeah. But more often than not, I'm just kind of touched by this episode. Yeah. It makes you appreciate the life you have with your loved ones and how you should really savor those.
For sure.
Yeah.
Growing up, when I mentioned, like, I wasn't watching The Simpsons, but I would catch it on TV a few times.
Right.
One part that I did catch when I was super young that I will always remember because it made me laugh because I related to it is that I always had, like, a really sick sense of humor at dinner time when it came to the ketchup bottle. When you squeeze it and it makes the fart sound. Yeah. I always found that funny. And the very first time I ever saw it in any TV or any movie was just at the very beginning. It was a very quick part where Homer's just squeezing the bottle of ketchup. It's making like... and Bart just starts laughing, and Homer just goes, "Shut up, boy." Shut up, boy. And I was like, I just will always remember that. I was like, I relate to Bart. I find it hilarious, and everyone always told me to shut up.
Shut up, Cody.
Yeah.
That was one part I'll always remember, even before watching The Simpsons. I caught that on TV.
But yeah, so that's up that one fish, two fish, blowfish, bluefish. It's very powerful.
I love it.
Yeah.
Is there anything else, or should we move along?
I'm good to move on.
Yeah, let's move
We summed it up.
I've said my piece.
Yeah. I can talk about, speaking of heart episodes that just tug at the heartstrings, I'm going to give you one that had one of the Simpsons' first, like, monster superstar guest stars, Lisa Substitute.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So, the plot of the episode is, it's a scenario that everyone who has ever been to conventional elementary school can relate to. The teacher, Lisa's teacher, gets sick, so she has to take some downtime, and the substitute is called in. The substitute is Mr. Bergstrom, played by Dustin Hoffman, except
the graduate himself.
Yep, and there's even a scene where Mrs. Krabappel's hitting on him, and it's like, "Mrs. Krabappel, you're trying to seduce me."
Yeah.
Like I said, this show parodies The Graduate multiple times.
Yeah.
But the thing I like most about this episode is, to give some context for who Lisa is, she is the smartest person, without a doubt, in her family, to the point where she feels suffocated by her own family members, and no family member is more overbearing or suffocating on her soul than Homer. At least in this episode's context. So, Mr. Bergstrom basically is the teacher that we all wish we had, and I actually deeply related to this episode because back when I was roughly Lisa's age, there were occasionally, not often, but occasionally, some substitute teachers where they were better than the teacher that we had on full-time basis, and we just never wanted them to leave.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So, unfortunately, that's back when, I think until about 4th or 5th grade, then we start to treat the substitutes like shit, and we still feel really bad for them. But sometimes a golden substitute will come along, and they're better than the teacher that they're replacing. Mr. Bergstrom is that teacher. He's deeply creative. He's deeply funny. He is just everything Lisa wants in a teacher, and
a father figure too.
And a father figure. That's absolutely right. And there's a bit of a. I don't want to say it's too suggestive, but there's a part of her that deeply loves this man. Not in a romantic.
Don't stand so close to me.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't go that way, thank goodness. So the episode doesn't delve into that territory, but she really just looks up to him.
There's one moment where she's literally like, "I love your Semitic looks," or something like that, and he kind of raises his eyebrows, like, "Ugh."
Yeah, because it's like, is this conversation appropriate, little girl? So, but it's a very platonic kind of love. Like she loves him as a mentor, and that's a love that isn't often explored in today's culture. So, basically, the inevitable happens. Her teacher comes back, Mrs. Hoover, and Mr. Bergstrom has to go, and it's mirrored. The scene where he leaves is a very similar setup to the ending of Rain Man, which also has Dustin Hoffman. So there are a couple of subtle references.
Oh yeah,
that
was intentional.
He comes into the episode. He comes into the class dressed as a cowboy, a reference to Midnight Cowboy. The train is a reference to Rain Man, The Graduate, and a bunch of other stuff he did. So he gives Lisa a note that is probably one of the most profound pieces of advice that you can ever get. I'm gonna ask that don't spoil it until I don't have the heart to say what's on the piece of paper because it's so deeply profound. And Mr. Bergstrom just says, "Goodbye, Lisa, honey. If ever you feel like you're feeling down, read the note." And she reads the note, and you guys gotta do the honors because I'm getting choked up over here.
The note itself.
What does the note say?
You are Lisa Simpson.
Yeah, it's very, and that kind of hits home because like sometimes we aspire to be like people who are better than us, but sometimes our own person is the best person we can look up to, and that's the greatest gift that he gives Lisa. Mm-hmm. There's also a very funny B plot where Bart runs for class president against Martin Prince. It's kind of like the underdog takes on the establishment, and the establishment wins in the most backhanded kind of way.
Isn't that relatable?
Yeah, well, except we're living in a real life simulation, or not even a simulation, a reality where the underdog took on the establishment fucked up, and the underdog won by a fluke. So,
yeah.
So anyway, the only constructive criticism I have about this episode is it goes from being a kids-centered episode, like it's centered on Lisa and Bart, to a Homer-centered episode in the last 2 minutes, which is a little jarring, but it's for a good reason.
Well, I mean, Homer had to redeem himself.
Yeah, because...
he had to prove that he was a worthy father figure.
Yeah, because there's a scene that I forgot to mention where she begs against his will. He takes Lisa to the Natural History Museum where Mr. Bergstrom runs into them, and Mr. Bergstrom has like a heart-to-heart talk with Homer about how, like, you know, like Mr. Simpson, does she have a father figure in her life? And Homer, the question just goes over Homer's head as per usual, and he's oblivious to the impact he has on Lisa's upbringing until it hits him square in the face like a sledgehammer, where she screams at him, "You, sir, are a baboon!" And it's really haunting.
I don't think you know what you're saying, Lisa.
Yeah. And then Homer just realizes that, yes, he is a baboon, but he's Lisa's baboon, and he's going to do anything for her. So that it changes the focus of the main character in the last 2 minutes, but it's
he also cheers up Bart and Maggie, too.
Yeah, that's true.
3 for 3.
And then the episode ends with him like going up to Marge and saying, "Well, how'd it go to Lisa?" "Marge, don't say another word. I am on the biggest winning streak of my life." He scoops her up, and then that's the end of the episode.
Yeah, that's a really great episode.
I'll explain to you afterwards.
Yeah.
Different one.
Yeah, you're getting a little ahead of yourself there, but...
I know. See, I'll be honest, with the earlier seasons, I remember bits and pieces of it, but I mean, I can't really add a whole lot other than what's been said already, but
exactly.
There is a trend of, like, some of the bigger guest stars going under pseudonyms.
Yes, and your pick in season 3 is going to establish that, but first...
Indeed.
I've said all I can say about Lisa Substitute. It's a favorite for a lot of people, including myself. Check it out.
If I may add, Lyme disease can happen to anybody.
Yes, that is true, except in Miss Hoover's case, it was psychosomatic, which actually really adds to the hilarity of it. So yeah.
Wow, so we're like 2 for 2 for emotional episodes.
Yeah,
what
so
do you guys got?
Yeah.
Cody, what's on your agenda?
All right, mine. Well, I have to just briefly say I didn't watch Lisa Substitute that much. So upon rewatching it when it came on Disney Plus and I was doing a bit of a binge, I grew a little bit more appreciation for that episode, even though it's not one that I know like word for word and all that, but like for sure it holds up.
Yeah.
My pick for season 2 is episode 15. Oh brother, where art thou?
Yeah.
This episode, this episode reminds me of what later on The Simpsons would be, where it would start off with a very tiny, loose little situation that bleeds into kind of a build-up of what the story is going to be about, and then the rest of the episode kind of leads from that. It's like the beginning has nothing to do with what later on is going to be, right?
Yeah.
So it kicks off with Grandpa in the movie theater watching just a typical generic action film, which I love the character of McBain. It makes fun of that persona so much from the early 90s of just those very generic, like, shoot-em-ups. So, and Grandpa's just appalled from how horrible the movie is that he goes to complain to the manager and he's, like, nearly going to have a heart attack, which he does. And then he goes to the hospital and Homer's there. And and Grandpa was saying, you know, I almost died. I should really tell you the secret, Homer. You have a half-brother. So Homer is like obsessed afterwards to try to find this half brother. His name is Herbert Powell, and all he knows is that he lives in Detroit, Michigan, right? So he calls all these Herbert pals, and then he ends up thinking, oh, there's no hope. But wait, there's this H pal there. It's a long shot, but here we go. Calls up this guy. It ends up being Herbert Powell, and his half brother is a wealthy millionaire who owns a car dealership. So the Simpsons embark to Detroit to meet their long lost relative. Now, what I love about this episode is that it really dives into the idea that you shouldn't be so clouded over the excitement about meeting new family and having that cloud your judgment, because it is just so horrible what happens to Herbert in this episode.
Yeah.
You really feel bad for Herb.
I feel so bad for it
He
because
kind of brought it on himself.
But it's
though.
hilarious.
he had a dream. He had a dream. Like, I want to tap into the average American, which is who Homer is. And I should also point out that Homer is my favorite character on this whole show. He might be one of the funniest, if not the funniest character I've ever seen in anything.
Yeah.
I am partial to agree.
And
yes.
I'm gonna have to agree too.
And he
He's really
embraces that, the American dream, the average man, right? So Herbert saying, well, here it is. I have a brother who is the average man. He's an average schmo. I want him, he ends up hiring Homer to design this car for all Americans, all the Homer Simpsons alike. So as they're getting to know Herbert and their bond, and the family's having the best time, like bonding with them, showing them Itchy and Scratchy episodes, going to the zoo and all that, Homer designs a car that I think Herbert should have been around more at the office to kind of inspect to see how things are going.
He
Because
might have gone
Herbert, he may have gone too far in a few places,
Might have
as
gone too
George
far in a
Lucas
few
said
places.
about the Phantom Menace. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Herbert does not see this car until literally the launch party,
Yeah.
right? So the curtains open up, and here, Lord and behold, is this piece of garbage, overproduced hunk of whatever that is.
This
Simply known as the Homer.
The Homer, the car,
This-
or the car built for Homer, as they called it in a few
Yeah.
Oh,
games.
I'm thinking of it when it was in the Road Rage and Hidden Run. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh no, it was called the car built for Homer in the show, or was it in the games? I forget.
I forget the actual name of it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
you
I
can.
think
you
it might
can
have
drive
been
it.
the show.
Yeah. Oh, it was one of the two. Yeah. But anyways, Herbert is appalled, and what just breaks him completely is when he finds out what the sticker price of this car is. What is-
$82,000.
$82,000, which puts him out of business, out of his home, and Homer literally says, wow, you lost your business, your house. I can't help to feel that I'm partially responsible for all this. And he just snaps, partially responsible? You are responsible for all this. As far as I'm concerned, I have no brother.
You sponge brain.
And then Lisa just says the perfect line, his whole life was a success until he found out he was a Simpson. And then there was a bitter. And then what was nice is that the whole episode, if you actually pay attention to it carefully, Homer is just a dick to Bart the whole time, right? Until even the very end, Bart says, Dad, I liked your car. And Homer's like, oh, thanks. It's like, aw, a little bittersweet, a little bit of hope in their family,
Well, I'd drive it.
Now,
And then by
that
the
is
time they're
extra
about
large
to leave
cup
Detroit,
holders.
Grandpa finally gets there.
oh yeah, so
And
Grandpa's
the entire thing.
Grandpa's excited to see his millionaire son, and all Homer said, get in the car, Dad, I'll explain on the way there. He's like, oh, I knew you'd blow it. He just takes off in the taxi he came in.
Wow. God
But
damn it.
I mean, of course, there are obviously more heart-filled episodes in this season than this one, but I just love how this whole episode is just one giant punchline.
Well,
to
it
just
is a
admit-
funnier episode.
It's just
for sure.
one giant punchline to the misery of Herbert, and I feel
And
so
part
bad
of
for him.
part of what makes this episode really good is not only the writing's really on point, but Danny DeVito's performance as Herb.
Yeah.
Oh,
he
yeah.
really sells the character.
Yeah, for
Oh,
sure.
Danny DeVito's great in this episode.
He's great. Yeah.
I was gonna make a joke about how the gang goes to Detroit.
It's always
Yeah.
sunny. I got that.
And and that's especially worse because Danny DeVito is is the guest star. Yeah.
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 I think that's it for
I was
season-
also happy to see
Yeah.
him come back later. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
which is one episode.
He
that
came back once more, and that was the last we heard of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't watch that episode as much, but I probably should again as a double feature
It's a
after I
good
watch.
episode to
That might be
follow up
nice.
on, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
What was the name
Brother,
of it?
can you spare $2?
Brother,
Oh,
can you
yeah.
spare
Yes.
2 dimes?
Yes.
Right.
All right. So yeah,
The
that's
answer is no.
So I guess that's a wrap on season 2. How do we feel about it?
It's super heartfelt, but the humor was coming into its own. Another
It's getting better.
noteworthy episode that we mentioned, Bart gets an F. It hits this heartfelt, heartstring tone, like there.
I think what this season did was, like, while the season 1 was kind of like just scenario based, I think this one set a lot of building blocks for the characters.
For sure.
It set a lot of the ground for what we'd later know as the actual Simpsons.
Yeah.
You can almost look as every episode in season 2 is like character driven almost.
Yeah, there's a lot of development here, and while I wouldn't go so far as to say it's the funniest season, it really was a key cornerstone in what we know today as the Simpsons.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not my favorite season, but I do think it's a very important.
Oh
season.
yeah, I love a lot of episodes in this season actually. Like I definitely think it's an improvement off of the first one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I respect it. It's getting to the point where there's certainly more. Like there's about as many hits for me in season 2 as there are misses, but it's slowly getting to the point where it's one consistent episode after another.
Yeah, and we're gonna get to those definitely.
Yeah.
All right,
Moving on to
season
season
3.
Who wants to start this one off?
Well, it depends. Do we want to bring out the big guns, or do we want to work our way up to that?
I'm willing to start.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
So my season 3 episode is I did change it on the fly, but my episode is Homer Alone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not Bart the Lover.
Yeah, I changed my mind. But Bart the Lover is a good episode too. But I like Homer Alone because basically the episode is Marge has just had enough. She's basically carrying the entire weight of the Simpsons on her back because she's literally the only one who really does any of the chores, does any of the early morning stuff, and she doesn't get so much as a thank you for any of it. And it bottles up inside of her, and she gets into this massive meltdown on a bridge that just blocks all the traffic. And Homer's like watching on the TV, going, he's like, "Isn't that your wife's car, Homer?" "Oh no, my wife loves me." And then she rolls down the window, and he's just like, "Oh no." So eventually they calm her down, but it's apparent that Marge really needs to take a break. So she takes a little personal vacay at a spa, Rancho Relaxo. Yeah,
Rancho Relaxo.
Yes.
That's the name of it. And to further illustrate how important Marge is to this goddamn family, Homer has to take care of all the entire family himself, and he doesn't do a particularly good job. Get almost to the point where he literally loses Maggie because she's trying to find Marge because she misses her so much.
Yeah.
So I love when Homer has to sing her a lullaby, and I'm not sure if he's just overly tired or like completely wasted because I think Barney was there with him. So I guess he was wasted. He's like,
And it works a little too well.
Yeah, he knocks himself out. Oh, Homer. And I love the frantic search that he has to have with Barney, and Barney's like, he's like pulling something from behind, from like under the house or something. He's like, "Be careful, Barney, he'll rip her arm out." And he pulls a pipe out and water sprays everywhere. And Marge is like, "Oh, I'm coming back." It's like, "Ah." And and the whole time, I think Lisa and Bart are staying with Patty and Selma. And they're just like suffering every minute of it because Patty and Selma are like really, really gross aunts that you just don't want to spend any time with. Yeah. And it culminates with a really, really, really tired Simpsons family finally reunited with Marge, who finally realizes that, every now and then I need some me time, guys.
Yep.
It would help if you could do a chore or two, too. And they're just like, yeah, whatever. And then they all sleep together in the same bed. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think that's a very cute Marge episode where it's like she finally gets to literally let her hair down and not constantly be at the burden of her family.
Yeah.
Well, because you have a good point about how this episode showcases that Marge is the foundation to this whole family.
I think she's the rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she holds it all together, and then you find out throughout this episode how disastrous it is without her.
Yeah.
It's like that episode where she gets arrested.
Yeah,
You
that's
remember
right.
that one?
Marge and
Simply
Chains.
for
Yeah.
trying to help out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was thinking Marge on the Lamb, but never mind.
Yeah.
No,
Marge on the
so-
Lamb, she outruns the cops in
Yeah.
this
I
episode.
love in that episode. It's a side note. It's kind of off topic, but I love it. It's like, so how are things at home? We flushed a gator down the toilet. Now it's trapped, and now we have to feed it. And Grandpa's fighting it off with a plunger. He's like, I want a piece of me, eh? Ah, you ain't gonna get it, see? And his dentures fall into the crocodile, and he eats them. Oh, gosh darn it. So yeah, really, like, Marge is, like, the rock for the Simpsons family. It just holds them together, keeps them in check, keeps the house clean, keeps them fed, keeps them organized. So yeah, I don't know, I just like that episode. It's one that I always remember from season 3. Maybe not the best of the best, but just definitely a gem in my eyes.
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
I can go next.
Now, why don't you go, Evan?
Sure.
Yeah.
The episode one of my favorites is Radio Bart. The plot of this episode.
Oh, yes.
The plot of this episode
That's a
is
great one.
I love
Homer
this episode.
to avoid a parental fuck up. Homer buys Bart a recording device, and right after the best present Bart gets is a label maker, courtesy of Patty and Selma. Bart's new favorite birthday gift is a voice recording device. It's like a Rapmaster 2000 or something, where you basically can hack any radio within a certain radius and speak into it and just pull pranks on your friends and family and all that nonsense. So Bart has, the time of his life with his toy. And then one time he takes things too far and he puts a radio down a well, and he pretends to be this kid named Timmy O'Toole who is stuck down there. And the whole town flocks to this kid's, aid to try and get him out of there. Oh, they don't really do much. They just kind of...
They don't do anything,
It-
which is what I noticed
it's
I
after
just
rewatching.
stand there and sell merchandise.
Yeah, no, it's a giant publicity stunt, and then...
Celebrities make a song in his
And
tribute.
I was just about to get to that.
Yes, I love that part.
One of my favorite musicians of all time is Sting, and he
Yeah.
guest stars in the episode. And the song they perform, "Sending All
We're
My
sending
Love."
our love down the way. Do we
And
want
we're
to sing it, or do we want to just
sending
start
our
over?
love down the
Yeah.
Down the well, all the way down.
Yeah.
We're sending
And then,
our love down the
and then-
well.
So then Lisa comes to Bart and says, "Hey, Bart, you're real," because she discovers who Timmy O'Toole really is, and she says, I could report you, and you're gonna get in a shitload of trouble. And it's like, they'll never trace it back to me, not unless you put the name Bart Simpson on that property of Bart Simpson on that radio of yours. So then Bart's like, oh fuck, that really did happen. So he has to go down the well himself to retrieve the radio and end the charade. But while he's going into the well to get the radio, he himself becomes trapped there.
Karma.
And karma, yeah, that's the karma. That's the karma twist. And when they discover it's really Bart Simpson stuck in the well, no one except his own parents gives a flying fuck. It's so sad.
I mean, understandably so. It's not going to be the first. It's not the first time. It's not going to be the last time that Bart screws with Springfield, and they understandably don't want to have anything to do
Yeah.
with him.
Telltale Head, remember?
Yeah.
Season
That's
one?
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, what happens is, Homer and Marge tearfully decide we're gonna dig our boy out ourselves. So they build a parallel mine shaft to go get Bart.
Well, they
And
just dig a massive hole.
They dig a massive
basically.
hole next to the well, and they get him out that way. And then, thanks to Sting, his mom and dad, because they insultingly shoved
They push
Sting
him
out of the way.
I
It's yeah,
love it. It's like, well, yeah, I'd do anything for a fan. I don't think Bart listens to any of your music. Marge, he's the best digger. Be quiet.
and because Sting takes off his shirt and is all muscular.
He is very buff.
He really
He
is.
has a great physique.
Yeah. So that a great episode. There's the tearjerker part of the episode is when Bart is like crying like in the radio or through the well, just telling his parents like what he's never gonna do, because Bart reaches a moment where it's like, yeah, I deserve this, I accept my fate, and Homer's like, not on my fucking watch.
It's both heartfelt and funny because the things that he says that he'll miss out on is hilarious.
Yeah, like shaving a swear word in your hair.
lighting a cigarette and yeah,
Yeah.
it's a perfect combination. Oh, and
And the whole part about like the townspeople coming together to try and help Timmy, I think that was actually a pretty brilliant send-up of stuff like Live Aid, Hands Across America, a lot of other charity initiatives that would have been more topical around the time the episode aired. But it makes sense.
And then they ended off with making sure that nobody falls down the well ever again by just putting a little sign that's like 30 feet away, just saying, "Oh, well, ahead, keep away."
Yeah.
It's like not gonna.
Yeah, they don't board it up or anything. They just say.
And isn't that the Springfield way?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, as long as the sign is idiot-proof, wink, wink, they'll be fine. Yeah.
I can't. I just simply can't.
Yeah. So that's one of my favorite episodes.
That's a good one.
It's wonky, and it guest stars Sting. That's points for me.
Well, that's points for you for sure.
Yeah.
I love earlier on when he was messing with people with that radio thing. Marge puts Maggie down to go to sleep. She turns around and she just hears, "Mama, Mama." Marge is like, "Oh my God, Maggie, can you say Mama again?" "Sorry, lady, show's over."
And there's another running joke that Maggie will never truly speak of her own free will.
Unless Elizabeth Taylor's involved.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah.
That's later.
All right, who's next?
I think we've stalled long enough.
Cody. Did Cody go?
No, I didn't.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
So
Cody
Cody and Josh still need to go.
All right, so my favorite episode of season 3 is episode 1, Stark Raving Dad. Now, I know that there is a elephant in the room with this episode that I will address.
Yeah.
I will
Its
address
name
it.
is not Stampy, by the way. I want that stricken from the record.
What's that?
Its name is not Stampy, this metaphorical elephant.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
pun of the night. Pun of the night, people. Oh my God.
Hey, the night is
Pun
still
of the night
mostly
so
young.
far.
Pun of the night so far.
Josh, isn't this your episode as well?
Yes, that's what I was saying. Well, we stalled long enough because there is that elephant in the room,
Yeah.
so we might as well address it.
So, okay, well, there's no way to get into it without just saying like what the premise is, but people will know what we're talking about once we get into it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
basically, this episode is all about. We're just about a day or two away from Lisa's birthday. That was established at the very beginning, and Homer's gonna be late for work, and he's trying to find his shirt and everything else. I'm messing up. I can't talk. And I'm on a podcast.
Okay, so Homer's going to be late for work, so he needs a shirt.
He needs a shirt.
And then
yeah.
Marge gets the laundry, but to Homer's horror, his shirt is pink because Bart had to go and put his red cap in the wash with Homer's whites.
Dagnabbit, Bart.
Yeah.
Which at the time he thinks, oh, it's no big deal, whatever, it's a shirt. But as that panning shot comes in with all the workers filing into the
Oh
plant,
God.
the one pink shirt amongst all the white, that apparently is enough to
He
be a red
stands out.
flag for Mr. Burns.
He stands out like a sore thumb. Yeah.
And so from that
Okay,
point, basically the entire thing of Homer wearing the red shirt, they basically question his sanity to the point where he has to fill out like a questionnaire, except he's so lazy he lets Bart do it for him. So as a result, they put him in an asylum.
Yeah, because he just checks C or all the
He
above.
checks
And
everything.
the controversy around this episode centers on who plays the man he meets.
Yeah. So Homer's mate,
Cellmate.
his cellmate in this institution is a guy who claims that he's Michael Jackson.
One John J. Smith, who you may actually
Yes.
know as Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Homer kind of just goes with it, but us as the audience are thinking, well, this is like a husky, bald-looking guy.
Yeah,
This
ugly-looking dude.
doesn't really resemble Michael Jackson at all, and they kind of hit it off as like friends, trying to get through this whole situation. And then Marge and everyone get Homer out of there because it turns out that he's not crazy, and they deemed him of not being crazy by
You mean
just
there really is a Bart? Oh dear God.
yeah, because Homer lashes out at a Rorschach test of something that looked like Bart,
Yeah.
which is one of the funniest parts. They deemed him as not crazy, but it turns out that this guy who claims that he's Michael is only there voluntarily. So he's like, how about I just come home with you guys in Springfield? So word gets out because of Bart, because he can't keep a secret, that Michael Jackson is coming to town, and everyone's hyped, everyone's excited. They all storm outside of the Springfield house, out of the Simpsons house, and this guy comes out of the limo, and they all are just so appalled, like, oh, what the hell? This isn't Michael Jackson. And they all boo Bart and they go away. And in the background, very sprinkled throughout this whole episode, it just been established that, like, Bart forgot Lisa's birthday. And
shit.
And Lisa took it so at heart because he's always forgotten her birthday. And he said, this year I won't forget. And it just completely ruins her day. And this Michael guy wants to fix that by giving something to Lisa that, like, doesn't have to cost a dime or whatever. Just show her how much you love her through song. So they end up singing together. Bart and Michael end up singing this really heartfelt song. Lisa, it's your birthday.
Happy
birthday,
Lisa. Lisa. Which
Yeah.
is one of the most like heartfelt and sentimental musical
That's a
Yeah.
great song.
Just
of the show.
just looking at Lisa's face, like waking up, like just like totally caught off guard what's happening, and then just seeing her smile, and like Bart knows who she is, like
Yeah.
like adding in lines like, I know you'll be when your heart desire from your
I
first
wish
kiss.
you better than your heart desires and your first kiss from a boy.
And you can see it on Lisa's face. She's so warmed by it. And then later on, this guy just says, oh yeah, so I'm not Michael Jackson. My name is Leon
Kompowski.
Kompowski. Yeah, I was trying to remember his last name. He's like, my whole life I've never, I never had attention before, but until I started talking like this, like Michael Jackson, I suddenly just got attention. And then he's a drifter. He just takes off, and then that's...
Yeah.
I think that's the last we
He
ever see
always
of him.
looked to me like Barney decided to shave his head one day.
It's
Yeah.
true. That's
yeah,
true.
Yeah. It's like Kearney and Barney mixed together.
Now,
Yeah.
obviously, in 2019, it's a bit of a touchy subject about Michael Jackson. I get why Fox and Disney pulled it from syndication.
At this point, it was
and-
firmly Disney because this was after the acquisition stuff.
Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't
Here's-
before Disney buy out Fox. Fox removed it from syndication.
In order,
Or-
yeah. Basically, the order of events
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
in January 2019 or February of that year, the 2-part documentary Leaving Neverland aired on HBO, and that really, really made Michael Jackson's name look bad. Like 9 years after the
Well,
fact.
there was a lot of like.
Well,
Yeah,
for
almost 10 years
decades.
at that point.
He was struggling a lot
Yeah.
with his public image.
So then Fox said, okay, we're pulling the episode. We're not airing it on reruns ever again. And then Disney acquired Fox, and then they said, okay, when The Simpsons goes on Disney Plus, that episode is the only episode out of our 500 plus library to be exempt.
Which was
And
weird.
herein lies the issue I have with these decisions because there are a lot of other more problematic either homages to people that were never on The Simpsons in the show or actual guest stars that have done other things, and those episodes are still there. So to remove something that I'd say it's a really enjoyable episode, but the reason I think I can't speak for Cody on this obviously, but the reason why I picked it is because to act as if this episode never existed is to do a grave disservice to the cultural, like the juggernaut that The Simpsons was at that time. They were able to pull in such a cultural musical worldwide force like Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the time.
And like the fact that it wasn't only this episode, he wrote "Do the Bartman," which was a pretty big song in 1991. Like it was everywhere,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's still a bop.
Oh yeah.
And it was weird on Disney Plus when it launched. When I was going through the episodes, it would show episodes 2 to like 22 for season 3. But now, if you go on it today, it's Lisa
Yeah.
Goes to Washington is now
Yeah, Mr.
listed
Lisa
as number 1.
It feels like it's a little. It's like it's cheating in a way.
Yeah.
And the whole thing, I remember James L. Brooks saying, it's our book. We're not necessarily removing a chapter, but we're allowed to take out a page. But it's such a vital page to take out. I mean,
Yeah.
It could have been worse. It could have been an episode in the middle of a season, but to take out something that basically establishes, like, the beginning of the first truly solid season of the show like this.
Yeah.
Like, granted, I also remember as soon as I saw that the episode was going to be pulled, I decided to look on eBay to see if the prices for the season 3 DVD sets were going to go up, and wouldn't you know it, I was right.
Oh my
wow.
God! I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing. As soon as something becomes, it's another example of the Streisand effect. You tell people they can't do something,
They do
they're
it.
going to want to do
Yeah.
it even more.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
God I kept my seasons 1 to
Same.
9 on DVD because while I was like preparing for this podcast, that was the only time I had to pull out the old DVD and just put that in to watch Stark Raven Dad.
I was gonna say it's been a long time time since I've seen this episode. I didn't have the opportunity to see it on Disney Plus, so I never picked it up.
No one can.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one can.
It's
Well,
over.
The neat thing about it as well is in terms of the animation, like they do capture the moonwalking part when
When he's dancing
Leon
in
is
the-
dancing in the asylum. The singing parts are obviously not Michael, but
Yeah, there's
like,
a dis-
how can you
the
tell
fact that on
easily?
YouTube you can't actually listen to a demo of Happy Birthday Lisa that Michael actually does sing, and
But for legal reasons, I don't understand. But for legal reasons, they could have him speaking, but they couldn't have him singing.
Yeah,
I think this is more a case of Disney not wanting to be guilty by association, and the whole point is that we had reached a point in pop culture where it was okay to like Michael Jackson again for like most of the 2010s, and then just kind of seemed like as it was like pretty stable, it's like, oh, okay, now it's not cool to like him again,
well,
or
it's
it's
like
not
when they made the
normally
episode,
accepted again.
When they made the episode, I think it was part of his contract that he wasn't able to sing, so they had to get like
Yeah, they had to for
like
that reason.
like a stunt guy to do the voice, like an impersonator.
It's not really me. I used a stunt butt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different thing.
Mhm.
But I'm happy that at least on here we can just bring this episode back to life a little bit because
Yeah.
I
It
mean
deserves mention.
yeah,
it's a
like
great episode.
and you can look at it, you can take it or leave it for with Michael Jackson. Like he's credited as John J. Smith.
Mhm.
And even in the episode itself, like it's not Michael Jackson in the context of the episode. The only time they're just praising him is just because they were fans of his music back then.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. It's not endorsing who he was personally. It's not saying that, it's not getting into any of his allegations or anything like that. But what the point is that what Josh and I are trying to explain is that, yeah, this is like this was a bang on first episode of a solid season that established like emotional stuff. Like it shouldn't just go to waste like that, you know? Yeah.
You
that's
could
for sure.
argue that most of the episode revolving around, well, a quote-unquote guest star, I'm using that term loosely, but it also sort of sets the groundwork for future episodes that would be centered around a major guest star. Whether they be good or bad remains to be seen, but it sort of reminds me of what Warner Brothers does with the really, really culturally inappropriate Looney Tunes shorts that they will air the disclaimer before. That last line of, they present them in the original context because to do otherwise would be to act as if they never existed.
Disney Plus has done that too with a lot of their releases. from,
Yeah.
like,
Well,
the
they just
early
put like
days.
may contain like something
Out- like a side-
culturally
they say
outdated.
outdated cultural depictions.
Yeah.
Is what they put.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's interesting though.
Mhm. that's a
So-
good.
It may not be a Homer focused episode, even though he is in most of the episode, but it's still important nonetheless.
Yeah.
It's a good note to end season 3 on. So, what do we think overall of season 3?
I think that this is when Homer started using the voice that we know him to use today.
he's no longer Walter Matthau.
Yeah, Cody. I literally told Cody this a
Yeah,
couple days ago.
a few
That
days ago, yeah.
Let's go fuck some frosty chocolate milkshake.
yeah, Dan Castellaneta based
Donuts.
yeah
Oh, no.
the original voice of Homer that Dan Castellaneta created and brought to the show was based off of Walter Matthau as like this klutzy father figure that Walter Matthau sounded
Yeah,
like.
this grumpy guy. Yeah.
Yeah. But then this was when Homer found his voice.
Oh, for sure.
Mhm.
Literally and thematically.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
on to season 4, I believe.
This is where it really gets good.
This is debatably.
Season 4.
This is debatably one of the best seasons of The Simpsons.
Absolutely. This might be my favorite
Yeah.
one.
I go back and forth between 4 and 5.
Oh, if you would have said 4 and 6, I would have been like, I love you, Josh. We're twins.
Six is really good too.
Yeah.
I just think we're gonna get to 6, but there are some duds in that season for me that kind of put it a little below 4. But
Yeah.
Okay.
it's debatably between most fans whether this or 5.
I picked 5 personally.
Yeah.
That's mine. But anyway, season 4. I believe, Josh, we have the same one. Marge versus the monorail.
Yes, we do.
Monorail.
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 Mono.
Don't!
That is my favorite Homer moment. Like just
A lot of my picks either have to do with music or there's a musical aspect to them.
well,
The
naturally.
monorail song maybe it is one of the best musical moments in the entire franchise.
Absolutely.
Phil Hartman's Lyle, like
God damn
smooth
it.
talking snake oil salesman Lyle Lanley, which while a nod to the Music Man, just the whole point of selling Springfield a faulty monorail, and Marge realizing that she's the only one who can stop it. Homer being a monorail conductor. Just this whole thing about like having to save the day with like taking a letter off the monorail. Leonard Nimoy. Just Leonard Nimoy.
You'd think
I know I'm going out of order with the plot, but
well, there's so much to talk about. Holy
well,
fuck.
the plot. I'll let Lyle or Josh recount the plot.
Well, you were counting the last plot, so I guess I'll take a stab at it.
yeah.
So I think, it starts out with like Mr. Burns jamming radioactive waste into
yes.
like trees, and like
Into the playground.
yeah, and it's like, oh, the last tree took 20. What the hell? But anyways, he gets caught red-handed, and you think he's gonna go to jail forever, but of course not. He's the richest man in town, so he buys himself out. But with that settlement, the citizens of Springfield have a debate on what they should do with the money. Now, Marge, being the only sensible one in the room, is like, maybe we should invest in the roads that are getting way too
Fix the
fucking
pothole
bad.
on Main Street.
And then like other people are like saying random boring shit or stuff.
Well, Apu had a valid point. Like, spend it on more police officers because I have been shot 6 times this year, and as a result, I almost missed work.
Yeah, that's a good point. Almost missed work.
Funding the
Because
police.
it's Apu, man.
We're gonna get into Apu later for sure. But
Yes.
But then this swindler over here named Lyle Langley. Every Lyle in every show I've ever seen, or even in movies, is just just a total asshole.
The only other...
I am poorly misrepresented, guys.
Yeah.
There aren't too many of us around. God damn it. But anyway, so Lyle Langley basically sells them on the idea of installing a monorail in the not too big town of Springfield. And they're all suckered into it, and they're like, yeah, let's do it. So a portion of the episode is dedicated to building the monorail, but you get the sense that Lyle is not up to snuff. There is something seedy going on. And but hey, the monorail comes in and everyone loves it. They want to ride. There's some celebrities on board as well.
That's how they get Leonard
It's a
Nimoy
big public
into the
event.
episode.
That's why Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah.
Doesn't he like Mayor Quimby confuses him for one of the little rascals?
No, it says, and may the force be with you.
Do you even know who I am?
Yeah.
I think I do. Weren't you one of the little rascals?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So like, how to piss off 3 different fandoms with one guest star.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the comedy factor in this episode. Some of the most quotable pieces of dialogue you'll find in the show.
This is hands
like
down
when Marge finds the
funniest.
family of opossums in the emergency thing.
I call
the big one Bitey.
I call the big one Bitey.
Bitey.
Apparently, one of 2 of Matt Groening's favorite lines from this whole show is, "I call the big one Bitey," and donuts. Is there anything they can't do?
Yeah, when it lands on the donut.
I mean, Leonard
stops it.
Nimoy actually has some good moments as well. There were 3 really particularly good lines. The whole when the eclipse is going on, and he's like, "A solar eclipse, the cosmic ballet goes on."
Can
Does anyone want to switch seats?
Yeah.
I remember when
And
he's...
then the
What's
second
the
one,
other
when
two?
Krusty's going to jump out of the monorail, he's like, "No, the world needs laughter."
Yes.
Oh God, we miss you,
And the-
we
and
miss
the
you,
last-
Leonard.
And the last one, it's like, I saved the day, yes, again. What? You didn't do
I was like,
anything.
"Well, looks like my work here is done." "What do you mean your work is done? You didn't do anything."
Didn't I?
Didn't I?
And he gets beamed up.
Yeah.
And then
That's
Lyle,
what that,
what's his name? Lyle.
Lyle Langley.
Lyle Langley gets what he deserves after he takes the money and run. He's on the plane, and the plane announcer says, "We'll be taking a quick short stop in North Havenbrook." And he goes,
North Havenbrook.
Why does that sound so familiar? Oh no! Oh no! And they're waiting for him there.
He gets lynched.
Because he sold
No,
a...
that's part of what Marge finds out, that like all the other towns he sold monorails to, they were built very shoddily, and they broke, and they lost a whole bunch of money.
No.
She travels to, I think, was it Ogdenville?
I think it
I
was
think it was
Ogdenville.
Ogdenville.
Yeah.
I built monorails in Ogdenville, North Havenbrook, and there's another one. Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
You guys
Something.
have incredibly
Yeah.
good memory of this stuff.
Is there a chance the track could bend?
Is there a chance the track could bend? Not in your life, my Hindu friend.
Yeah.
Something's only choice. No, it's like, I swear, it's Springfield's only choice. Throw up your hands and raise your voice.
Monorail.
Monorail. One more time.
No, it's a brilliant episode.
Yeah.
Definitely, I'd say
It's hard not to love this
I
episode.
think a lot of people agree. It's like easily on the top 10 list of highest,
Absolutely.
one of the best episodes of the entire show. So naturally, we'd share a spot there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on Marge on the Monorail versus the Monorail?
It's a fun time.
Great episode.
It's just a fun episode to watch. There's
Actually-
nothing really character changing about it. But it's one of the ones where, Marge can kind of be a bit of a skeptic at times throughout the series, but it's a good case of where her instincts usually tend to be correct about things.
Another interesting fact about this episode was that it was one of the few that was actually written by Conan O'Brien.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
he
How
used
do you
to be,
mention that? Yeah.
he used to be one
And
of
it
the
shows
show.
that he's always a really good writer.
And at the time, before it came out, a lot of the cast and even the writers and the creators thought that this was going to be a very bad episode because it kind of leans into more like out there humor. Like there's one point where like Burns is like, "Oh, I'll take the money," and everyone gangs up on him, and Smithers fires a bat grapple and zips out of the room.
Yeah.
There's a lot of surreal humor that's just kind of out.
Oh, that was Mr. Snrub?
Yeah, Mr. Snrub.
Mr.
I like.
Yeah.
I
Just putting a fake mustache on.
I like the way Snrub thinks.
Or even just like the Bart fantasizing to destroy the school with the ants. Like
Yeah.
a lot of like very
It wasn't-
surreal shit like
It
that.
wasn't me.
Yeah.
It was the butterfly. Was that the one?
Oh,
No,
that's
that you're
different.
thinking of
That's a different one.
Round Springfield.
Lisa the Vegetarian, we'll meet
That
again.
one's coming up soon.
It's fun. It's fun. Although
Yeah.
I wonder if Springfield really ever did put light rail transit in there. Would it take as long as Ontario's has been taking?
Ah, good point. Yeah.
Topical. All right, who's next?
Don Valley Parkway, more like the Don Valley parking lot.
Yeah. But wait, so I think we covered
Yeah, we're good. Who's
so,
next?
Cody, do you want to go next or?
Yeah, I can do this. Yeah. My episode of season 4 is Lisa's first word.
Oh, I love this one.
Now this is
It's
a
either
very
this or in Maggie Makes 3 for the flashback episodes. That's like
Yeah.
the best, but this one's really good.
Yeah, for sure. So this, the premise of this episode is that it started off with the family just hanging out on the couch, and they're just trying to see if Maggie can say any word, and then they get into the story about Lisa's first word. Well, at first, they actually go into briefly about what Bart's first word was, which was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I can't even spoil it for people. They just have to see like that little bit. If it's on YouTube, just type in Bart's first word. It's probably like 10 seconds. It's the best 10 seconds of your life. So they go into the story about how Lisa came to be, like what Lisa's first word was. So I'm trying to remember what was the previous episode when they were, or maybe it's the same one. I'm getting it confused. But like they lived in the apartment before the house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the Lower East Side of Springfield.
On the Lower Side of Springfield.
Yeah.
What was the episode where it kind of expands on that a bit?
I Married Marge.
I Married Marge. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So
I love that episode.
I was trying to get the two together. So it's just it's an episode about early in the 80s when they were hanging out, or they were living in downtown east side of Springfield. Marge is pregnant with Lisa. Homer has hair, and Bart is still that good old troublemaker that we love today. So when they find out that there's going to be twice more love in the house, which Homer mistakes of having sex in the morning, they find out that they're gonna have another baby.
Yeah.
So they buy a new house that we know of what it is today, the infamous
Evergreen
Terrace. And but when Lisa was born, Bart tends to get kind of jealous, and it's very relatable to anybody who has a newborn in the house, any newborn sibling. So Bart does very hilarious ways to get Lisa out of the house because he's jealous.
Yeah.
Things like putting her in the mailbox, putting her in the doggy door of the Flanders house next door. And what's kind of cool is that you actually get to see like little tidbits of like how the Flanders meet the Simpsons, and little things like that in this episode. But what's so very sweet about it is that when Bart at the end decides, I want nothing to do with you guys, with this family anymore, and Lisa, I have you to blame because I'm not getting any of the attention. Lisa just goes, Bart, 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 Bart. And he's so ecstatic over it. He shows the family, and it's such a sweet episode, but what really just ties everything nicely into a nice little bow is that it'll cut to like the future where Lisa and Bart are still not getting along, and Bart puts Maggie down to sleep, and he's saying to her,
Homer brings him to sleep.
Oh, what did I say?
You said Bart.
Oh, sorry, but Homer puts Maggie to sleep, and he says,
I hope you never...
I hope you never say a word. And then as he leaves, Maggie just takes out her pacifier and says, Daddy.
And who said Daddy?
Elizabeth Taylor.
Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah.
And what I love about it is that this is just a great story that even if you have not seen The Simpsons before, this can arguably be like a great gateway episode to The Simpsons in a way.
Yeah.
Because it establishes everyone so nicely at the beginning. You get their backstory, and you can just go from it from there, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's just a great story, just in a nutshell. You don't even have to have it associated with The Simpsons. It's just really great writing.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
I haven't
It's got
even
those fun little moments in it too.
Yeah, like I haven't even gotten into all the funny moments. Yeah, there's so many.
The B plot, which is kind of running through the episode, is it's set during the '84 Olympics, where Krusty Burger's doing this promotion,
yeah.
where if
Yeah.
the U.S. wins in a particular event and you have a scratch card and you happen to, I guess if they win, you get a free burger or something. And of course, this is when the Soviets boycotted that Olympics, so Krusty's out $44 million because the Americans win every event. But Homer's happy because he gets free burgers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You people are pigs! I personally am gonna spit in every 50th burger!
It's like a newborn baby and a free burger. Is this the best day I have ever had?
Could this be the best day of my life?
Homer.
That's a different one.
Yes.
Of course, Homer walking down the street singing "Girls Just Want to Have Fun." Ooh, that's foreshadowing. I get it now.
Oh, and even just Bart calling Homer the whole time.
Yeah.
No,
Yes,
call me
and then,
Daddy.
Of course, Lisa starts doing it.
Yeah.
So just so you know, I think all of us except Lyle have siblings. I am the firstborn in my family, and that episode is very touching, and a lot of it's very relatable, where like you're jealous of the newer younger sibling. I have been jealous of my younger brothers so many times.
I have no doubt that if you have siblings, this episode would really strike a chord with
Yeah.
you. Me, not so much, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It's still a really
Unless
good
you
episode.
are the newer younger sibling.
That's true. So yeah, great episode.
Not much to say about it, but it's definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's great.
But I have to digress that this is out of a season that is like one of my favorites, and it was so hard. It was like choosing between my own kids, and I just kind of went with a safe one with because honestly, I could talk about season 4 all day.
Yeah. Now my favorite episode is it can be summed up in one little jingle called Mr. Plow.
Mr. Plow.
That's my name.
That's
My
my
name
name.
again
My
is
name
Mr.
again
Plow.
is Mr.
That
Plow.
was very close to being my second pick.
So the plot of this episode is Homer is as Homer does. He trashes both his car and Marge's car. So on one
during a blizzard. It's like,
Yep.
oh, at least I got him too. And the
Yeah.
family just standing
And
out.
one of my favorite jokes, there's tons of iconic jokes in this episode, but one of them that's underrated in my opinion is like when he's talking to the insurance.
Oh yes,
When he's talking to the insurance agent, he says, "Now before we can write your check, this Moe's. What kind of establishment is this? Don't say you were at a bar. But what else is open at night? It's a pornography store. I was buying pornography."
You know, like you do.
I asked my mom back then what pornography was
Oh
because
my
of that
God.
episode.
Oh no!
God damn
That
it,
was the first
Simpsons.
time knowing what the word pornography was because of Mr. Plow. I had to ask my mom what that was, and she had no idea what. I don't even know. I don't think she said a word.
Of all the episodes Cody would teach you about pornography, of course it'd be called Mr. Plow.
Yeah. Oh man, that's too funny.
Phrasing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
New pun of the night. Oh.
yeah.
So basically, then Homer needs a new vehicle. They go to an auto show, and somehow
And
they
then
wrote.
they run into Adam West.
Yeah, they run into Adam West, and he's promoting the Batmobile, but rather than sell it or buy the Batmobile, Homer buys a snowplow truck on the premise that this thing pays for itself. Because Homer decides to plow driveways throughout the winter. And he gets so good at it that he gets the key to the city, he gets a bunch of money, and they also have a really funny instance where the family has to film a commercial with them.
Yeah. It may be on a crappy network, but the Simpsons are on television.
And that joke of, you get TV airtime at 3 a.m. has been done so many times. In fact,
I think it's a dig at Fox,
yeah,
too.
well,
The
SpongeBob...
Simpsons really like to
remember
dig on Fox.
the episode of
Oh, because
SpongeBob?
they have the network by the balls. That's why they're
Yeah.
allowed.
Yeah, they can, Family Guy
By the
does
way,
it too.
just for the record, it is in the Simpsons. It's in the showrunner's contract that the producers of the Simpsons, they have it in their contract with Fox to, basically, you can.
Sounds like you're losing your voice.
Yeah, I am feeling a little hoarse, so I might get a glass of water.
I'll
But
get you one.
yeah, basically
Buddy.
the premise is
Talking the Simpsons
Yeah.
takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, it does. So basically, the plot, the premise. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. It's in the Simpsons producer's contract that they get to poke fun at Fox all they want, and the Fox cannot censor their jokes or take the show down as a result of the parodies. That's why they go to town on Fox as often as they can.
That's pretty great.
So then, basically, Homer buys this plow, and then Barney decides...
Barney was really down on his luck throughout most of this episode. Like, there's one moment where he's, like, giving out flyers for a baby store, and he's dressed in a giant diaper.
Just tell Big Baby sent you!
And then flies out. I was like, oh, okay, come back here. Oh, hey, Ma.
Yeah. He loses his diaper, and you get to see Barney's bear...
That's so funny, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Barney's really down on his luck, and he goes to Homer for advice. Barney literally plagiarizes Homer's business and becomes the Plow King, and he's basically better than the Plow King in every way. He even gets Linda Ronstadt, Latina country...
Linda Ronstadt? How'd you get her? We've been looking for a project to do together for a while.
Exactly, Josh.
Mr. Plow is a loser, and I think he is a boozer.
Yeah.
Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that, like, Barney gets, like, unusually, like... I got a glass.
Oh.
He gets unusually, like, mean-spirited towards
Yeah.
Homer. Like, he shoots out the tires of his plow. He literally... They film him, like, bashing, like, a cardboard cutout of Homer.
And we
That
discover...
kinda sounds like
We
the
discover
whole
something
Post-Up
about
Wars
Barney that, like...
his past with Homer and what Homer has done to Barney,
Yeah.
or at least introduced him to a certain substance that later on would ruin his life.
Yeah.
Because he was on his way to Harvard as in his dorm room way back in the day until I guess his dorm mate Homer comes in. He's like, "Hey, my dad's asleep. Want a beer?" He's like, "Okay, fine. I'll just have one beer." And then we see a montage of him just descending into this drunk, and you realize that it's only just been that first beer. And he's like, "Hey, where have you been all my life, beer?"
Yeah.
It's sad. You
Even
blame Homer for everything.
And Homer kind of just looks at it like, man, I kind of am the catalyst to Barney's entire downward spiral. I don't fucking know.
I laugh. You don't even know how to feel. You just laugh because it's so funny.
Yeah.
I don't know about funny, but yeah. It explains a lot.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I might crack one right now.
Oh, I'll have one.
Alright, sure.
So where have you been all my life? I'm good, by the way, boys. But, so, essentially, the plot takes a really dark turn. Homer, to get back at this corporate espionage asshole, Homer calls Barney and sends him to the most dangerous driveway in Springfield, Forbidden Widow's Peak. And Barney actually goes there to plow the driveway, and an avalanche is inadvertently started, and Barney's life is threatened. So Homer goes after him, and he has to save the man who ruined his business. But it ends on a very touching note where it's like, when two best friends come together, not even God can stop them.
Oh, no.
I'll compete to stop them.
He pulled a John Lennon.
Yeah. And it's like, and then Homer loses his plow, and that's the end of Homer's short-lived business venture. But it's
but he gets to keep the jacket.
Yeah, get some
Mr. Plow. That's my
Yeah. Marge's infatuation with Homer leaving the jacket on is another one of those relationship quirks that's never really fully explored in the future.
Mm-hmm. Well, Homer does roleplay a lot throughout the show, and Marge doesn't really.
They should really consider going into that in the future. That'd be a really healthy dialogue on kinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, for all we know, they may have done that in like season 25 or some shit. We don't know.
We'll get there
Who knows?
eventually, everybody. Just give us some time.
Yeah. So then, that's Mr. Plow. Iconic episode. Not too much else to say.
Oh, it's one of my favorites too.
Oh,
yeah.
I was tempted.
If you're a Simpsons fan, it has to be one of your favorites.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's
It
definitely
just has to be.
Just like Marge versus the Monorail, it's like considered one of the highest. It's one of the greatest episodes that a lot of fans love. That's funny, and it's all in season 4, no less.
Now I wonder if Forbidden Widow's Peak is on the same Mountain of Madness that they went to in season 8. It could all be connected.
There are a lot of mountains.
Well,
in
there's
Springfield.
Forbidden Widow's Peak, Mount Murderhorn, and that Mountain of Madness. They don't have the name for that episode. But,
Just the
yeah.
mountain.
So, if that's all, like, how do we feel about season 4?
Season 4 is when The Simpsons like really started to get into
Fantastic.
classic humor. It's
like,
great.
this is like the first excellent season of The Simpsons.
But what we're about to talk about next is, in my opinion, the best season.
Oh, so you're with me. You agree that
Yeah,
season 5 is the best.
because all the iconic episodes that I quote regularly are in this season.
Yeah.
We're talking about season 5.
And I do love season 5. I just want to
The
point that
fifth
out.
one.
But
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just not one that I always want to be like, I want to return back to that season and binge those episodes. Like, I find 4 and 6 very bingeable.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is like the peak of The Simpsons. So, yeah, I totally... I totally believe you should feel that way.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first? John?
I will.
Has Josh gone first?
Wait, who said that?
No,
I will.
no.
Wait, I think I went. I went first for season 2, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, we're losing track.
We're
But,
kind
yeah,
of all over the place there.
yeah. It doesn't matter. Let's have Josh go first for this one.
Okay. My pick for season 5 is Homer's Barbershop Quartet, which I think might
yes.
also be another season opener if I...
I think it was the
Correct?
first episode
Yes.
of the season.
It
Yeah.
is. It is, yep.
Again, another episode that has to do with music. What a shocker.
Yeah.
So the basic premise of this is while the family's at a flea market and everybody finds some sort of unique knickknacks and stuff, they come across a record of this barbershop quartet called the B Sharps that Homer's face is on. And so he regales his family with the story of when he was in a moderately successful barbershop quartet in the mid-'80s called the B Sharps. And it's a lot of it parallels the Beatles, sort of like a Hard Day's Night kind of thing.
Yeah.
They start off as this like small-time group and they go on to international fame and fortune. Originally, it was Homer, Principal Skinner, Apu, and Chief Wiggum. But after Barney is actually able to sing really well while being completely drunk, they decide to take him in, and he sort of becomes the... If it was the Beatles, he would kind of become like the John Lennon, if you will, which is
Yeah, I'm
actually
trying to
paralleled
think,
later
yeah.
on.
Like
And so-
what does each member represent? Because Barney is definitely the John Lennon. Although
Homer
his,
is likely the Paul, I would
although
say.
it's interesting. They kind of interconnect because like Barney is kind of like Ringo in that he was like a very quick like replacement that just got lucky and got attached.
Kind of.
Just
He's
as
like a
soon as-
Ringo John hybrid because obviously he was a replacement, but he quickly becomes the most popular person there.
Yeah,
And
he grows
Apu's
an
kinda like the
ego,
Ringo.
He,
He's just
and he
kinda
dates
there.
Yoko Ono. So yeah.
And
Yeah.
I guess Skinner's the George Harrison, which
Yeah,
is
'cause he's the
perfectly
funny one.
appropriate because of the 3 episodes that have Beatles guest stars, one which came before, one which came after. I think this is one of the best uses of that because George Harrison is in it for a little bit, but it's really subtle because
It's very
Homer's just-
understated.
Yeah. It's me.
Homer's just eating at the table like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, where did you get that brownie?
Yeah,
Oh, there's a lot
that's
of them.
my favorite part.
And then he comes back later.
Nice.
He eats so many brownies in that scene.
Yeah.
It
What a
was so
charming
funny.
fellow. It's been done.
It's been done.
And then when they get a Grammy, there's David Crosby. So, and then Homer realizes though that like, well, this is all after he tries to come up with a song, and he ends up coming up with a surprisingly smash hit, "Baby on Board," about
Yeah.
Marge's suggestion to put a "Baby on Board" sign so people will stop revving their car intentionally. So
No.
he starts coming up initially with "Baby on board, something something bird board." This thing writes itself. So it gets pretty big, and after sort of he misses his family and fame is getting really difficult to bear, Homer gives the Grammy to the bellhop, and he's like, "Oh, right, oh, it's only a Grammy." Throws it down. Hey, don't throw your garbage down here.
Yeah.
Grammy hits him in the head. And so that's when it sort of mirrors, it's like any sort of rockumentary in a way. There's like the rise, the peak,
Yeah.
the fall, and then the rise again. And so after basically they see, well, Barney starts to become like a beatnik New York poet with his girlfriend, who's obviously supposed to be a Yoko
And
Ono
they do like
sort of
Revolution
mirror.
9.
Barbershop is in danger of growing stale. I'm taking it to strange new places. Number 8. Number 8.
Yeah.
Number 8.
And then
It's supposed to be like a satire of Revolution number 9.
Yeah, number 9. Yeah.
Number 9.
Yeah.
Number 9.
Stop!
But after
It goes on for so long.
they basically end up having to record like jingles for the Surgeon General, and when they look in Us magazine, like, gentlemen, are we hot? We are not. We all went our separate ways. Then it sort of starts to show the characters as we know them now. Apu runs to Quickie Mart, Skinner goes back to teaching,
Yep.
and Homer goes back, and they all reunite on the rooftop of Moe's as like the final rooftop concert
Which
of
is
the Beatles.
exactly
It's a nice
what the Beatles
sort of
did.
parallel to that story, and it's one of the first examples of Homer's brush with being some level of famous, and it's a kind of nice. It is a flashback episode in every sense, but it's a really fun flashback episode I enjoy going back to.
Yeah.
I that's the Simpsons episodes I love that you can identify with, where they're clearly taking inspiration from either society or culture, but it's all these stories that we all know, and it's timeless and you can get it. They're not just pulling stories from out of their ass. Yeah.
No, if you're a huge Beatles fan, like I would say I'm a huge Beatles fan. If you love the Beatles, this is a great episode.
For sure.
Yeah.
It touches on all the bases of their history, which is pretty lengthy. So the fact that they compress it into like a half-hour show is pretty great.
Mm-hmm. And especially the funny foam. They took it off the market because they found out it was poisonous. But if you ask me, if you're dumb enough to eat that, you deserve to die.
Burn! But yeah,
that was fun.
it's a great homage bit to the Beatles and to just music in general. Like, these songs that they sing are really good. I hum them every now and again.
My Adeline. Like, it shows that, I don't know if it's all the same voice act, if it's like one voice actor doing multiple voices, but like the way they layer the harmonies together, it's like, it shows that some of these characters, if they really wanted to, they could put their like talent into something really good.
Yeah, it's like Dan Castellaneta doing
Hank
both
Azaria and
Homer
Harry Shearer.
and Barney. And then it's like Hank Azaria doing
Apu.
and Harry Shearer doing Principal Skinner. So yeah, it's 3 voices.
Yeah.
Are they actually singing?
Yeah, it
In the
sounds
songs?
like it. It sounds like,
I
because
would think so.
when I hear Skinner doing the low notes, it sounds like Harry Shearer.
Yeah.
What's weird is when I looked in the episode guide for this episode initially when I was a kid, for some reason I thought it was Moe. Because the image, the frame, it kind of sort of looked like Moe, but like with different eyes. I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
it's just my kid imagination.
Yeah, I'm looking up on IMDb of Homer's Barbershop Quartet. I'm just looking at the soundtrack. Baby on Board, it's only crediting the writers, but usually they would put who is performing it. But I would assume that they're not showing that because I guess all the voice actors, the cast did do it. So, yeah, that would make sense.
Likely.
Yeah. Unless we don't have anything else to say, I feel like we should segue into Lyle's pick because Lyle's pick deals with something Josh touched on. Homer's first brush with fame, and Homer would have another iconic brush with fame in Lyle's pick.
I was kind of hoping to go last because I like to know a high note. But hey,
Okay,
guys.
fine.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, but
Okay, fine. Well, since you brought me up, season 5, since it's being my favorite season and all, I had a hard time picking between 2 specific episodes. And the reason is that I always watch these episodes back to back because they literally are released back to back. And that is Deep Space Homer and Homer Loves Flanders.
yeah.
I mean, I'll pick Deep Space Homer because it's the more iconic one, but I'll just say with Homer Loves Flanders, I love the T-1000 reference from Terminator 2. I love the when he sinks into the bush, and my favorite line is like when he has the nacho hat. It's like, thanks, Flanders. Nacho man. I want to be
a
a nacho man.
man.
No, you have to bring up the best quote of all time from Buzz Aldrin when they're up in space and he opens up the ruffled chips.
That's like,
Careful!
like
They're
Careful! They're ruffled!
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
They're
I was
ruffled.
talking about Homer Loves Flanders. Those were just the highlights that I love.
Okay.
But I will get into Deep Space Homer because I think that's the better one of the 2.
That
Deep
was
Space
my backup,
Homer.
but one of my favorites from there.
Yeah, Deep Space Homer is basically like NASA is just not getting the ratings they need compared to like basic sitcoms from the 90s like Married with Children. And they realize, hey, we need an Al Bundy to go into space. We need an everyman. And it's like, okay. And everyone's just kind of like, why the fuck are you doing this? This is a really dangerous like mission. And sure enough, they pick between Barney and Homer because I think Homer, like, was he crank calling NASA, or was he just like...
Homer
angry?
was
He was
crank
like,
calling
trying to call
NASA.
him to give him a piece of his mind, or he was looking for Tang, one of the two.
Oh, yeah.
He was
looking
angry
for
at the
Tang.
fact that boring space launches were still
yeah, 'cause
plaguing the TV.
He almost lost the
Oh,
remote. He was
yes.
like, oh, no! Not another NASA
Oh no,
special!
turn it off!
And then, but then, like, Homer, like, blames Barney, so he, like, avoids getting in trouble. But then it's like, alright, congratulations, you're going into space. No, it was me! And they just knock them both out and take the both of them. So, a good
It
chunk
really
of the
wasn't
episode...
necessary. They wanted to go.
I know.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, that guy was an asshole. He just kept whacking people with a club.
You know what one of my favorite jokes is? That same character that you meant, the assistant
Yes.
to the head of NASA, is like, maybe we should finally tell them the big secret, that all the chimps we sent into space came back super intelligent. No, I don't think we'll be telling them that.
Okay, but anyways, a good chunk of the episode is dedicated to, like, trying to decide between Homer and Barney, who's, like, worthy enough to go into space. And, like, Homer struggles because, for once, Barney actually, like... Because you're not supposed to drink during this training and when you're getting ready to go into space.
What? 3 whole weeks with only wine?
I'll go crazy. And then, of course, he has the, quote, non-alcoholic champagne.
Well,
Barney
yeah,
being a decent
ba-
person.
basically Barney becomes like a really healthy, like outstanding
Candidate.
he has an outstanding performance, he becomes a good candidate, and Homer just kind of stays the same. But as soon as they celebrate, because Homer lost and Barney won.
One of my favorite lines I quote when anything like big is about to come out.
Yeah, and then they have some non-alcoholic wine, but because
It begins!
I guess just out of psychosomatic behavior, Barney gets drunk off of it, steals a rocket pack, he's like, flies in there, lands,
Whoa, that did sound exactly like
bumps into the roof, falls over, and misses.
He lands on the roof of a pillow factory.
Of a pillow factory, lands on the ground, and gets run over by
a marshmallow truck.
a marshmallow truck. And by then I was
Well,
just
Homer, I guess you're the winner by default.
Woohoo! Default! The two greatest words in the English language! Default! Default! Oh god, Josh, we're
Where did you
simpatico.
get that from? Sent away?
So, on the mission itself, I feel like the ratings go through the roof, and this mirrors a real, like, historical anomaly in the history of NASA and the public's relationship to space travel, because at the time Apollo 13 lifted off for the moon, the TV ratings were really, really low, but then the famous transmission came in, Houston, we have a problem, and then the ratings went through the roof.
Well, yeah, because it was like a national crisis.
Yeah.
Like, they were actually lost in space, and they
Yeah.
needed to redirect back to Earth.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't think it hurt that the Apollo 13 movie may have come out around the same time as this episode aired, or
1995, no, 1996 or 4.
Alright, let's check
No,
the almighty
1995.
1995 was Apollo 13.
Oh, that's a good year. That was the year I was born.
Yeah.
It was
Anyways,
a very good year.
Yeah, so, like, Homer's sent off into space with Buzz Aldrin and...
Yeah, 95.
The second man on the moon.
yeah.
But the Ray Spanion, it's a fictional astronaut.
See, when I first... For the longest time, I thought that was a real astronaut. Like, just not a famous
No,
astronaut.
Who names their kid Race?
he's an amalgamation character.
Competitive parents?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We get nice songs
There's
from
a-
James Taylor from the episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get stuck in space. So basically, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, like, Homer's trying to do well in his job in the beginning of the episode, but he gets upstaged by an inanimate carbon rod.
Goddamn.
I forgot
carbon
that
rod.
one detail. Fuck.
Oh,
But
no,
then-
That
Rob.
never
comes back
mind.
later. That comes
Never
back
mind
later.
later. Yeah, it plays in later. But anyways,
Yeah.
they're in space. Homer opens a bag of chips to celebrate, and Buzz Aldrin's like, "Careful, they're ruffled."
Careful, they're ruffled.
He's like, "Don't worry,
And then
everyone,
Homer's
I
like,
got
I'll
this."
take care of this.
Unbuckles himself,
Doo-doo-doo.
and the blue Danube starts playing, and he's just like, "Bro-do-do-do-do, hum hum."
Whoa,
hum."
ants!
And then it's so nicely animated, and it's like a brilliant reference to 2001.
And
then
then-
Homer heads
What's that?
head first into
Who's
the ant
queen?
colony,
I'm the queen. No, you're not.
and then it just blows the ants everywhere.
Freedom, horrible,
And then-
horrible
Horrible,
And
freedom.
then Kent
freedom.
Brockman.
This leads
Yes.
to one of the most iconic Kent Brockman memes of
Let
all
me
time.
quote the entire thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we just lost a picture, but what we've seen speaks for itself. The Corvair spacecraft has apparently been taken over, conquered, if you will, by a master race of giant space ants. It's difficult to tell from this vantage point whether they will consume the captive Earthmen or merely enslave them. But one thing is for certain, there's no stopping them. The ants will soon be here. And I, for one, welcome our insect overlords. I'd like to remind them, as a trusted TV personality, I can be helpful in rounding up others to toil in their underground sugar caves.
Oh, God.
That whole thing is just gold. I think it became a meme, too.
And then later, it did...
And I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords. That's like the gem.
Yeah.
I want that to be a t-shirt. I want to wear that t-shirt.
I'm pretty sure it already is to some degree, but...
Probably.
Is the other funny line is, well, this reporter was possibly a little hasty earlier. We'd like to reaffirm his allegiance to this country and its human president. May not be perfect, but still the best government we have. For now.
So, I think they reorient themselves and head back to Earth. They don't even land on the moon.
It's just a routine space shuttle flight where they just do a routine orbit and they want to bring a civilian on board.
That's a good use of the taxpayers' dollars.
Yeah.
Anyway, so like I think Homer opens the hatch just to get rid of the ants or something. He's like, oh, I found a way out. The vacuum sucks everything out, and Homer's about to get sucked. And like they break the lock mechanism on the spaceship, and it's like, oh God, what are we gonna do? We're gonna burn up in re-entry. And then I think they get into a big scuffle with Buzz Aldrin and Homer, and he like is about to strike him with a rod, but then he gets it stuck in the door, and it keeps it closed.
And it keeps the door closed so that they can re-enter
They re-enter safely, and they
while
land.
Rafe and Buzz are humming the Battle Hymn of the Republic, what is Homer humming? A Golden Grams jingle.
Yeah. Homer, like Homer would.
Oh, yeah.
But it works.
But they land, and you think Homer would get some sort of recognition for, like, kind of accidentally, like, saving everybody, but no. The fucking inanimate carbon rod gets all the credit. And,
they were just about to show
nothing, but he does get praise from Buzz Aldrin that Homer was the one. He said Homer was the one who thought.
Yeah, no, but the real astronaut praises fucking Homer Simpson. The real man on the moon praises Homer Simpson, but the media just completely shifts the focus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the episode, I forget the joke it ends on, but then there's another reference to 2001.
It's
where
the baby
what
satellite.
It does, like, Bart, do you have anything nice you want to say to your father? He knows how I feel. Homer, he writes hero on Homer's forehead, and chucks the Sharpie, and then it does thus also sprox Zarathustra.
Yeah.
And then somehow it ends with like a Fox satellite hitting some like baby Homer.
It's a 2001,
the Star Child.
2001: A Space
The
Odyssey.
It hits the Star Child, and Homer's just like.
No.
So yeah, if you love there's so many references to 2001, and also The Right Stuff, which I haven't seen yet, but apparently that's a very good astronaut movie from what I've heard. I haven't seen it yet, but hey. Also another long one. I need to sit my ass down and watch Patton and do the right stuff.
Yeah.
Just
the only question is if they send us to the terrible planet of the apes. Wait a minute, Statue of Liberty. That was our planet! You maniacs! You blew it up!
There you go, Planet of the Apes reference.
Yeah, damn you all!
There's the Itchy and Scratchy cartoon that parallels the episode, also is an alien reference.
Oh God, that's the most violent Itchy and Scratchy cartoon.
Well, facehuggers actually work with Itchy and Scratchy. I mean, ultra-violent alien, ultra-violent cartoon.
Yeah.
But and I love Homer's reaction to the episode because he's going up into space and he's just flop sweating. He's just flop sweating with the deepest gaze in his eyes.
Yeah, I know. If I ever go into space,
I don't want to watch that.
I'm not watching, fucking Alien the night before.
But what's interesting is with Deep Space Homer, I believe there actually is a copy of it on the International Space Station for astronauts to watch.
That makes sense.
That would be
awesome.
That's great. Yeah.
I think Firefly is also up there as well.
Yeah.
Like the first season.
Yes, as a reminder of a show that was canceled before its time.
You can't take the sky from me.
Yeah. So, Cody.
Who's next?
Who wants to go next?
Cody, do you want to do yours?
Yeah. I had to think about it for a second which one episode was mine. Yeah. My episode of season 5 is Homer and Apu.
Nice.
Great episode.
Now, this starts off with, I'm trying to remember the very beginning. I'm blanking for some reason.
The very beginning is always somewhat irrelevant to the main story.
Yeah.
Rarely does, the main, the catalyst for the episode.
Well, that's what I love about it.
the-
That's what I love about it. Like certain episodes of The Simpsons, but for some reason I'm forgetting. But basically, Ken Brockman's trying to find out, or actually, I should say Dateline, or not Dateline.
I don't remember the episode too well, so don't look at me.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember
I
the
remember.
details.
You can look at me.
I'm going too much in the details, but anyways, the television network and Ken Brockman are trying to find out if Apu is breaking the rules of a convenience store
the hot
owner.
dog, right?
Yeah. So they use Homer as a guy to go in undercover to try to find out if Apu is abusing the system, is violating any sort of like standards to convenience stores. They have Homer wear this oversized hat
That has
with
a camera inside it. Yeah.
Yeah, it has a camera inside it, and then one thing leads to the other, where Homer gets scared because there was a bee on it, which there wasn't. He cowardly runs out of the store, and then Ken Brockman's like, that hat has been in the station for years. It only had 2 days left until retirement.
Yeah, he drops the hat at the store, and it records
Oh,
Apu.
Yeah, so it ends up recording Apu dropping a hot dog on the ground and still using it to sell it to a customer. And he says to the hat, well, I won't say anything to anybody. This is just between me and you, smashed hat.
Oh God.
And then news breaks out. Apu gets fired from his job, and he has no more Quickie Mart. And then you think at first he's going to blame Homer for everything. He knocks on the door at Homer's house, and he starts like going towards him with his hands, looking just with no emotion. And Homer's screaming, but he's like, no, Mr. Simpson, this is in my culture. This is how we say thank you. And then you end up thinking to yourself, what? Why is he thanking him? And then you find out a little bit more about Apu, about how he thinks that he's free from living from the Quickie Mart.
Yeah, and he goes into a big song and dance.
That leads into a great
Who needs
another
a Quickie Mart?
Yeah.
Why don't you rhyme with me?
And then there's a B plot in this episode revolving around who's going to replace Apu. So we get good old James Woods, playing himself, who's apparently trying to get into a role, into a film.
Yeah.
Where he has to be a convenience store
owner, yeah.
And he's just so aggressive to everybody.
Yeah, it's like, the fucking cheese! It's stuck in the microwave!
No, I wasn't yelling at you. I was yelling at my microwave.
he almost gives Jimbo Jones. He almost makes Jimbo Jones shit his pants.
Jimbo Jones was trying to give him like constructive criticism because James is like, "Did I come off authentic? Like I don't know. Did I?" He's like, "To be honest, I thought you came off a bit labored, man. You should probably, just let it loose."
I love Jimbo's voice. He's so 90s.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, Pamela Hayden's delivery there.
But then after the musical number, you start to learn that secretly, like, Apu does miss the Quickie Mart.
Yeah, it's part of his life.
Yeah. So him and Homer embark on a trip to India. Are we in India yet? Are we in India yet? Are we in India yet?
It's a weird sentence. In India yet?
Are we in India yet? Yeah,
You just blubbed.
Yeah.
That's a tongue twister right there.
It is a tongue twister. Like, wait a minute. Now we are.
Yeah.
They embark there to go to the ancient first convenience store, it's so funny. They're going out, you think they're going to see like a cave or, some temple. It's just a convenience store at the top of a mountain. It's hilarious. And it provides them with nothing in the end, right?
Yeah.
And then he's now going back to blaming Homer for everything, but he's going to lunge at him the same way of holding his hands out. And Homer's like, no, Apu, I don't need time for your blessing right now. But actually, he's attacking him.
Yeah, he goes to see the headmaster, who's also like the president of the company. He's like a shaman.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cute.
It's weird. I forget how this begins and how it ends, but
I think Snake almost tries to shoot Apu or something.
Oh,
and then James Gunn takes the bullet. James Woods. Two of my favorite James right here.
And there's the episode features a gun too.
He takes a bullet for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
What I love about this one is that it furthers like a dynamic between Homer and Apu.
Yeah.
And it kind of fleshes out. Look, I mean, I know Apu definitely had like a few episodes here and there that kind of focused on him.
But he was always in the background.
He was always in the background. And this one kind of like furthers him in an interesting way, but also kind of contributing him with the main family as well, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
Because he kind of becomes like a big character on the show.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's a very good character, actually.
Yeah.
He's not just merely a stereotype, I feel.
I mean, I think it's because of the little things that happen in the episode that stands out to me, like in the middle part of it. Like, when Apu had to stay with the Simpsons, there's just this hilarious bit where Homer's in the shower, and then he's like he's getting out of the shower, and he's not seeing where the towel is. He has his eyes closed, and Apu's just right there with the towel, like, "Good morning, sir." And then Homer just screams, and it sounds like he's blowing out the mic. He's just, "Ah!"
Don't blow out our mic,
Oh
Cody.
no. History repeats itself.
But it's like this close up of Homer just screaming. It's one of
my
parts.
favorite joke is when James Woods is like idolizing Apu as like the quickie store like clerk.
Oh, the
It's like, oh yeah, and I saw this one recording of you. It's like, oh yes, I was up for like 24 hours. I thought it was a hummingbird.
There's like a 10-hour loop of that on YouTube.
I know,
And of course I sat through the whole thing.
Did you watch all 5 hours?
Oh.
Did you get 5 hours into it? And
No, it was
stop?
only 10 minutes, but I did watch the whole thing and was still laughing.
Did
Oh my
you
God.
did you try to drink nectar out of Veronica's head?
Yeah. Yeah, Homer and Apu is a pretty good episode. I totally forgot James Woods was in an episode.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so good. I always see him. I close my eyes and I just see Hades in the Quickie Mart.
Yeah.
Hades or what's his face from Recess School's Out.
Philly and Benedict.
Oh yeah.
Philly and Benedict,
Forgot about
yes.
that
Well,
one.
I always think like the quintessential James Woods movie is Videodrome, but that's just the inner
Oh,
Canadian
yeah.
in me.
Yeah.
All right.
To
moving
wrap
on.
it, this came towards the end of the season, but my episode is actually the 100th episode of the show. Sweet Seymour Skinner's Badass Song. The plot of this
You gotta
episode.
pronounce it badass.
So the Simpsons, this episode centers around Bart and Principal Skinner. We talked about how Homer and Apu widens the dynamic between Homer and Apu.
Yeah.
Well, this episode widens the dynamic between Bart and Principal Skinner, the classic hero-villain relationship at Springfield Elementary. Bart, for lack of a better option with his show and tell project, Bart brings Santa's little helper to school. The dog gets loose in the air ducts, and so Willie has to get himself greased up and go in there.
And another really good homage to Alien.
Yeah, with the air vent holograms.
He's right behind you.
So then, basically, as a result, I almost fucking said Super Nintendo Chalmers. God damn.
Yeah, that's coming up.
Are
Hold
you
your breath.
done learning yet?
Ah, funny. So basically, Chalmers comes in and sees the fact that the fire department is rescuing Willie and the whole school is watching, and Skinner gets fired, basically, and then Skinner is left without his only means of living life, Springfield Elementary, so he just goes back to, like, being a mundane citizen, and in that time, Homer, he and Bart befriend each other at the laundromat, and then they just become friends. And then some of the funny jokes in this episode are when he talks about how he wants to write the great American novel, and he elevator pitches the story of Jurassic Park to Apu, and it's just, he gives it a shitty title, like Billy and the Clonosaurus. And then Apu just rants for, like, I guess an hour long, because it's edited in a way to show that, yeah, like, Apu went on a really long tirade about how, like, your idea's not only unoriginal, but terrible.
Oh yeah, I love that scene. What were you thinking?
I mean, thank you. Come again. And then, so basically, Bart and Skinner become friends until Skinner decides to return to his post in the United States Army, and he's a sergeant, and when he realizes that he treats his unit like school children, he realizes, just like Apu and Homer and Apu, that he can't live without Springfield Elementary. So they come up with an elaborate scheme to bring him back. And it's worth mentioning at this point that I'd like to say that his replacement at Springfield Elementary for principal is Ned Flanders. And Ned Flanders basically is a passive-aggressive authority figure in that he basically doesn't punish anyone and the school goes to absolute shit. Chalmers comes in for an inspection, and then Chalmers just doesn't give a shit until he hears a prayer. A prayer? A prayer in a public school! God has no place within these walls, just like facts have no place within organized religion. So, Chalmers fires Ned, and everything goes back to normal, supposedly, but you get this sense that Skinner, just like with the episode of Recess where Finster has to baby spit.
Fuck,
I can't talk.
That's really rude, Evan.
So
You spit on babies.
So just like the episode where Finster has to babysit Spinelli, you'd think that like they just go right back to their old ways, but no, it kind of winks at the idea that they really do love each other and they really are friends to a degree. And of course, there would be other showdowns between Bart and Skinner in the future, but that one moment of bliss is really nice to watch. And it also lends itself to some really funny jokes too.
Nice.
Like my favorite is when it's like he's running with the unit and it's like, I don't know, but I've been told the Falkland Dawn is mighty old. How old? We don't know. That's real good, but it needs improvement. Yeah. So yeah, for the 100th
itself is a
episode,
nice callback to the whole chant in Bart the General, which is another one.
yes,
of the
that's true. Yeah.
Very nice.
So that's I think season 5.
Yeah. Holy shit.
And oh, we're halfway there, but this is not the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, nice. So
it's a twist on a
let's,
like a mashup
you
thing I do with
subverted
Marnie
my
as a joke,
expectations, Josh. You subverted my
so
expectations.
let's kick this.
Hooray.
Let's kick this shit into maximum Homer Drive, not an episode in season
Boo!
6. I can't do
Season
the points.
6.
Yeah, season 6. Who's first?
It's just a little labored, Evan. Season 6. Mine's a bit of a downer, so one of you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, at least you're honest.
I'll go first.
Okay,
Yeah,
go.
sure.
You should go first.
This episode might be actually not only my favorite episode from season 6, but it might quite possibly be my favorite episode in Simpsons history.
Oh my fucking
Yeah,
god.
I don't know. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, but like, I just can't think of anything more well written and well rounded than this episode, and that is Homer the Great.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a really great one.
And I have to, and I will say, when it came to just the season itself, it was a toss-up between whether or not Homer was the great or Homer was a bad man.
Yeah.
That one's really topical now.
Oh,
Yeah.
because yeah.
I kind of let that one off because I had already done one controversial pick, so I'm like, well, I don't want to do 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, no, I think Homer the Great kind of takes the cake.
Yeah.
Because so this episode starts with Homer. Homer's at work and he's seeing that Lenny and
Carl.
I almost said Kenny
Not
and Laurel.
Oh.
I almost said Kenny and Laurel.
You bastard!
Lenny and Carl are kind of like, they're not really telling Homer what's up, but there's like a secret little codes that they're doing, and like, you know,
they're getting like special treatment and he doesn't know why.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stuff's
So
going down.
and Carl's always telling Lenny to shut up about all of it.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
To
And
the
then,
point where Homer does it at one point.
And then, Homer later on is gonna follow them one night after work and find out what's going on. So he ties a can of paint, or no, yeah, does he tie it to their car?
Yep.
The can of paint.
So.
Now
Yeah.
to just follow the yellow drip road.
Right. So they follow this drips of yellow blood or blood paint to not blood.
Oh my god.
That's really dark.
To this this place where it ends up being a cult called the Stone Cutters.
Well, they're
And
not
it's
really a cult. They're more
secret
like a,
society.
It's not like
secret
a
society.
brotherhood.
I would say it's a cult. It's definitely tapping
They're-
into that.
A
No,
little
season
bit.
9 has a cult.
Yeah, the Joy of Sect. Yeah. Yeah, they're more like they're kind of like a parody of the Freemasons.
Yeah.
Like they're just like the secret
Yeah.
society that tries to treat themselves better than others.
So Homer wants to join in on this brotherhood, I should say. And the only 2 rules that you can get into this is that you have to be a member of a stone. You have to be the son of a stone cutter, or you have to save a stone cutter's life. Right. So he finds out later on that Grandpa Simpson is a member. I'm a member. And he ends up joining in, and then Homer finds it so nice at first. He's never been so accepted before in his life, and that's another thing that they were establishing, that like he's never been a part of like a club or any class or group before. So he really loves being a part of this, and it's just the Stonecutters. It's a very masculine club. Like really love, like, I can tell that it's a freedom away from, like, their jobs, their wives. It's kind of just, like, throw it all behind. It's like a boys' night out, but they're doing it, like, professionally and more of, like, a sacred oath, almost. And it's run by I'm forgetting his name, but it's Patrick Stewart.
Number one.
Yeah, number one. Okay, it's number one.
Well,
Okay.
that's not very creative.
Hello, my name is number one.
We call each other by number, not by name. For example, Carl here is number 28, and Mr. Burns is number 39. You outrank Mr. Burns here? Yeah, sure. Hey, number 39, get over here.
So one night when they're doing their chant of "We Do,"
Oh, that is a really good song.
Oh, we don't have to sing it.
That's
we can all just go "We Do."
Yeah. It's basically like every conspiracy theory in the 90s,
Yeah,
they
like-
are behind.
Yeah, like who made Steve Guttenberg a star, guys?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Who controls the British crown and rigs every Oscar night?
Who rigs the Oscar night?
And who keeps the metric
The
system down?
Academy.
Who keeps the Martians under wrapped?
Reader.
So on their 1300th anniversary, was it? I forget.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And in honor of this momentous occasion, we're having ribs.
Yeah. I was trying to remember the
ribs would be so good right now.
So they have ribs, and Homer panics that he doesn't have a bib, so he uses the sacred parchment from the stonecutters, and he's not realizing what it is as he's rubbing his dirty face of bacon or of grease and sauce.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "You idiot, Homer! You're stupid." So they ended up banishing him from the stonecutters. Oh, and by the way, to get in there, they had to do a series of initiations.
Mostly involving paddling.
Yeah.
Of the swollen ass with paddles.
Crossing the desert, the blinking eye.
One blinking eye.
And crossing the desert with or what was it?
Crossing the desert, the unblinking eye, and the paddling of the swollen ass.
With paddles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as they're banishing Homer from the Stonecutters Club by chaining a rock to him, they
The
notice
Stone of
Walk
Shame.
him naked.
Yeah, the Stone of Shame, and he's naked. They notice on him a birthmark that is in the shape of the Stonecutters symbol. And they're like, "Oh my God, he's the chosen one."
Yeah.
So now the entire episode gets more it's like, it's kind of similar to Deep Space Homer, where you just pluck Homer's stupidity and put it into something, like, in that context.
Yeah.
You know, like...
In a place where you usually have to be the best of the best of
Yeah.
the best, sir, you have Homer Simpson here.
Yeah. And he abuses being the chosen one
Well,
so much.
For a little while, yeah.
And he's kind of oblivious of his power. He's doing... And then later on, and this is where I think, like, Lisa's kind of words of wisdom kind of backfires just a little bit, because he wants to... She's like, "You should use it for good." So... it pretty much goes against all the oaths and, like,
Well,
all
no,
the
like
all the trials.
the idea of a stonecutters good time is beer nights, bowling nights, ping pong, getting drunk.
And now they're doing they're painting what was it, a hospital?
A preschool or
A
something.
preschool, the same color as the sky.
Yeah,
Which
that
looks
goes over well.
which looks disturbingly similar to the Church of Scientology.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Evan, be careful. They'll sick on us.
And they're like having a daycare, watching over kids, like all these things that none of the members want to do. So they're like fed up with them. You think that it's going to be like a revolution or something like that. They end up just saying, "Why don't we just do this? We have a really good loophole with all this. Let's just start up a new thing called the No Homers Club."
Oh god.
The Ancient Mystic Society of No Homers.
Wow.
Which ties perfectly into the flashback about when Homer was a kid. He wanted to be in this like club with a bunch of other kids at school. He's like, "Sorry," and she points to the sign, "No Homers." He's like, "But Homer Eldridge got in." He's like, "It says no Homers. We're allowed to have one."
Aww.
Oh god.
Which- It's a great way of tying in his like need to fit in and his need for inclusion.
Yeah, you feel really shitty for Homer by the end.
And that other Homer always pops out of the window going,
Yeah.
It's like very goofy almost, it sounds.
Yes.
But of course, it ties into a very nice ending where Marge says, "You're part of one club, though, the Simpson Club."
The Family Simpson.
Yeah. So it ends off sweet, but honestly, I can never get sick of this episode. Like, it's just so funny. Like, there's so many little great parts in it.
Yeah, the exchange with the plumber when the basement's flooding.
Oh, yeah, the handshake. Yeah.
And, don't bother calling 911 anymore. Here's the real number.
912.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to be said that hasn't already been said. I think, you struck a nerve there, Cody. That is a really classic episode. Evan is indisposed, so who is next?
Let's go, Josh.
All right. Mine is one that, granted, is more of a crossover with another show at the time that was on Fox and has to do with the character that's in said show. The Critic. I picked A Star Is Burns.
That's a good one.
I just watched this episode today.
Can we just talk about John Lovitz? Like, he plays like
He plays so many characters, even from episodes we didn't pick. He's
already
everywhere.
Ziff. He's that theater guy from the
Llewellyn
Streetcar
Sinclair
Named Marge
from Streetcar Named Marge in that newer episode that I don't even remember.
Great. But yeah, he's also the
greatness of somebody. He was already Ziff.
He comes back as the Critic, which was a show he was on at the time.
Yeah, so essentially the idea of this is Springfield is like the least cultural city in America, so they hold a town hall meeting to figure out what they can do to make it more cultured. People suggest some ideas, and then Marge Marge says something, or she has an idea. Everybody assumes it's going to be bad because she usually has bad ideas, and she suggests a film festival. And then everyone's interested in it. It's like, could we submit our own films? Yes. And then they agree with it, like, film festival. Really? I've got a lot of other interesting ideas too. Don't push your luck. Don't push your luck.
I just watched.
Everyone starts putting together like their short films, and Marge needs to assemble a jury of sorts. So she looks on TV for some like renowned critic to be on the jury. So she ends up going with Jay Sherman, again voiced by John Lovitz. So he also finds he needs to get out of New York after like insults McBain on his show, but he manages to distract him. So Homer becomes quickly jealous of Jay because he seems to get along well with Marge and the kids after singing the Oscar Mayer jingle.
Oh, he even knows a hot dog song.
Go ahead, Marge. Sleep with him.
Yeah.
But the film festival itself is really interesting because you see like Bart filming something. You see Mr. Burns trying to go to extreme lengths to win this award to the point where he hires Steven Spielberg's non-union Mexican equivalent, Senor Spielbergo, to direct this like total tripe of a propaganda piece about himself.
Pretentious,
yeah. The end of it is essentially you get a nice little snapshot into all the different sort of like I guess filmmaking styles in a way, because you've got like Apu with Bright Lights Beef Jerky, which essentially just sort of seems like a hidden camera documentary about like
footage.
Him working at the Quickie Mart. You have Mo with Mo Better Booze, which is like some really like send up of a musical number. And then you have of course a Burns for All Seasons, which everybody hates.
But you gotta remember that classic that Homer just is overjoyed as Punch to see.
Hans Moleman Productions Man Getting Hit by Football. Oh, this contest is over. Give that man the $10,000.
Yeah, this isn't America's Funniest Home
America's Funniest Home Videos. But the ball is growing. It works on so many levels. With another podcast that doesn't have anything to do with The Simpsons uses that scene as like a button for like really good memes. So that's why I have also used it. But essentially, Homer and Marge is sort of an issue with like Marge doesn't really think Homer gets the idea of film, of being smart and witty with things. So he actually tries to put some sincere effort into making an informed choice because Burns bribes Krusty and Mayor Quimby to vote for his movie. And since Jay and Marge are voting for the last movie, which is the best one, Barney's sort of sobering documentary into his alcoholism, Pocahontas, Homer has a really tough choice. Does he want to watch an old man get hit in the nuts with a football, or does he want to watch a really sobering look at how his best friend is in a really depressing state of mind?
Yeah.
So he ultimately makes the right choice. Barney, for his troubles, wins a lifetime supply of Duff beer, to which he is related with, just took it to my veins.
Yeah, that's a great solution.
And so then, and it ends with a little ironic, even more of a snub where Mr. Burns tries to win I think it's either an Emmy or an Oscar, and it doesn't work out. But
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of that one Simpsons quote when, in the case of Barney, it's like, to alcohol, the cause of and solution
that's
to
Homer from
all
Homer
life's
versus the 18th
problems.
Amendment.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Beer Baron episode.
I just love how, like, Barney was, like, sad about being an alcoholic, and they reward him for his alcoholism.
And
with
even during the
alcohol.
short film, you can see some of the audience members like really sort of relate to a situation, and then like he says to them, "You're very kind. Excuse me, did something crawl down your throat and die?"
It didn't die.
Oh my god.
No, Barney's
It-
short is wonderful.
It is.
It is.
My
It's-
uncle.
It's something that you could say would be like with a little bit longer length. You almost want to see like a 30-minute version of that as like
Yeah.
a short film that would be like nominated for an Emmy or
Can I just?
like one of those like International Film Awards. I don't know what the international film. You guys are the film majors. You can figure that out.
Like if it gets like it gets a standing ovation. That is an award in and of itself. Now, my uncle, who is just approaching a year and a half sober, loves that little short film Barney made to the point where he'll tear up when he watches it. It's that powerful.
Well, that's good that it had that like a small segment of this episode has some real deep meaning for people. Aside from it being a nice John Lovitz voice role, it's a nice look into people actually are trying to do something to better their town, and it seems to work.
Yeah.
Plus,
Yeah.
it's better than A Star Is Born.
Which one exactly?
Oh God. Yeah, there's 4 versions.
The new one.
Yeah, the new one's a bit overrated. But
I mean,
that's
look,
okay.
as much as Shallow is everywhere on the radio, it's like it was a nice sort of homage to, getting to see a little bit of each smaller character. Which for the next season, you'll see my pick does that as well. But I also it's something I can go back to because it's got those little moments in there. I mean, granted, it's also a good advertisement for the critic.
That's true. Yeah.
Which I didn't watch, actually.
And if you Jay Sherman's like, and if you ever want to visit my show, nah, we're not going to be doing that.
Matt Groening was very, very resistant to the
Yeah,
idea of
he
a
did not want to
crossover.
be associated with this
He didn't even
episode
do
because
a commentary for the episode.
Yeah.
He just
like he
dismissed
pulled
it.
his name from the credits over that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, later they went on to do a crossover with the X-Files, so I don't know.
And Family Guy.
Yeah, and Family Guy.
And yet, the X-Files,
24.
well, I don't know. The Family Guy thing felt like it was about, again, 15, 20 years too late.
Well, that was a Family Guy episode that featured The Simpsons.
Yeah.
So.
I thought it was the other way around.
No,
like,
no.
There was one where it was one in Quahog and then one in Springfield.
The plot of that episode, which we're going way off topic, but the plot of that episode is the Griffins go to Springfield.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
And the joke's right itself. It's like hit or miss.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
watchable.
But
Whatever.
As Star Is Burns
It was
is fantastic because you see these little character moments of, like, even there's even the Itchy and Scratchy short. Is that 4 Regrettings and a Funeral?
Yes.
4 funerals and a wedding.
4
Well,
funerals and a wedding.
I'm thinking of that of the Simpsons episode from more recent. Yeah, but like even the Itchy and Scratchy short they put in there, it kind of fits as like it's taken as a lighthearted moment in an otherwise serious selection of films.
Yeah.
I mean, well, Barney's film had heart, but football in the groin had a football in the groin. And to make it even sweeter, guess what Mr. Burns loses to? C. Lee Scott mate with football in the groin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it C. Scott?
George
I
C.
forget, it was
Scott.
C.
George
Scott
C.
something.
Scott.
George C. Scott.
General Patton himself.
Yes.
What the
Now
fuck,
imagine the
Simpsons?
leitmotif for Patton underneath that.
So they adapted the short film into a movie.
Yeah.
And that
It's like,
one.
argh, my groin.
Hello, I'm Johnny Knoxville, and welcome to Man Getting Hit by Football. Bow, 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 bow.
But yeah, so
That would have been,
any,
as another aside, it would have been funny to see, like, Jackass in Springfield and all the boys in the 4th grade try and do Jackass stunts.
I mean, that's what Family Guy did. Why not?
Touche. Alright, who's
You don't
next?
remember that episode?
No.
Oh my god. Alright, so is there anything else we need to say about Stars Burns, or shall we move on?
I think we can move on. It's a great episode. I actually
A reminder that TIFF
I
is going on virtually if you're into films over here.
this
yeah.
this was a pick of both mine and Josh's, so we kind of shared a pick this time. So I'm good with that.
Hooray, I'm more of a film major than I think.
Yeah.
That says
I love all the film. I was in love with this episode and it's for its film references before I was even interested in filmmaking.
before it was cool.
Sorry to sound like a hipster, but it's true.
Alright, well, as I said before, I guess it's my turn. My next pick is a bit of a downer, but it is a remarkably heartwarming episode. I think it's the last of my heartwarming episodes, actually. So my pick is Round Springfield.
Yeah.
And this episode is notable as being the send-off for a very, I don't know, supporting character, but definitely a good...
an important role model in Lisa's life,
very, very important character for Lisa, and that was Bleeding Gums Murphy. So,
He taught her that music is like a fire in your stomach, and you got to put a saxophone in front of it.
And that the music doesn't come from your teeth, it comes from your heart. But, yeah, the episode starts... I'm kind of fuzzy on the details. It's been a while, but basically...
Essentially, Bart eats a jagged
Bart
metal
eats a
Crustio, and it shreds his insides, and he has to get his appendix removed.
Yeah, he eats shitty cereal by Krusty. He gets a metal piece in his appendix, gets it removed. And while he's in the hospital, Lisa sees Bleeding Gums Murphy just having a...
he's just there.
He's under operation or something. And
for an undisclosed disease.
Yeah, something. He's not doing. He's worse for wear. And we kind of get a bit of a background of Bleeding Gums Murphy, like all the things he did in his life, including starring in the Cosby Show.
So that episode can stay up, but not Stark Raving Dad.
I know, right?
Disney.
See, the kids, they listen to the rap music, which gives them
it's not until
You
Twitter.
see?
It's not until Twitter finds out about it, and when they start doing a feed, then they'll remove it.
God damn it! Quit removing all my favorite episodes. Anyways,
the kind of interesting twist to that is when Dr. Hibbert is like checking up on him. He's like, I used to have a brother who laughed at the most inconvenient of moments.
He became a doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was a funny bit.
Which is also kind of an interesting nod to, like, in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? The director of the orphanage.
Oh yeah.
So, like, does Dr. Hibbert have two brothers we don't know about?
I don't know. I guess there's only like one black family in Springfield.
It's like, oh, that's nice, but we're talking about my
Well,
brother.
what about Carl?
Well, Carl, yeah.
Carl
and Lou.
And Lou.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so moving along. Basically, everyone in school wants to get an appendix removed thanks to Bart, so there isn't many people left in the musical band. Lisa's like one of the few members left. And she gets to use Bleeding Gums Murphy's saxophone, which he lends to her, just to give her the confidence.
Before that happens, they do a really sweet rendition of the song Jazzman by Carole King, which my girlfriend loves that, and it makes the whole hospital dance and have a nice time.
That was a good scene.
Yeah,
yes.
I love that
Thanks
scene.
for bringing that up.
That is my favorite moment in that
It's one
episode.
of Marnie's favorite moments.
So yeah, Lisa plays her guts out, wows the entire crowd, does an incredible solo. And she runs back to the hospital to tell Bleeding Gums all about it, but unfortunately he didn't make it through the night and he passed away. And she's incredibly crestfallen by it, and their funeral that they have, she's like basically the only one who attends next to the Simpsons.
And she's trying to stall because she keeps hoping somebody else in his family will turn up.
Yeah, but no one does. No one seems to care, and that makes her very upset. And she's like, I gotta bring him out of the obscurity. I gotta make sure his legacy remains. And the only way she knows how is that she finds like his only record, which goes for way too much money. And
unfortunately, she makes the mistake of telling Comic Book Guy that he recently passed away.
Yeah, and he jacks
which makes the price go up by double, essentially.
Yeah, which is a sad reality, because I worked at HMV for a number of years.
I did as well. I've worked. You see that happen where as soon as you see someone famous pass on, you know immediately that there's going to be an interest in their stuff, but also because that people can sell it for more than for more than they want.
Supply and demand.
It's very slimy.
Yeah, very slimy. But basically, the only way she can possibly afford it is if Bart spends his settlement money on it, so that...
Well, after lawyers' fees and all that, because Lionel Hutz being Lionel Hutz.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of money, so he takes it anyways. And but then he's like conflicted. Oh, maybe I'll get the Steve Allen Pog of all fucking things. But no, he does the right thing. He buys the album for her. She takes it to a local radio station and plays it, but like the reception is kind of shitty because it's not a very good station. But then a storm comes and blows away the reception, and everyone in town starts listening to it and liking it. It's like, yeah, Bleeding Gums Murphy's great. And then in a scene right out of Lion King, Bleeding Gums Murphy's face appears in a cloud, and
it's so much like Lion King that they have like 3 different.
Oh
James
yeah,
Earl
and
Jones.
then like James Earl Jones in 3 different forms of Darth Vader, Lion King,
Mufasa.
and himself.
Mufasa, yeah, and then himself on
You
a
must
radio
avenge
show.
my death, Kimba. I mean Simba. Luke, I am your father. This is CNN. Will you guys pipe down? I'm saying goodbye to Lisa. We're sorry.
And in a beautiful moment of finality, they play Jazz Man one more time, and it plays out to the credits.
One more time. Oh, come on, Lisa. I got a date with Billie Holiday. It's such a hard. I mean, we don't see Bleeding Gums again, although the actor that voiced him, Ron Taylor, would stay around until 2002 when he passed away. But the Bleeding Gums character is one of the only real like big jazz figures in Lisa's life. That sort of like how Mr. Bergstrom was like a father figure in her school life and Lisa's substitute. In her personal life and her love of jazz, Bleeding Gums Murphy is really one of the first people to help foster that.
Yeah, she was a very good friend. He was a very good friend of Lisa.
They met in the episode in season 1, Moaning Lisa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where she sang the song about being
I got a bratty brother. He beats me
bugs
twice a day.
He beats me twice.
And this morning, my own mother. The cupcake away.
I got a father, he belongs.
He belongs in a zoo. I'm the saddest kid in grade number 2.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Harmonious. But yeah, do any of you have any notes on Round Springfield?
Well, I mean, it's not hard for Lisa to outdo Martin playing triangle and Ralph with a flute up his nose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, I love how this is a cartoon show that actually kills off characters.
Once in a
Like,
while, yeah.
There's Maud Flanders.
Sometimes for better or for
Homer's
worse,
mom,
as
yeah.
future seasons will
Yeah.
show.
Maud Flanders, Homer's mother. Like there's actually characters that actually end up like not being
Krusty's father.
Yeah. Krusty's father. Yep.
Mrs. Krabappel too. Sadly.
But some of those were
yeah.
like extenuated by real life circumstances.
Yeah,
Others were just to
those
progress
make
the
sense.
show.
But yeah, those are
Well,
mine.
to segue into something more lighter, because I know you wanted to save that one for last. Not that we'll end off on like a kind of a dour note, but can we just briefly mention that this season includes the best Treehouse of Horror episode?
Damn, Skippy.
Season Treehouse of Horror 5. That's correct.
I was gonna say it till the end of the season.
We haven't talked about any of them yet, but
Because if we do, that's almost worth a whole episode in itself.
Yeah, but I think it's
They're the wild cards of The Simpsons. I think.
Often the
Usually.
best part of the season. Yeah.
Like even in like later seasons, like in like the season 20s, like I'll tune in on the Treehouse of Horrors if I can.
I only think of like what great ideas that are popular now are going to be in a Treehouse of Horror 2 years from now because the speed of animation.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, definitely Treehouse of Horror 5 is the best. It's not only the funniest, it's also the scariest.
Yes.
It's the most. It's the
Yeah.
darkest. It's the
has a perfect blend.
consistently darkest.
Mm-hmm.
You have The Shinning.
The Shinning, to avoid
Urge
copyright
to
claims.
kill rising,
No,
and of course the most memeable part.
no TV and no beer
No
makes
fear
Homer
make Homer something.
something.
Go crazy.
Don't mind if I do! Ah! Yeah, no.
It's a good thing you guys are in a basement apartment.
Ah!
Actually, on a bit of an aside, there's some like thing when I was like 7 years old and I downloaded something off Napster that was like some mega mix of like it was like a trance song or like acid trance mixed with like clips from the show. It would start with "I am evil Homer, I am evil Homer" from Whacking Day, and there'd be a part where in the bridge it would like go into almost like a drop, and it would go to the no TV, no beer clip.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, cool.
And that's when I know it was good.
Definitely,
Time and
guys.
Punishment is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a
as
fun.
well.
That's a fun one of the bunch. Like the other ones are pretty dark. That last one, holy shit, does it get
Nightmare
creepy.
Cafeteria.
That one's
Nightmare
so
Cafeteria
sick.
is
Creeps me out. But
It
no,
makes me unsettled. And then it ends on a note of vapor gas that turns your
Oh
skin
no! It's the
inside
frog
out.
that turned
What the
inside out.
fuck? That one's
But
disgusting.
then to bring it back to reality, they do it's like almost an homage to a song from a chorus line. You know, One Singular Sensation.
Yeah. No.
Except Santa's little helper then drags Bart off to eat him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We almost forgot.
Yep.
As much as we love Treehouse of Horror, this season also brought to us the one and only time The Simpsons have done
a
cliffhanger episode.
Oh,
a part 1 and a part 2.
Yes.
I've been wanting to get into this.
Who shot Mr. Burns, guys? Right up there with who killed Laura Palmer? Who shot JR? And where is
Carmen Sandiego.
Where is Will?
Jimmy Hoffa.
Where is Will from
So
Stranger
basically, the plot of the episode is this. Through a series of interconnected events, Mr. Burns manages to piss off everyone, all the key characters in Springfield.
It's not hard for him to do that.
No, but this time, like, he goes the extra mile. After pissing everyone off for a full episode in part 1, he creates a giant sun-blocking disc that hovers over the whole town like a UFO and blocks out the town's sunlight. The episode ends with an ominous dark shade over the town, but then a gunshot rings out off screen, and Mr. Burns is stumbling wounded into the frame. Someone shoots him, and no one is ever going to know who did this. So, all of the Western civilization has the whole summer between seasons to figure it out. It was like
May to September 1995 with this show was like, that was what a lot of people were talking about because
it was
set it up so well.
It was the Infinity War / Endgame of its
day. It was the Who Shot JR of 1995.
Yeah.
So basically, Endgame was the Who Shot JR of 2019.
Well, the part 2 is kicks off season 7, and the cliffhanger is the whole episode. Lisa embarks on a mystery to nail down all the suspects, but she missed the one that was literally right under her nose.
Well, the thing is, they left subtle clues, but they did it too well because obviously they set it up so anyone that had any major screen time in part 1 could be a suspect.
And also,
even special guest star Tito Puente.
By the way, it's established that where am I going with this? It is established that the Simpsons creators were very wary of leaks, so they created animated clips of literally all the potential suspects shooting Mr.
One
Burns.
real, one phony. Here's what you were never meant to see.
Oh, I love that 138 special spectacular.
138. Is it 8th or 3rd?
138.
38. That's my favorite clip show episode, honestly. I usually hate clip shows, but that one's great.
Is that the April Fool's episode?
No, that's the first clip show
it's come to this, a Simpsons clip show. That's from, I think, season 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Oh, season 4.
Yeah.
Where Bart shakes up the can of Duff and then, the house blows up.
Oh, right. The one you're thinking of is when Troy McClure
hosts an entire episode. I like
you
that
got
one.
some attitude, mister.
And then, so Maggie actually shot him.
Yeah.
By mistake.
Spoiler!
And it's brilliant.
It is brilliant.
It collapses on the sundial in part 1 on the west and south, but you rotate it and it's M and S.
Yes.
Maggie Simpson.
Not William. Not
Waylon
Smithers. Yeah. That's brilliant.
And not the alternate ending where literally everybody, even Santa's little helper, shoots him.
Oh, yeah.
So we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but how do we feel about season 6?
Wonderful.
Season 6 is
really,
great.
really excellent.
It's
great.
Yeah,
we're really in the stride of The Simpsons now. Each season is just as good as the other.
Yeah.
It's very bingeable. I also struggled with this season as well, as I pointed out, I think. Did I say I mentioned that I don't know if I mentioned I was tossed between Homer Badman and Homer the Great, but I think Homer the Great is has just a little bit of a nod.
Yeah.
So now we're into season 7. We basically wrapped up the Who Shot Mr. Burns mystery.
Yeah.
So who wants to go first with season 7?
Lyle and I both share a pick, so one of you other two could go first if you want.
We share the same one?
I think so. Is it?
What? Hold on.
This is the
the
master list.
We do. I do have the master list. I just have to refer back to it. Yeah, we do have the same one, so I guess we'll start. So Josh and I's pick is 22 short films about Springfield. Excellent fucking episode. I'm very surprised that it's so good. I'm surprised they've never done anything quite similar to it.
I mean, why try and top perfection?
I guess Trilogy of Error
or a
is
unique
kind of
concept
similar.
at least.
Trilogy of Error was kind of something. I love that episode too, but that's not.
Well, Trilogy of Error, I think that's from season 12. That's just 3 intersecting storylines that come together at the end. This is more.
It's more
a series of loosely based vignettes that occur at the same time.
It's very stream of conscience. If I had to compare it to any movie, it's almost like Slacker. If you ever seen it,
ooh, that's a good comparison.
Yeah, because it's like one event. It'll be like a little scene, a little vignette, and then it'll lead into
and it transitions to something else, and so on and so forth.
And it's like a snowball effect. Yeah. But yeah, the biggest comparison with this episode would have to be the epic Pulp Fiction references.
Yes.
You know, I went to the McDonald's in Shelbyville on Friday night. McDonald's restaurant. I never heard of it either, but they have over 2,000 locations in this state alone. Must have sprung up overnight. You know what, though? It's the little differences. Example. Well, at McDonald's, you can get a crusty burger with cheese, but they don't call it a crusty burger with cheese. Get out. Well, what do they call it? A quarter pounder with cheese. Quarter pounder with cheese?
Gosh.
I did warn you. He did warn us.
They have crusty, gelatinous, non-dairy gum-based beverages.
Holy fuck!
They call them shakes.
Shakes.
You
never know.
You don't know what you get. Well, I know what I'm getting. Some donuts. Help me out of the booth, boys. I used to have that on CD.
This episode.
I also like the. Of course, we cannot talk about 22 short films without talking about the thing that has been memed to death, understandably, by the internet in the last few years. Steamed hams.
Steamed hams.
Steamed hams.
Just go on YouTube and type in steamed hams butt.
And have a ball.
And literally have a ball.
Have fun. Hours of entertainment with that. That's the thing with this episode.
I mean, it starts off with Bart asking Milhouse if he ever thinks about the other people in Springfield, and then it literally goes on to show you. And you get character development for people like, well, Apu, who obviously he had Homer and Apu.
Even Bumblebee Man has a spot to shine in this.
Yeah. Bumblebee Man sketch is oddly dark because it does like parody the comedic aspects of the character he plays on TV, except in a really like dark, like a black comedy kind of way.
It has a sad ending, yeah.
The whole episode.
Can I even go into the plot of this episode?
I don't think you can.
I can't. I can
just
not
really individual like you said. It's a bunch of loosely interspersed vignettes that sort of come together at the end.
It's just wonderful that it goes from every character. It taps.
Yeah.
It literally.
Sorry, Professor Frank.
Yeah. Professor Frank will make you laugh.
Make you laugh. Make the thing.
Stupid monkey.
It's one of the few, like the very tall man at the end. Like, do you find something comical about my appearance while driving an automobile?
Robert,
hey, look, everybody! It's that boy that laughs at everybody. Let's laugh at him.
For some reason, that guy always makes me think of my dad.
Robert Wadlow is who that guy is a parody of.
Yeah.
Oh yes, the World Song. But like that was, it's like one of the few episodes where, like, even if it's just a side thing, Nelson rarely gets his comeuppance in that way. I think that's the turning point to where he becomes more of like an anti-hero / occasional like ally to Bart and Lisa, as opposed to just being a straight up bully all the time.
Yeah, definitely. He starts to become a bit more of a regular, and not just an antagonistic
even
force.
the vignette where Lisa gets all these things in her hair, and all the townspeople try and come together to figure out how to get. There's like the freaking capital city goofball and all these other side characters you never really see.
No reason, just goofball.
Goofball, yes.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm missing that I really love from this episode. Oh, I love the second half of the Pulp Fiction reference where they get kidnapped by Herman.
Oh yeah.
And Milhouse literally goes medieval on his ass and whips him with a mace.
Well, it's because Milhouse has to use the bathroom, but comic book guy's a dick to him, so Kirk drives him to Herman's store. Kirk walks in the middle of it, but then Milhouse flails around not the mace. The thing with the spiky ball. I forget what my medieval torture weapons are.
It's a mace.
Thank you, a mace.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so Milhouse accidentally becomes an action hero, and not like in Radioactive Man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. That which is also in this season.
Yeah, so basically, hands down.
We're going on. It's great. It's great.
Yeah, it's like how Cody says that Homer the Great is his favorite episode. I'd probably have to say 22 is my favorite.
Yeah.
Of the entire series.
Yeah.
It's understandable.
I mean, I know Pulp Fiction's my favorite movie. I think I'm just biased, but what can I say?
Yeah.
Like, this episode grew a lot on me in preparing for this, as well as just, like, over the last couple of years. I think the more I've gone, like, an understanding of film theory and film sort of shot framing, I'm not a film major,
cinematography, my man, is the word you're looking for.
It's a really nice, like, the composition of it, it's more than just steamed hams, and I think Lyle and I are both trying to get across that point, that if you look past the memes of this episode, you'll find a really unique concept that they should really consider doing again sometime soon.
Well, actually, now you mention it, I remember I saw something where the writers and producers of the show were thinking of making a spin-off. I think it was going to be called Springfield Tales, where it's just like instead
like
of
like an anthology series. That'd be
something
cool.
like that. Outside of the Simpsons and the main cast, you get to see each member of the Springfield, like every citizen, have their own little plot. But
maybe Uda will get some vindication.
It didn't pan out, but like, oh well.
No.
We got Futurama instead, so that's okay.
See, if Telltale Games hadn't gone under, I could see them trying to get the license for The Simpsons and do something kind of like that, some episodic thing where you get like either some new side characters or like existing side characters. You have like things you help them with.
Okay, yeah, that could be neat.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, so that's 22 short films about Springfield. Who's next?
I can go next. There's not really much to mine. Bart on the Road is it's an episode where it's a spring break episode where Bart has to go to first. It starts with like a go to take your kid to work day, and the whole idea is Bart gets the shit end of the stick because he winds up going with Patty and Selma to the DMV.
Only because Lisa's a jerk.
Yeah, and Lisa goes. Well, Lisa gets the shit out of the stick too, or so she thinks, because she goes to the power plant with Homer, and essentially, while Bart's at the DMV, he gets a what do you call it? Where he turns
fake ID.
Fake ID. He turns on the fake driver's license machine, and
he makes his own McLovin.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, except he calls himself Bart Simpson, and he says he's 20, and just like McLovin, he says he's 25.
Wow, Simpsons predicted super bad.
Oh my god, yeah. So then,
Willie, predict next.
We're just filled with all kinds of film tropes tonight.
So they go on they use the license to rent a car. How no one at the rental facility could tell their kids is beyond me.
It's Springfield. Who gives a fuck?
So they go, and then they go on a road trip, and the whole thing is a letdown because they go to what they think is the World's Fair in Knoxville, Tennessee, but the real World's Fair has been over for some time. And then what happens is we get to see one of the funniest jokes of the whole series for me. Okay. If you kids can't keep your hands to yourself, yes, I'm gonna turn this car around and there'll be no kicking apple for anybody. And then
that's it. Back to Winnipeg.
Yes. Oh god. It's fucking great.
It's one of the only times where you see Nelson and Martin willingly interacting with each other.
Well, in Lemon of Troy in season 6, oh wait, that wasn't willingly. My mistake. Yeah. That is one of the few, and they would that later in the episode after season 10 were in sync guest stars. I think that's when they interact.
That would be season 11 or 12.
Yeah, much later. So
not our jurisdiction.
So, anyways, the whole episode, things get really seriously dark when the car gets destroyed, and Lisa and Homer have to use their newly discovered friendship to create a stunt that will get Bart and his friends back home.
Well, because Bart's tired of being an all-night courier delivering.
Yeah, he takes a job as a courier in order to get free travel to anywhere he wants, hoping that someone will deliver to Springfield.
Springfield, my T437 I'm seeing is fully operational. Oh god, no! Oh god, this can't be happening. Springfield, you're operating without a T437.
And have it sent to the nuclear power plant, care of Homer J. No, don't use your real name or Bart will know. Well, forget the name Homer Simpson. Just have it sent care of Langdon Alger.
Langdon Alger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is one of the few instances.
No, my son was not in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I actually saw that at my cottage when I was 9, and I couldn't stop laughing at that sequence. It's so good.
It's a very good
Your
example.
Bart is not available to deliver a human kidney to Amsterdam.
I'm talking to, quoting machines.
Yeah.
It's a very good example of an episode where the A plot and the B plot sync up very, very well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because what Homer and Lisa do actually helps out Bart in the end.
And in season 10, yours, Lyle's and mine picks is one that actually has another instance where the A and B plots synchronize perfectly.
Which one?
Lisa gets an A, but we're gonna get to that.
Those don't
Bum,
sync up,
bum,
though.
bum, bum.
They do.
Spoilers.
Sorry.
No, I think you meant to say something else, but we'll get to that
Yeah.
later. Anyways, so yeah, any other notes on Bar on the Road? I just remember that one really impressive animation piece where you see the camera going through the car and around the car. It almost feels rotoscoped.
It feels like something you'd see in Steel. Duel. Sorry.
It feels like something you'd see in an '80s music video.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was an intentional reference. I don't know.
Probably not. It's fun. It grew on me. I have to admit, rewatching it now.
Yeah.
I can't remember it. That's why I've been so quiet.
I don't really.
I can't remember it.
I
It's
don't
been
have
a
much
while.
to say about the episode either.
Okay,
That's
moving on
Wow.
to what's Cody's last pick for season 7.
My pick for season 7 is interesting. It was actually my favorite episode growing up.
Oh, yeah?
When I was a kid, yeah. When I was really deep into The Simpsons. And that was King Size Homer.
Oh yeah, this is my second pick behind.
King Size Homer is great.
It's up there. It's like top 5, I think. Definitely there.
I think it's probably the one I've watched the most out of all Simpsons episodes. But it's definitely one of my favorites. So basically, it's about Mr. Burns starts up doing these exercises that all the employees at the power plant have to do every week. And Homer hates it. He always bails out. And even when he tries to do it, he's struggling. Like, I think he's out of his clothes in one scene just so he can get through it. And then he finds out, kind of word through the grapevine, that you can work at home on disability. So he takes full advantage of that and trying to find a way to do that. And after many different failed attempts on trying to do injuries and all that, he finds out that hyperobesity is considered a disability.
Yeah.
So he goes on a binge on eating, because it was established in season 1 in the episode Homer's Night Out that he weighs 239 pounds.
Yeah.
And you have to be over 300 pounds to qualify as disabled on disability. So with the help of Bart, he just goes on this huge binge of eating
and
everything.
some credit to Dr. Nick Riviera.
Oh, and teaching him that you got to specify in the whipped group, the congealed group, and the
chocolate-tastic.
Yeah, and telling him just to be creative with things, like instead of chew bacon, chew gum, chew bacon. Yeah.
You could brush your teeth with milkshakes.
Yeah.
So this is also a very quotable episode.
And rubbing a greasy chicken against the paper until it turns clear.
He wipes it on the crusty burger and a bird smashes into the wall.
Oh, no, it was a fish
sandwich.
And
then when they go shopping, they get stuff like Much Ado About Stuffing, Ham Ahoy, Tub.
So Homer throughout the week just goes on this huge binge trying to reach the limit. He eventually does. And he gets to work remotely at home, which working remotely is now a very common thing in 2020.
Homer predicted the rise in that as well.
Yeah. And to feel more comfortable at work, he goes out and he shops for something kind of loose and nice to wear, so he gets a muumuu.
I don't want to feel like a weirdo. I'll just get the
I don't want to look like a weirdo. I'll just go to muumuu.
So Homer's at home, and actually we should point out that Marge and Lisa are completely against it. They're obviously the voice of reason in this.
Yeah, Bart literally wants to be that. I wash my back with a rag on a stick.
It's the funniest visual gag ever.
And then he tries to poke Lisa with the invisible stick.
She runs away.
Yeah.
And as Homer's working at home, he thinks that it would have been the best thing of his life. He thinks that Marge is gonna treat him so nicely. Marge reacts to it so realistically. It's she's trying not to be superficial about it. She's just so concerned about his health, right? Mm-hmm. And it gets to a point that she feels bad about it. She's like, I'm starting to kind of not be as attracted to you anymore on the outside. I hate to say that, and you can tell she hates to say it. But Homer's so reluctant, he wants to go with it, not realizing the consequences. And what's interesting about this episode is I remember listening to the commentary for this episode. One of the writers or the directors were talking about how they were trying to be very careful on how they portray Homer in this episode, because if you go back and watch it, after he goes on this binge, you never see him eating again. And they wanted to be careful
Yeah.
with that because they don't want to portray him as a slob or go too much with like, because the episode as a whole can be looked at as like a fat shaming episode.
Yeah.
But they really wanted to be sensitive with it and just say his goal was just to work at to be at home.
He was taking advantage of the system.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he does eat though in one of Lyle's favorite. lines.
We get my favorite joke in the episode is when Lisa's on the school bus and Ralph Wiggum, who is probably one of my favorite characters in the show, he's just like, I heard your dad went to a restaurant and he had everything at the restaurant. They had to close down the restaurant. Hey, just because my dad's fat doesn't mean he's some food crazed maniac. And Homer's driving an ice cream truck eating raspberry ice cream like, raspberry.
Well, how he gets to that point is because...
Oh, God.
well,
holy fuck, is it
Stupid
escalate?
Yeah, because Homer's working at home, and his job is so simple, where all he needs to type in is just yes, and then later on all he needs to type in is Y, right? So he ends up getting, after he like bails on his job and goes to see a movie, he has like that bird dipping thing to just... Yeah. That was established in the episode earlier on. I think, actually, didn't Flanders give him that in an early episode?
Yeah, it's been established.
Oh shit,
before.
Yeah, I can't remember the episode, but he goes to the movies and they reject him from going into the theater because he doesn't fit the weight or the size capacity for the seats, right? And he's getting mocked by everybody, and I really wish the episode went in this direction where it almost felt like he was going to be like the leader of this revolution to like be the voice of reason for overweight people. But then as that was about to happen, something really happened. There was a system meltdown that's about to happen, so Homer tries to race it to work in hilarious ways, trying to dial them, but like his fingers are so big, and the voice in there is like, your fingers that have dialed are too fat.
To obtain a special dialing wand, please mash your palm against the keys now.
But even when he's trying to like just yell at people like, I need you to take me to the power plant, I'm out, everyone's gonna be dead, The second he sees the ice cream truck, he's like, the ice cream truck. And he's like yelling at the guy
in the car and on Bart's skateboard and Mrs. Bike.
He yells at the ice cream guy to help him out, and the guy's like, "No, man, just leave me alone. Take it all.
Take it all."
So he
after he tries to hitchhike. Give me ride or everybody dies.
Yeah.
So he ends up driving the ice cream truck to the plant, and he just makes it at a lick of time to shut it down manually because that's how you have to do it. So he's trying to shut it down, and then as it was about to become another Chernobyl, like literally inches away, Homer falls, and you think he's gonna fall to his death in the pipe, but he ends up clogging it. And you think his like bottom half would be like disintegrated, but he's fine. And
as Mr. Burns said, he turned a potential Chernobyl into a mere 3-mile island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lisa has a good point saying like the irony is that if Homer was slimmer, he would have fallen to his death.
And then Bart points out the other irony, and I find it ironic that Dad's butt prevented the release of toxic.
Yes, and then Bart's like, Bart.
Yeah.
But then Homer says, "You know what? This was this was a bad idea. I'm now gonna lose weight." And then like as he's struggling to do like one sit up, Burns is just like, "Oh, whatever. I'll just pay for your plastic liposuction."
Woohoo!
So it's like the
We
whole
learned nothing.
We literally, and that's why I love it so much is that nothing was learned at all.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It just there's so many like just gags in it that always stick with me. But I was gonna say something else about it. Oh yeah, a quote that I always say today. Anytime a computer starts up and it says, "To start, press any key." I always say out loud, "Where's the any key?" It's the funniest thing. That is too clever.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that was definitely.
I don't mean to impose, but at the time we're recording this, I happen to work in the morning, and we still have a few seasons left. And I understand I don't want to rush anybody through stuff, but I think if we could potentially keep it going.
Yeah, let's
we are nearly done. We have 3 more seasons to cover.
I might bail at season 10 because I have no favorite in season 10.
9 and 10 maybe will be quick.
Yeah.
So wrap. I think season 7 is pretty good.
Yeah,
overall.
season 7 wrapped itself
it's
up.
solid. Yeah.
Season
Even
8.
though episodes we didn't talk about, there's a lot of great stuff in there. There's a few maybe I don't care for, but it's still a great season overall.
Yeah.
So season 8. We're all jumping at the bit to start. Okay, I'll start. So my season 8 is You Only Move Twice.
Which was also mine.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
So you have another duology.
Yeah, it's like there were 2 episodes in this season. It was either one or the other, and I chose the latter.
And I think one of you chose the other.
Yeah.
What did Cody choose?
For season 8, I chose Homer's Enemy.
The other one.
I chose Hurricane Nettie.
Oh, okay.
Like
so,
deep.
That was if I could have picked 3, that would have been my third actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, all 3 of those are like the highlights of the season. But anyways,
Let's cut out this part.
There's
You Only
another
Move
one that
Twice.
starts off the season.
You Only Move Twice is all about. Well, actually, Josh, how about you paraphrase it? Because I did the last one.
I actually watched it this morning to prepare. So
Me too.
essentially,
Awesome.
at first Smithers is like headhunted by the Globex Corporation, but he objects obviously. So they decide to offer Homer the job because apparently after Smithers, he's actually the most senior person at the plant. That's not Mr. Burns. So he accepts the job. Everyone else is obviously apprehensive about moving to Cypress Creek, which is this planned community that the company has for its employees. But it's like this could be Homer's first real chance to be in an actual position of authority over people and be good at it. So they pack up all their stuff. They end up abandoning the house because they aren't going to get anybody to buy it.
Yeah.
But then it's this nice montage of all the characters over the years waving goodbye to them. Then Homer realizes that everybody there kind of hates, that he hates everybody there. So he's like, so long, Stinktown.
And also the family doesn't fit into the society well at all.
No.
Yeah, but once they go there, it's like Homer, once they get into the house, which is this really nice house, and it's got like all these appliances and tech and stuff that they would never be able to normally afford. And then they come face to face with one of the best villain characters, one-off villain characters too, in the entire franchise.
Hank
Scorpio. And one of the best Albert Brooks voiced characters in the show's history. Hank Scorpio is like not only just a great boss character, he's just a great character.
Yeah,
because he's like one-liner after another with him.
Yeah, we talk about John Lovitz being a lot of characters. Albert Brooks is up there too.
Yeah.
He was Russ Cargo in the Simpsons movie.
Yeah, he was even in the movie.
He was.
Russ Cargill.
Yeah, he was Jacques.
And every time he's on the show, his pseudonym is
the RV salesman in the Call the Simpsons.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was him.
That's Bob RV salesman.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Wow, the more
Now,
you know.
every time he's on the show, he goes under the he is credited as A. Brooks.
Hey.
Hey.
That's a different
So,
episode.
and by the way, Hank Scorpio is responsible for a meme.
Yes, there's a few. The Hank Scorpio is just this great, like, he's really charming and personable, and he's like a real mentor figure to Homer,
but
which
at the
compared
end
to
of
his
the
past
day-
job, like, he really seems to enjoy his work. Like, he's looking after these 3 guys that are doing good work anyway, so Homer doesn't have to do too much else.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he is ultimately a James Bond villain, which is
the
hilarious.
best, like, swerve that I've seen for this kind of thing.
No matter what Homer does, he's always working for a megalomaniac.
And it never occurs to him either, because, like, obviously it doesn't look like his work is leading to that. But it's like, hello, gentlemen, I have the Doomsday device. And to prove I'm not bluffing, oh dear God, the 59th Street Bridge.
It's too bad that, like, Homer's doing well at his job for once, and he's actually doing well, and his boss really respects him. But the rest of the family doesn't fare too well.
Yeah,
Like,
Marge is essentially just, like, at the whim of technology.
And Lisa's allergic to everything outside, and Bart's stuck in a classroom full of Ralphs.
He's in the remedial class, yeah.
Yeah, just none of them are happy, and I think ultimately Homer decides that, no, I'm going to move back to Springfield.
The one part also I love is when he's, like, Mr. Bont, when,
Yeah.
like, stop him, he's supposed to die. Homer tackles him. Great job, Homer. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah.
When you go home tonight, there's going to be when you wake up in the morning, there's going to be another story on your house. And it's like, well, that's the alternate ending to a James Bond movie. The villain wins.
Yeah. One joke... one joke that I really like in the show, it's really, like, understated, but it's like Hank Scorpio gets him, like, coffee in the morning, and he, like, digs into his pockets and dumps sugar into his cup. It's like, sorry, I don't have any pockets. Or I don't have any packets. You want some milk? And Homer just looks down, he's like, no.
Or there's another one where it's like, he gives Homer his code, asks him to hang it up, he's like, I don't believe in walls.
What the
Wow.
fuck?
And then another one, Homer, I gotta go. somebody upstairs ate part of my lunch.
I gotta say, Hank Scorpio makes that episode. Like, honestly.
He really
There's a
does.
flamethrower at the end. By the way, Homer, if you want to kill someone on the way out, it would help a lot.
You know what's interesting?
And
Like,
then he's kind of like sad about leaving. He's like, obviously Hank's okay, but he takes it well. Homer's just kind of walking out sadly. Then there's just a grenade that kind of like rolls along. He just kind of kicks it to the side and explodes.
Yeah.
And then it turns out one of Homer's dreams that is revealed that like everyone else laughs at him, but like Hank actually thinks he can do it, is to one day own the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And a nice parting gift once they move back to Springfield is like, Project Arcturus couldn't have succeeded without you. This will hopefully get you a little closer to that dream of yours. It's not the Dallas Cowboys, but it's a start. Drop me a line if you're on the East Coast. Hank Scorpio. Pulls out. Aw, the Denver Broncos. Which actually is kind of, I think Hank might have known something the NFL didn't, because after the episode aired, the next 2 Super Bowls, Denver would win. So maybe it was a little bit of fortuitous timing.
You know what's interesting about this season is that we say that Hank Scorpio made this episode, but Cody's episode has another one-off character that really, really makes the episode as well.
Yep.
Yes.
One-off kind of, sort of, but like his presence is still felt years later.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like they both really elevate the episode, just a single one-off character.
Is that a segue into mine?
I think so. I think we said enough about it.
So mine is, yes, the infamous Homer's enemy, who is Frank Grimes.
Grimy.
Oh, good old Frank Grimes. So the premise of this episode is, and it's almost like you're seeing the show from the inside out in a very thought-provoking way.
Yeah.
Because Frank Grimes is a guy who literally strives for the American dream. Like, he works hard, and he's suffered a lot to get to where he's at. And when he graduates with a degree of nuclear physics, he gets a job at... how do I say that?
Fiddlesticks.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
Can you tell it's late?
On nuclear physics, he gets a job at the plant, and as he's the new guy. He's getting to know like Lenny and Carl, and then he meets Homer, and he's slowly getting more appalled by Homer's laziness.
He's stuck with him.
He's appalled by his laziness. And that nobody sees this at all. Like it's almost like, how doesn't anybody see his incompetence?
How has he not died or been fired yet?
Yeah, and my God, it's brilliant because it's kind of reflecting on the show itself, because there's a few callbacks, like they go to like when he met a few famous people like Bush. It was Bush that moved across the street, right?
Yeah, and then he
met the Smashing Pumpkins.
It went on tour with the Smashing
and
Pumpkins. Went into
Homer,
space.
Yeah, you ever been to
That
space?
at some point.
Yeah.
You what? Yeah, you never been.
So Homer's completely oblivious from how
much he's accomplished in his life.
Or not just that, just that fact that the strong feelings that Frank has on him too. Like he doesn't seem to be like affected by this at all, right? Like the strong feelings that Frank has against him, like the hatred.
He's pretty oblivious to Frank. Yeah.
So Frank finds out like that there's like a talent show
for children
to design
Your own power plant competition.
Yeah, like a power plant competition. And literally Homer's so dumb that he does not see that he literally took out like pieces of the paper that says like children's diagrams of the power plant. And Homer reads that, not knowing that it's clearly been tampered with. So he's like, oh, I'm going to enter in this contest. So Frank goes to this just to see Homer get humiliated. That was his wish. Homer ends up winning first prize with this half-ass replicant of the plant that they have now, right?
But with fins.
With what? Sorry?
With fins. He puts fins on it.
for wind resistance.
And again, everybody's on Homer's side. They're defending him. They're not like.
But this was a contest for children.
Yeah. So Frank.
And then he snaps.
Frank snaps, goes on a breakdown of being lazy. Oh, look at me! I'm eating donuts. I'm not doing my job. And then, hey, I'm gonna shut off the power. And then,
oh hey, live wires. I don't need safety gloves because I'm Homer.
Without washing his hands, and then
hard cuts to his grave. So Frank's dead.
It's like,
and it's like it's like so out of nowhere.
Yeah, and then like they're reading the prayers. Homer's just
Homer's
fucking
just sleeping.
like
Like,
his funeral.
Jesus,
Chalmers.
And it's like they end off with like that's our Homer. No, I mean this is a classic because again I said it before, but it's turning the show inside out and looking at it from a different perspective, and it's just really kind of changing your perceptive on Homer itself, because he's right to a certain point. Frank Grimes is right.
There's a YouTuber called The Real Jims who did a 60-second review of this episode.
I've watched a lot of his season retrospectives preparing for the...
Yeah, basically he said, Frank Grimes is the hunter that killed Bammy's mom. He is the one character that comes into an otherwise whimsical world and throws in a brutal dash of realism.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
it's a good point. Actually,
because it's just a real guy being forced to live in this bizarro world of Springfield. It makes you wonder, like, how would it feel to actually live in Springfield? Nobody cares about anyone. Everyone's selfish and like ignorant, and like everything, like laws, social behavior, norms, manners, even manners. Nobody does any of that.
No.
Yeah.
Everyone's crooked and corrupt.
That's too nihilist.
Yeah.
I know, but like that's just that's how Frank feels. He's just like, wow.
And
I know, but a show like The Simpsons that's been on for 3+ decades suddenly trying to be nihilist because that's the hip thing to do. Oh wait, no, I could totally see them doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what The Simpsons became, was just so trendy after a while.
Yeah, it tried to be Family Guy.
As an aside, I expect one of them to hit the dab sometime if they haven't already.
They did the Harlem Shake, I believe.
Oh God! See, this is why it's an endurance test for me on Disney Plus. I'm trying to get. I'm like in season 13 right now, and I'm not even close to being done.
Yeah.
Speaking of characters snapping out of nowhere, Evan, I believe that leads to your pick.
Yes. Well, it's actually not out of nowhere, and the character is not a one-off character.
I will say one note. Frank Grimes. Frank Grimes reminds me so much of James Rolfe, also known as the Angry Video Game Nerd.
I guess I could see that.
He looks just like him.
Maybe
he's just as irritated.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's all good.
To yours,
okay, so Ned Flanders is the nicest guy in Springfield, and he goes out of his way to be nice to people to the point where he actually sacrifices his own sanity sometimes and his own dignity. When Flanders failed, he broke down crying in Homer's arms. In Homer Loves Flanders, he snaps in church and screams, "This man is annoying." He snapped a couple of times, but nothing compares to his snap in Hurricane Nettie.
Oh no.
The plot is very this. It's hurricane season, and even though Springfield is supposedly landlocked, a monster hurricane rips through the town, and for once, typically in an apocalyptic situation, the Simpsons get the shit end of the stick, and the Flanderses are completely exempt from the disaster. Not this time. The Simpson family home withstands the hurricane, but the Flanders home is completely destroyed. So then
the
Homer...
only home that got destroyed was Flanders.
Yeah.
Well, technically the bowling alley wound up like going like Dorothy's house style on top of like a mountain.
Yeah.
But Flanders was the only house that actually got destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, Homer rallies the townspeople together and they rebuild his home, but the job they do is so shoddy.
Pretty
and then the house just falls apart all over again. And this is where Ned Flanders just goes on a 2 solid minute screaming fit of rage. Every single person within his eyesight, he has something really cold and really bad to say about this. I think the meanest, nastiest thing he says is to Bart, where Bart just tells him, "Hey, calm down, dude." And then he goes, "Oh, hey, dude, wouldn't want you to have a cow, man. Here's a catchphrase you better learn for your adult years. Hey, buddy, got a quarter?" And then
I was shocked and appalled.
But Mr. Flanders, with all due respect, Bart didn't do anything. Do I gotta hear the sound of Buddy? It's little Lisa Simpson, Springfield's answer to a question no one asked.
All right, we could go on.
We could go on.
Lenny's reaction was the best.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I've only been here for a few minutes. What's going on?
The humility that he realizes, like, as soon as that ends, like, he immediately just goes in his car.
Yeah.
And drives.
And Homer gets off pretty easy. Like, Flanders just says, Homer, you are the worst human being I have ever met. Hey, I got off pretty easy. And then Flanders drives.
Perfect reaction.
Flanders drives from there straight to the nut house and checks himself in. And then the rest of the episode
It stinks. It stinks. Yes, Mr. Sherman. Everything stinks.
Yeah, basically, from then point on, it's a psychological exploration into where Flanders became so passive. And it turns out that he had a passive father. So then the episode ends.
Bad parenting.
Like, it's a great deep dive into, like, it actually has an interesting message that, like, sometimes, you know, you have to be able to look at your issues and embrace them. And, like, if you didn't have the greatest childhood, like, you got to move on from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he repressed, like, a lot of stuff.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Well, that, like, seasonal spanking that he did, it was just sort
of
But,
hey,
like...
at least he got a birthday present during that time.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the episode. It's the first half is about one of the most nicest It shows that even the strongest, most friendliest, most good-hearted willed man in the room can break, and when they can break, it's a frickin' compound fracture.
Did you guys ever notice something subtle about that episode? That after the mental institution that he checks himself into, every single time it cuts to the establishing shot, it's that gate is never repaired.
Yeah, I noticed
it always stays broken and smashed throughout the entire episode, and it never gets smashed.
Yeah.
Or never gets fixed.
All right, guys.
Let's get into season 9.
We're on the home stretch.
We're on
season 9. Two more.
Season 9.
Yeah.
I might only stick around for season 9, so if you don't mind, guys,
it's all downhill from here.
Could I go first, because this is actually the last episode of The Simpsons that I can legitimately say that I loved, because after that I can take it or leave it. As
9
just
and 10 are ones like that I like, but they're fine.
Yeah, I agree. I completely relate to that. But my episode in season 9 is the one that started it all with the city of New York versus Homer Simpson.
The plot?
The plot. So
now here's an episode that I'm surprised hasn't been pulled. I guess, you know, because of the whole...
It was edited for syndication.
For many years, they didn't air it. For many years, they didn't air it.
Oh, because
of the World Trade Center.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
They put all the jerks in Tower
which
1.
Gives me hope which gives me hope in Stark Raving Dad that someday it will come back into fruition. But we'll see.
We'll see.
But the premise of this episode is Moe is tired of Homer and Barney and a few others are being like the annoying ones for the city, for being like the ones that cause all the ruckus from being drunk, right? So
it's actually darker. He says, all DUIs in this town are caused by you 6 guys.
Yeah. Yeah. So Moe creates a rule that one of you guys every night has to be the designated driver. So very tragically, Barney has to be the designated driver for this one night, and it was the one night.
Egg draw, no less.
Yeah. And the black pickle black, or was it
the
egg?
black
egg?
Egg.
Yeah. So Barney's struggling not to have one sip of beer that night, and it ended up being a really bad night when the Duff Man shows up.
Oh, God.
Playing Day Bow Bow. Ooh, yeah. Day Bow Bow. And he's like, I can't drink, I'm the designated driver. And it just, like, stops everything, and Duff Man's like, oh, well, we respect you designated drivers. Okay. So, Barney just drives everyone home, struggling not to, like, have a sip of beer. But then he ends up taking Homer's car, and he's gone for, like, 2 months. And Barney shows back up in the city, and he's completely wasted. He must have went on a huge binge. And Homer was like, where's my car? He's like, oh, I don't know where it is. But then in the mail, Lisa finds out that... Homer's car is parked illegally at the World Trade Center in New York, which everyone is like, hey, like the family's like, this could be a nice, trip we can go on to.
Yeah.
Homer's very reluctant because he has a very bad history with the city of New York.
It's not for the town is not for everyone.
The town is not for everyone because anything stereotypically that you can think of when it comes to New York happens to Homer, and he's very reluctant to go there again, but he has to retrieve his car. So the whole episode kind of writes itself where Homer's trying to get the boot off of his car when they're in the city, but he has like tons and tons of tickets on his windshield. And the family's just going off on, their own, little adventure, and they're having the best time, and just misery just surrounds Homer as he's trying to, like, use the bathroom throughout the episode, and, he's trying to wait for the person to get the boot off the car. Eventually, Homer just gives up and just drives his fucking car out of there with the boot still on it. And he ends up getting a jackhammer later on, and when he joins up back with his family, who had like the best time in the city,
a great day,
great day. Like Bart got to see what Mad Magazine was like really like, the whole time, and yeah, they're driving home on the bridge, and like the car is completely smashed. Lisa's like, "Can we just go back? Can we go back some other time?" "We'll see, honey." As like all this like debris and dirt and biohazard shit's pouring on him. "We'll see." And then as that episode ended, yeah, I personally think that's the last great episode of The Simpsons. But that's
so when I saw checking in, you were checking out.
Yeah. I know I'll get into my thoughts quickly because I know I won't stick around for 10 that much because I don't really have a favorite in 10, but I will say that The Simpsons, its heyday, as we said, between like seasons arguably 3 and 7 or maybe even 8.
Yeah.
The reason why it was so great is because it tapped into every type of comedy. You know, like every character in the show, like it's not just a community, it's like every character represents some sort of form of comedy that sticks with somebody no matter who you are, Yeah. That's why it's so funny, because eventually your tastes naturally will change, and you'll end up, like, gravitating towards one character or the other. Homer is kind of like the kind of the main character, obviously the main character, and that kind of represents just plain stupidity. But just even, like, the irony of, like, Krusty the Clown being, like, you're supposed to be funny as a clown, but he's not,
Yeah.
Or, Bart kind of represents like the warped child mentality, and Lisa Smarts is so ironic that it's like obviously the voice of reason throughout the show. But I think they really tapped into that so well in the early seasons, which is why it's kind of a golden age at this point.
Yeah.
And everything after that just kind of felt like it was just a mimic of that. It's almost like they mimicked comedy past season 10.
Yeah.
It's like you can either just laugh, it's like you can look on the surface, that's funny in a way, but the theory behind it, there's like something missing, and I don't know if it just has to do with the fact that it got so big and it's shuffling between writers all the time, but there's something so impactful about that first golden age that it'll always stand the test of time.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you want us to go through our episodes and go into the controversial episode before you go, or
which one was that again?
The one you hate.
Oh yes, the one that follows right after my favorite.
But I'm wondering, do you want us to go through our episodes and then go into that one?
Yeah, you can go through yours definitely. All right, but
sure.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't have much to say that has already not been. I mean, you guys will just go over my thoughts.
But you get pretty emphatic when we mention this episode.
Principal and the pooper.
Principal and the pooper.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess I'll go next. My episode is This Little Wiggy. I was very tempted.
Wiggity whack.
Wiggity. I was very tempted to pick I Love Lisa in a later season, but I think I picked something else. But that's
I Love Lisa season 4.
Yeah, but I had to pick Marge vs. the Monorail because I loved it so much. Anyway, so this little wiggy is just a really, really nice Ralph episode where he's in the actual forefront, because most of the time Ralph is just kind of off in the background. He says a random thing or does a really awkward thing, and we chuckle our heads off. Apparently, from what I've heard from Matt Groening, writing for Ralph is the hardest. He's the hardest character to write, because not only do you have to be funny, but you have to be so left field that the audience laughs almost.
And you'd think that he'd be the
just
easiest because he's
reaction.
all. You think he would be the easiest because he's all one-liners.
Well, no, but the thing with the one-liners is that there's a secret level of intelligence behind them.
Yeah.
That makes you go, ugh. It's like a whiplash effect, and I can't imagine that's super easy to do. You can't just be random. You have to be like, it has to be like a sniper shot of humor. But anyways, the episode is basically, I'm going to be brief on this because there's not much of a plot. Basically, Marge notices that Ralph is really maladjusted and has no friends. So she wants Bart to be his friend and hang out all the time, but Bart doesn't want to because he's worried it would affect his social standing. But he notices the perks of being friends with Ralph is that he has a lot of police gear, more importantly, the key to the city. So he kind of uses Ralph to get the key to the city and takes full advantage of him, all the while like spending a little bit of time with him, and mostly just as like a means to an end. He doesn't like being seen around him by other people, especially the bullies who pick on him. And eventually he decides they decide to raid an abandoned prison institution, and like Ralph's like, I want to go home. It's like, fine, go home, Ralph. It's like, but not without Daddy's key. And, you know, Bart is kind of being a dick, but he feels bad, so he takes Ralph along, and then they get stuck in the prison, and they can't get out. And they find an electric chair that they activate just by playing around, and then the next day, the mayor is like, to show that this is the best JFK impression I can do. to show that this institution is now open, I will sit in this electric chair and prove that it is deactivated. And at no point do I want anyone, no matter how much pain I'm in, to shut off the chair. And then they have to stop the chair from like going off, and they give Ralph a pat on the back afterwards because he saved the day, even though it was all Lisa's idea. It's like, come on, Lisa, let Ralph have his moment. Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention, Ralph imagines and hallucinates a leprechaun. Like, that's where I saw the leprechaun.
The leprechaun told me to burn things.
That's right, laddie. Burn him! Burn him all!
That's a quote that they always play in the Simpsons games. Like, every time you pick up Ralph, he's like, take me home, the leprechaun told me to burn things.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's Road Rage, alright.
Yeah. The ripoff of Crazy Taxi.
My episode for season 9 is Lisa's sax, whereas Moaning Lisa and Round Springfield already have her as an established jazz saxophonist. Lisa's sax is basically after Bart accidentally throws her sax out the window and it gets run over by a Woolworths truck. She's distraught, obviously, so Homer decides to try and console her by telling her the story of how she got her sax in the first place, which I believe was in kindergarten, and it was either get a new air conditioner or get a sax for her. So he got her a saxophone and said, oh no, that's after he decides to get her a new saxophone instead of an air conditioner. But essentially, it's an origin story as to how Lisa became the talented musician she is. So I feel like it's a nice prequel to Moaning Lisa and Round Springfield, if you feel like watching those three in any sort of order. At the end of the episode, it's a really hot summer, and Homer has to choose between getting a new air conditioner or getting a new sax for Lisa, because her sax was run over. So he does, and he decides to get it engraved to King Toots. He's like, to Lisa, may your new sax bring you years of dough! And it's a nice resolving. Season 9, I had like maybe 1 or 2 episodes I thought of, but really this was the only one that like has any sort of weight to me.
Yeah.
Well, mine is is one of those. You know how we vetoed talking about Homer Badman because of how like relevant it is to today's cancel culture. Well, I want to talk about an episode from season 9 that is not only one of my favorites, it's also dangerously relevant to today's gun culture in the United States of America.
Oh, I know.
Canada doesn't have the same issue because, well, actually,
we just experienced the worst mass shooting in the history of our country out in Nova Scotia, and that prompted an assault rifle ban, and gun nuts here are furious. But anyway, so the Cartridge Family is the Simpsons go to a soccer game, and you'd think a riot would never break out at a soccer game, but
Have you not seen any football matches on TV sometimes?
Yep, well, a riot breaks out.
Serious business in Europe.
Yeah, a riot breaks out and the whole town gets looted and Homer realizes that he has almost failed to protect his family. So what he does is he vows to go buy a gun, and he goes to the gun shop, and it gives one of the funniest jokes in the whole episode where
waiting is the hardest part.
Oh yeah,
before that, it's also he gets so angry, it's like, if I had my gun, I'd kill you. Well, you don't. And it reminds me of a scene from a movie I saw recently called The Art of Self-Defense, where Jesse Eisenberg's character is an introvert who gets the shit kicked out of him, so he goes to buy a gun, but then he enrolls in a karate dojo, and the rest is history. But the Cartridge Family, Homer gets his gun, and then he goes even further. Not only does he get a gun, he becomes a member of the NRA, and the NRA features a bunch of other local townsfolk in Springfield who are surprisingly pro-gun, like Dr. Hibbert, Moe, unsurprisingly, Lenny, and even Miss Hoover. So basically, he gets in with the NRA, but the kick of it is he is so irresponsible with his gun, and the real butt of the joke is he's so irresponsible that the NRA gives him the boot.
They kick him out.
Yeah. So it actually is one of the first episodes. It's one of the few episodes in the Golden Age where Homer and Marge's marriage is seriously challenged, because Marge gets to a point where she just straight up does not feel safe, and she's like, "It's me or the gun, Homer. Get rid of one of us." So Homer lies like a piece of shit about getting rid of the gun, but then it actually comes in handy. So the moral of the episode is a little wonky, but so on one hand, yes, guns can come in handy under the rights.
On the other hand, Marge decides to be a hypocrite and keeps it for herself.
Well, that's kind of that will, when we do our when we do our seasons 10 to seasons 11 to 20 episode, I'm gonna have
won't that be fun?
There's an episode there's an episode that showcases the hypocrisy of Marge that pisses me the fuck off, and I'll get to that when we get to that. But basically, the Cartridge Family, it is one of the best satires about gun culture in America I've ever seen. Enough said. So I think season 9, this is where the decline, I think, noticeably starts.
The beginning, slight beginning of the end.
It's a crack in the armor.
A little bit of a crack, yeah.
And then season 10, that crack gets just a little bit wider.
And how depressing that we have to end this season. So, Lyle and I have the same pick. So, Josh, what's your pick for season 10?
My pick is Mom and Pop Art. It starts off with the family going to the hardware store of the Mom and Pop store.
Hold on, sorry.
And Homer, of course, sees an commercial for a barbecue pit kit.
Sorry to interrupt. Cody's going to step out.
Yeah, he's going to head home now.
Yeah, I got to head home.
Are you calling an Uber?
Yes.
So,
okay.
I
don't know if we'll cut all this part.
So Cody is exiting the, so to speak, studio, a.k.a. the Android's Dungeon. But thank you so much for being a part of our show, Cody.
Yeah, thank you.
For sure. No,
you had a lot of fun doing it.
No, thank you guys so much. I've been wanting to talk about this show for a while, just to friends or even on a podcast.
Yeah.
Because Simpsons means a lot to me. Simpsons was, it's a show that I'll watch every so often, and then every once in a while it'll become a show that I'll religiously binge or have on in the background, and then even sometimes I'll have the DVDs in and have it repeating all night.
Yeah.
I went through a period of that in high school where I had Simpsons on all the fucking time.
Wow. I've on nights when I'm kind of bummed, especially earlier in 2020, I would actually fall asleep to episodes of The Simpsons, and you know what? The funny episodes are the best cure.
Absolutely.
It's so good.
It's comedy. That's a character in the show, which apparently, you can argue to say it kind of died a little bit, but the episode, the principal and the puper, when the second they start betraying characters, that's where I check out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will just go into that, but I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much, guys, for having me.
Yeah.
And it was nice meeting you too, Josh.
Same to you, Cody. Stay safe out there.
Oh, for sure. You too, man.
In a world where social distancing is no longer needed, I have to get the two of you together.
Oh, yes, for sure.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We should play some
If
Simpsons.
and when that happens in the next 2 years.
We should really play some Simpsons Seen It together. That'll be
Absolutely.
fun.
I'm down.
We are going to
Yeah.
track that game down.
Yes, we will.
I will do it.
We will search
Yeah,
every
gave you a
valley
tip
village
earlier.
in the province to get
Yeah.
that. Well, at least in the district, because I don't have a car.
I don't know what quote to end this off on, but yeah, too many to choose from.
Yeah.
I'll just say, annoyed grunt.
It's like, wait, Marge, I'm confused. What kind of ending is this? It's an ending. That's enough.
The real ending to The Simpsons
Was the
is
friends we made along the way.
the real ending to The Simpsons is the Simpsons movie. I will just say
Okay.
We'll get into that.
We'll get to
later
that
on.
one later.
that. All right, guys. Cheers and Excelsior.
Excelsior, Cody. Bye,
Hello.
Cody.
Good night.
See you later, buddy.
Bye, guys. Good night.
Yeah.
Alright. So, where were we? Josh, you were
Season
talking about
10.
season...
Yeah, so mom and pop art. Basically, the family goes to the mom and pop hardware store, and Homer sees this infomercial for a make-your-own barbecue pit kit with this
Oh,
Billy
yeah.
Mays-looking guy. And, of course, he wants to build his own barbecue. So, essentially, he starts building it. Of course,
Yeah.
shenanigans happen. And one of my favorite memes as well comes from this episode. Like, oh no, English side ruined, must use French. Le grill? What the hell is that?
Oh, and then
Later,
that.
after he tries to jam things together and make something. Yeah, that's a nice looking barbecue pit.
Why doesn't mine look like that?
Is your father done with the barbecue? Ah!
Yeah, he's done.
And then it ends up being this like avant sculpture thing, and it ends up like he becomes a big deal in the underground art world. And despite like him trying to get rid of the sculpture and it like landing on the roof of someone's car, like she's impressed enough with the sculpture to like suggest that he enter in some art competition. To the chagrin of Marge, who's been trying to do well at art for a long time, and so despite Homer doing well for himself in terms of creativity, she kind of gets jealous of that and kind of resents him. But then Homer has this daydream at the art museum where he goes through all these really nice recreations of different art styles, and that sort of reminded me a lot of my girlfriend because she's been doing art stuff for a long time and she's had things displayed at places, but at the same time, like, you work really hard to try and do something, but sometimes you can't always compare yourself to where other people are in their skill level. But just that daydream with like there's the dripping clock and there's the scream. There's a lot of homages to classic art pieces, and so Homer then gets inspired to do this like one last piece where essentially he floods the town.
Yeah.
And it's a nice little end piece where like Marge and Homer reconcile, and Marge actually paints the thing. And one of the guest stars, Jasper Johns, who has been established to be stealing things earlier, while they're distracted when they're kissing, he runs up and steals the painting and drives away. But it was a nice little artsy episode, and it just sort of reminds me of my girlfriend with her love for art. So that's why I enjoyed it.
That's really sweet.
That's nice.
That's great.
Yeah, that's the one cheesy moment here, and it's at the end, so how fitting.
Yeah. Anyways, so I guess we got one last episode, and we're gonna end on a high note.
Really high note.
Lisa gets an A.
What an
Plus,
underrated.
plus.
What an underrated episode.
So I'm gonna talk about the A.
I watched it. I gotta admit, I did like a good chunk of it. So
Yeah, you know
props to
what?
you guys.
Lyle, you're right. I made a mistake.
It's not that the A and B plot are intertwined perfectly. They really aren't. What's brilliant about this episode is that for once in Simpsons history, the B plot is so much better than the A plot.
Yeah. So I'm gonna as the A student. Well, Lyle and I both got good grades in school, but I'm gonna tackle the A plot of Lisa Gets an A, and Lyle's gonna tackle the B plot because it would be cruel for me to talk about the greatest pet the Simpson family ever had. Basically, through an accident that is caused by Homer at a supermarket, or a mishap that's caused by Homer at a supermarket where he sticks Lisa in an ice freezer, she gets a really bad cold and she has to stay home for a couple of days. In that time, she plays Dash Dingo.
Dingo.
Yeah, which is a Crash Bandicoot knockoff.
Well, it's a timely parody given when the episode came out. It was what, sometime in '99. That was like when Crash Bandicoot was like at the peak of relevance between 3 and Crash Team Racing.
The console she's playing on even looks like a PlayStation, which is amazing.
Well, kind of. It looks like it could be a cross between a PlayStation and an original Xbox.
And there's also a joke that has not aged well at all during the age of coronavirus wreaking havoc in public schools across the United States and now Ontario. She's like, but wait, Mom, I think I'm going to infect the other kids. That's a risk I'm willing to take. So long.
Well, Marge knew that Lisa was just faking it.
Yeah.
Well, after a certain point, because she just really got into the game.
Yeah, so basically, while she completely neglects her homework because she gets so addicted to the game, and it gets to a point where there's a test on the wind in the willows, and she completely, she doesn't fail, she cheats, which is worse for her. So she goes...
Well, thanks to Nelson.
Thanks to a hookup with Nelson, she gets the answers to the test, and then she cheats, and then basically, because of her high grade, her grade is so high, an A++.
Plus.
Oh, a triple plus.
An A triple plus, yeah.
She
basically she elevates the school's GPA to the minimum state standard,
and that means they qualify for funding, and that means the school can have a computer lab where Ralph can continue all the learning to his heart's content.
Thank you for continuing that joke.
And also, Super Nintendo Chalmers was there, basically, Lisa confides in private to Chalmy and Skinner that she cheated on the test. But now they're in a real pickle. It's like, shit, do we keep up this lie or do we tell the truth like the Goody Two-Shoes do? They choose to keep up the charade, and no one really learns anything except for Homer.
They do a certain thing with it where it's like they have like the cliche, lie revealed, where Lisa comes out and says that she did cheat on the test, that it's not earned, and so they're all like, all right, well, you know what? For all your honesty, we'll give you the envelope. And she's like, oh, well, thanks. And then they, like, as soon as she leaves, they're like, all right, Lisa's gone.
Right, now the real ceremony starts.
And then the guy's like, what, the real guy's like, what, real ceremony? So, thanks for the money. So, I kind of like that because I would have hated it if it was another, like, oh, we did the right thing ending. Because realistically, I don't think they want to get rid of that funding.
Yeah.
Over just no honesty. But, yeah, that's the A plot. I think it's really, I'm glad it's actually not bad for a Lisa episode. But the B plot is my favorite part of the episode, and that's when Homer decides to get a lobster named Pinchy. The idea is that Homer doesn't want to pay for lobster at a supermarket, so rather than, like, get a bunch, he's going to have one that he's going to grow to a massive size and then enjoy later. So, he takes it into his house and puts it in the aquarium. It's like, Dad, lobsters are saltwater creatures. You have to put them in saltwater. Woo! And he puts, like, salt in there, and it hurts the fish. It's like he has to balance it out between salt and fresh. And then there's one moment where he has to take it, he gives it a bath while he's feeding it, and the thing squirts at him. He's like, oh, why you little? This is one of my favorite lines. The thing cowers, like, oh, look at him.
Mad at you.
He cowers, just like the boy.
That's that just goes to show how horribly abusive Homer is.
Yeah. So, yeah, eventually Homer he kind of falls in love with the lobster. Marge wants to eat him, but he's just like, no, Marge, he's adorable, he's mine. So he treats it like a pet, he takes it on walks. And then, eventually it culminates in one day all the family are sitting around in the kitchen and he's like, what's with all the footprints on the floor? Oh, me and Pinchy got in a little mud, so I thought I'd put him in a nice hot bath. Hey, what smells so good?
He slowly makes the connection.
Pinchy! And what ends up happening is the funniest thing I've ever seen Homer do. Just like it's so dark and twisted, but fucking
it's hilarious
brilliant.
At the same time.
Oh my god. So he's just sitting at the dinner table, eating away his pet lobster. It was crying and eating and enjoying it all at the same time. And the family's just kind of watching. It's like, are you really gonna eat that whole lobster by yourself? Yeah, that's what Pinchy would have wanted. Oh, Pinchy, no more pain where you are, pal. Oh God, that is good. I wish Pinchy was here to enjoy this.
Yeah.
Oh, Pinchy.
Yeah.
That has stuck with me for years.
God rest
That's
his
one
little
of the
lobster
funniest
soul.
things Homer's ever done. Like, I like the plot, don't get me wrong, but the B plot is just so goddamn brilliant that I just love it.
Yeah.
Honestly. That's
Whew.
oh man.
We did
I'm
it.
worn out. My throat hurts.
Yeah, so does mine.
I'm tired.
I'm really
I gotta
hoarse.
go to work tomorrow. And we
Yeah.
just spent, I don't know, maybe 4 hours talking about
Yeah.
The Simpsons.
But
It won't be 4 hours by the time you're listening to this,
Oh,
but it's been 4 hours in real world time.
oh my god. Yeah, well, we did it. Joshua,
4 hours.
Josh Weinberg, we look forward to having you back on the show. It's been a minute.
A minute? No, it has not.
It's
It has not been a minute.
It's been
Couple hours since we started this.
240 minutes.
I drank a
something
beer
like
and
that.
now I got a piss.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's all for today. Join us for our next week's show.
Now, Josh, do you want to join? Because we want to make another Simpsons episode where we tackle the meh years, as I like to call it.
And our
I
friend,
would be open to it, but
Seasons
just
11 to 20.
question, see if you can do it earlier in the day,
for sure,
if at all possible.
we will try. We have
But,
we
yeah,
have
I
another.
don't mind tearing apart some episodes.
Well,
Well, that's the thing. It's not going to be as fun as this. Nothing is ever going to be as fun as this. Because
We
I have
are
a big
going
smile
to-
on my face.
we will have
Goodness.
10 weeks to figure this out because we're gonna do it for the 20th episode.
And the 30th episode will be The Abyss.
Yeah.
Which I haven't even seen, so that's going to be interesting.
And then I guess, 40 will be whatever other episodes are left at that point?
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't know. It depends. I think we'll just wrap it up from there, because really, who cares at this point?
yeah.
You can just stop the show right now. Nothing will ever
Anyways.
top this.
Yeah.
So it's been fun, Josh. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Uh,
I'm gonna go fall asleep for 8 hours.
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna do that now. We'll see you
And
soon.
I'd like to close with this. Thank you, and remember, don't trust anyone over 30.
Good advice.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
have a
getting there.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Stay safe out there.
Yes.